Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome back to the eRacing GP, yet another edition here of the Global Edition. My name is Victor Gax, joining me here is Ammo, and we're going to be bringing you guys round number 3 of our current GE19 season. So, we've already been through 2 rounds so far. It's been pretty exciting, I think, like the last 2 rounds. So, I think round 3 probably might give a little bit more of the same, isn't it?
I mean, it's almost a given, isn't it? We saw some really good racing all the way through the grid, even up to the top classes. Gold and silver, we saw dramatic accidents. And it's needless to say, all the other ones, we saw drama all the way from top to bottom. So, more of the same, and then some.
And then some, indeed. So, we're going to be getting ourselves through into a brand new season. Again, we've brought in a brand new class just for this season alone. It's already bringing a lot of really exciting faces to the fold. So, let's go ahead and run through with you guys what has been happening so far. So, after 2 rounds, here are the current championship leaders across all 5 classes, starting with Russell Reyes, who is the gold class leader here for the Philippines. Enzo Ison from the Philippines as well leads in the silver class. Then we have bronze classes Chandra Mauli Adnan from Malaysia, who leads currently in that class. Evan Hosea still remains in the lead in the copper class here for Indonesia. And in the women's class, Genevieve Oy looking to make it a 3 for 3 maybe today. She's so far been in the lead and has stayed there so far since round 1. So, as we have a look at the team standings here, Pepega Racing Team still remains in the lead here amongst all the teams, although Velocity Pantera Downshift certainly has been bringing quite the challenge to them over the last 2 rounds, isn't it, Ammo?
Indeed, and the fact that there's been a bit of a rivalry forming between Pepega and Velocity, because remember a couple seasons back, Pepega pipped Velocity to the team's title, and most of the points, the bulk of it is being scored in the women's class, so there's quite a bit of sting there, but let's see how the rivalry can transpire, because can't wait to really foresee how these 2 teams will just fight against each other all the way to the end.
And it might even be more rivalries like down the line, because 3rd, 4th, and 5th are not too far apart. Balapan Random Motorsports currently holds the 3rd slot, followed by LOR Ascent, and then Handshake Sim Racing as well, all within 30 points of each other here. So things definitely are looking like they're heating up for this championship here. Now let's have a look at our Nations Cup here, where Malaysia, of course, is still at the very tippy top, given that majority of the high-scoring teams are from Malaysia itself, particularly Pepega as well as Velocity, but Philippines also as well, getting themselves up there with 343 points, putting themselves ahead of Indonesia by quite the margin.
Yep, indeed, and a couple of new nations coming into the fold, including India, with Sai Suduka scoring most of the points for that particular nation, right behind Bangladesh, and it's just in front of Sri Lanka. And if you can see Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe, and Australia, you might not see some of the names in the list itself for the championship standings, but their drivers have either qualified for a race or have actually finished a race. That's why they're classified. But Sri Lanka is above the other two by virtue of the fact that gold class drivers take precedence over the other classes.
Yeah, that's right. So now let's have a look at what we had so far in this season. We started things off with round 1 in Sepang International Circuit. Then we went on to Japan in the Fuji International Speedway. Now we're going all the way to Belgium in the hills of Francorchamps. So that's going to be an interesting track for us here. It's a lot longer than the other 2 rounds we had. 7 kilometers long. Very old and venerable circuit. The model layout itself is still one of my favorite modern day Grand Prix circuits even to this day.
Indeed, and the circuit itself also is quite recent in its history, even though it's actually around since 1979, at least this modern iteration that we have, and it has gone through some slight modifications since then, but it has grown to be one of the most revered circuits in the world, and a lot of drivers and fans alike will love it, though some drivers may not be so much in the same inclination by virtue of the fact that it is a technical circuit, just whiskered above 7 kilometers, 19 corners, 19 very different corners might we add, so there's not much time to rest apart from just the straights there at this circuit.
Yeah, it's a very tough circuit to even race on here. It's got lots of twists, lots of turns, and especially in an endurance race, you can find yourself very much stuck behind traffic at a high speed. So let's have a look at the class cars that we have here. So because we have 5 new classes, we still have as well a brand new lineup of cars that we introduced from round 1, starting with the FIA Formula 3 cars for the Gold class and the FIA Formula Regional cars, a modified Formula 3 but is slightly detuned, but just going to be perfect for our Silver class guys. Then we have Bronze class and Women's class, both using the FIA TCR car, brought to you by Fuso's Workshop. And last but not least, Copper class, running a GT4 Ginetta Super Cup. And certainly this selection of cars has been an absolute banger of has actually created this season an absolute banger here. So glad to see that the new choice of cars has certainly brought lots of good racing here.
Indeed, and the cars are going to be used in this certain format that we know and love. It's a familiar one for the drivers, as it's going to be format A once again. Straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
10-minute qualifying session where points get awarded in the top 5, and then race 1 and race 2 will be awarded points for top 15 and top 10 respectively, though with the extra catch to the fact that there's fastest lap for one driver, 2 extra points if they were to get it. And of course, if you actually rack up all the points first in every single session and the fastest laps in both races, a good helping of 49 points on the cards.
Yep, the motorsport equivalent of a Grand Slam, that is. So, yep, lots of points up on the board here, and these are the points that the drivers have been able to do so far over the last 2 rounds. Genevieve Oy currently leading the women's class by 9 points ahead of May Gumila, who has so far been her biggest competitor over the last 2 rounds here in the women's club.
Indeed, in fact that there's been a bit of barbs, as I said before, in between, but this is not between Malaysians, this is between the Malaysian and the Filipino driver. Both have been actually just having some collisions here and there. It's fun to watch. It's good rivalries forming. So let's hope that they can keep things fair and clean on the track, because otherwise it might be a lot of work for the stewards to do behind the scenes like last time. The amount of penalties, I think a lot of people have gotten the links from Afi, our head steward, to show how many penalties are gotten in there. In the women's race alone, you can see most of it is coming from Mai and Genevieve.
Yeah, and no surprise there. I mean, they're certainly neck to neck as far as the championship is concerned, and there's still 2 rounds, including this one here, to fight for. So it all starts with this qualifying session. We give them 10 minutes to go out there and set their fastest time, and so far, Genevieve Oy seems to be already on the point there with time of 2:27.3.
Yep, and in fact, we're going to bring up her sector times here for Mai Gumila as well. In fact, Mai Gumila is not that far behind Genevieve, so that will be interesting to see how that goes. In fact, there's Genevieve at the Axel studio herself. Good. And the big point now, we need to actually reiterate that cameras have become mandatory for all the drivers, because we have to just make sure the driver behind the scenes is the real driver driving, because otherwise we'll have a Daniel Abt situation. If you remember a few years back during the COVID series for Formula E, that Daniel Abt got caught with his pants proverbially open because he had a friend drive for him, even though he actually is quite adept himself in simulators. It's just that one time he probably couldn't commit to it, so it happened. So that's the reason why Genevieve and all the other girls who are presumably going to be on camera will have to do the same thing.
Yeah, you can even see that Genevieve has a lot of like boosters behind her there. I mean, literally, she has to pull her seat very much far forward in order to reach the pedals. So, Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, you know, sometimes you just have to modify your cockpit just to make sure you got the perfect fit, you know, for racing.
Oh, mate, luckily she's not dead yet.
Wait, whoa.
Dying of embarrassment. If she heard that one. But yeah, interesting to see how her setup fares here, but she can reach the pedals quite well, and it's been comfortable for her because it's the same seat position since she's had for a long time. As someone actually pointed out, 227. That doesn't look right, doesn't it? 227 in the TCR car. That's very fast. If anything.
Very fast, actually.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, it is.
Yeah. Because normally it's 229 is the fastest that I've seen as well in practice service and doing a bit of running myself. 28 is possible, but 27, where did she get that from?
I mean, that's what I'm seeing even on the timing monitor here now. I don't see exactly which lap she managed to pick that up, but on average, everyone else is still like lapping below 230. So I wonder if that might be some sort of glitch in the timing or glitch in the matrix, perhaps. But whatever the case, Genevieve is still up there with that specific time.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting thing to see that one. As now we have to jump to some of the other drivers on the grid. Second place in the championship, Mai Gumila actually was on the track just now. We saw her timer on the bottom of the screen, but unfortunately, we don't have her time to measure up to Jen because she jumped back to the pits. There's Mai right now.
She's on the outlap at the moment.
Yes.
So her best lap so far 2:31.8. So I think she was definitely faster during practice earlier. So
yeah,
we'll see whether she will be able to hit that target again here. But then. Again, still 4 seconds behind, or more than 4 seconds behind Genevieve's best time right now.
1.5, yeah. So I think that was just a banker lap. So let's see what Mai can do once she gets going. But as you can clearly see, some of the trophies she has at the back, she actually is into real racing too. Not sure much about her background, but I think because of the trophies and bundles she's got, she's done a bit of real world racing and some sim racing trophies from Philippines Toyota TGR events.
I'm trying to see if there's anything I can recognize from her model kit, the cabinet inside. It's quite hard to make out even here at the big screen in front of me here.
Yes. Well, that's Gumila coming onto the front straight and starting her lap. Now then, we can have her time at the bottom here. Meanwhile, another driver that we can focus on for lap time as well is Noor Diana, teammate to Genevieve Voy. 4th in the championship and had her first win last time out. It's just a bit disappointed with her first round, but notably, she managed to get a win and now push her up into the championship fight. But can she actually get a time on Genevieve here? Because Jen, after doing that 227, probably beat the stuffing out of everybody, thinking, how are we going to get that?
Yeah, well, the thing is that she's even on a flyer right now, because if I'm reading this correctly, she's actually up 1 whole second on her previous best lap here, as she's still currently on the track. Noor Diana, conversely, is actually in the red when it comes to her delta, so she's going to have to work a bit harder here, I think, if she wants to try to make it up. So only about half a second down from her previous best. But Genevieve is still very much pushing hard right now, so we'll see what the progress will be, as Genevieve is already coming around that final corner, I think.
Yeah, we can't get.
Yeah, I can't really get a sight of her right now, but oh no, that delta has already gone back down, so it still remains at 227.3. But no one else seems to be able to approach that time right now, much less beat her.
Yeah, in fact, we're looking at Diana right now. I think she would just be close to 32s. Yeah, no dice here. So yeah, it's amazing to think that she managed to get that time on the first run as well, no less, Genevieve.
Yeah, but at least a thing that I think Genevieve's gonna have to work on in this round by now is that, you know, she can qualify well, but then her first race always ends up with some kind of problem, either getting knocked out by someone or missing the mark somehow and losing a lot of places. So I think that's something that Genevieve needs to focus on for these coming rounds here, trying to make sure that the first race itself goes off without a hitch, because I think as long as she has that consistency, then she wouldn't be too worried with the charge that May Gumila has been holding so far in this championship.
In fact, there's May on screen right now. We're looking at her board. It's just that I don't think there's a problem with the driver model here, but I can assure you that she's driving normally. That's not how she's driving in real life. But yeah,
I think they're putting like a McLaren driver layout in that car somehow.
Oh yeah, McLaren F1.
Yeah, for the I suppose for the weight balance.
Yeah, which helped her out in the first round, of course. That she was actually on pole position, the first ever pole position in the class as well. Let's see how she can fare in this one. And she's back into the pit. So No improvements at all. In fact, 230, 227, it actually is correct. Ahmad Nurisan, who's also racing today in the bronze class, has pointed out 227 is really fast. I'm not sure how she pulled that out of the bag. We look at this at the times, it looks legit, but somehow, somewhere, she managed to pull the time out of the bag and really put everyone on notice.
Okay, so I think I may be able to see something here because on our timing monitor, so her best lap is 227, but what's listed as the qualifying time is a 230.2. It is still enough to keep her up on top, but perhaps the lap that we're seeing on the timing tower here is not accurate here.
Yeah, maybe it's a outlap that recorded being fast
Yeah.
because she entered the server among the very first, and she was at the end of the pit lane anyway, so that's probably the reason why it recorded. But anyway,
Yeah, so in any case, like her real time is still a 230.2, so that's a lot more realistic. Well,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
But also, it's still faster than everyone else on the server so far.
Yep, so there she goes off the track just to make the point across that she's there. Let's see the other drivers that we are going to pick up on. In fact, we have Indah Daniela, who was the first ever winner of the women's class in Sepang, out on track still, but she may not be able to improve. In fact, she's actually gone off the boil completely. And in fact, a couple of drivers are asking, Rain Alhado, I think he puts the nail on the head though. Yes, it might be a timing bug. And in fact,
Yeah, it is a
qualifying's
timing
ended.
bug. It is a timing bug, I can confirm, because on our official timing monitor here, her qualifying time is a 230, not a 227.
Yeah, because wait a minute, that didn't seem right.
Yeah.
Even faster than the Janettas, actually, in fact.
Yeah, right. So that's why I did suspect it was a glitch, and yeah, it seems like it is a glitch here. But she still has the fastest time. The correct time should be a 230.249. So that's still like that's still way faster than Megumila's own time. Anyway, so almost more than a second faster.
Yes, indeed. And we hear some audio in our ear. That's actually from the circuit itself, so it's a nice little detail. Some French-speaking Belgians over there in that one. But here's some livery checks while we wait for the server to take over. And it's quite nice, isn't it, that there are talented designers within the community that offer their services to make liveries. And this is one of them, Alpha Hawk, who made this livery. There you can see, Alpha Hawk liveries, aka Damas Adiasa. He actually made this one for the Pepega team. You see a similar thing for Diana, but unfortunately, I think something happened with the number along the way, but it is her number on the screen, so that's really good to see some synchronicity within the teams. And this is my Gumila's livery for Neo Technical Racing. There's the neat team name, NXT.
Yeah, it makes her very like distinctive on the track. The only like all red car out of the whole list here.
Yep.
And of course, you got the Velocity Pantera women's team cars in the very, very pastel pink as well. Just beautiful. Like I especially love like the detailing along the lines there, just to give it that sort of like manga kind of look.
Yeah. It's almost comic book like, isn't it, with the pastel colors? It makes you feel like this is not made of carbon fiber and aluminium. It literally looks like straight out of a manga panel.
It looks like a graffiti artist went to work on it just before the race, you know? So nice and so distinctive on track here. Although I do have to say, like, if I were to want to make some improvements on that, maybe make the number a little bit more legible, because the font on that kind of makes it difficult for us here in the commentary booth to see. Nevertheless, looks like the lights on the gantry are getting lit up soon, so we're going to be getting underway now for our first race of the evening. Round number 3 for the women class is now gonna be go. Let's see who's going to be able to get to that source fast, and so far it starts looking pretty good. It looks like all but except for one driver is not being able to get the launch control off, but Megumila sweeps into the lead. Genevieve is on the inside, gets into contact, tries to snatch away the position, but I don't think she has the speed on the exit. Megumila should be able to beat her to Eau Rouge first. One of the Velocity Pantera cars getting a bit argy-bargy behind. I think one of them spun out completely. Cars forced to dodge to the side there, while Megumila gets to Eau Rouge first and takes the lead.
Oh, someone in spawn for the bike. There's Indah Daniela.
Oh,
She's fading to
no.
the crowd. Oh, before Rouge and then some. A few other cars getting involved. Tanzila Mahbub as well in there, as well as Shahida Shahrudin, who's making a debut. But a few cars involved. Meanwhile, we can't focus on that one. There's Gumila side by side on the Camel Straight. Coming up now to Lake Combe with Jen on the inside, and Jen gets through.
Wow, I was talking with Jen earlier before the start of this evening here, and she was already worried that incidents will already be kicking off in Eau Rouge. But lucky for her, she and Megumila were the first one through there and got through unscathed. But everyone else in the back there, damn, that was definitely going to be a rough start for the race here.
Indeed, and we'll keep an eye out on Mike Gumila's on board, because these two, again, I did mention before, some words have been exchanged before off camera and in the paddock chat in our Discord. But apart from that, so far so good. Just some incidents involved. Let's see if they do lock points, it will be a fair fight.
Yeah, but it seems like Genevieve's really under control so far. Has already been able to build up a bit of a gap, so she's definitely pushing quite hard in this early lap here. Like, really wants to make sure that she stays ahead of Megumila all throughout. It is a sprint race after all, though, so you can definitely push a lot harder than you would otherwise in an endurance race. But nevertheless, Megumila is certainly keeping Genevieve within her sights. Genevieve, whoa, just going way over that curb there. Just really trying to hug the inside line tightly there.
Indeed. And behind both of them, who are setting the pace up in front, we have Diana and Chloe Chu. So Chloe then, who has also had a bit of somewhat of a misfire for the first couple races in terms of collisions with both her teammates Diana and Jen. So they probably had a bit of a talking to her, just saying, we are fighting for the championship in teams and of course our own individual honors. We wouldn't want to actually knock into each other too often. As you can see, there's Chloe on camera. She is actually, yeah, we're actually looking sideways right now.
Yeah, I'm literally tilting my head sideways to see her.
We're both doing the same thing, and we're trying to realize, oh wait, she's not actually driving to Australia, she's actually driving properly.
Well, yeah, she is definitely in the correct orientation in real life there, so no worries about that. But 4th place currently for Chloe Chu here. Genevieve still in the lead. Megumila and Nor Diana in 2nd and 3rd respectively. You got Jin Yao Pei going to be coming across the line soon here, ahead of Nuru Auni and Nasharudin, ahead of Nakila Anajwa, who actually got a bit of a scrap with Sophia Zara, as I saw just now, but seems that hasn't affected their current placements at the moment. And Sophia Zara is now chasing after her own teammate.
Yep, and for Sophia, she had her debut that was quite argy-bargy as well from the beginning to the end. But looking as though, after surviving the initial contacts, now they can actually settle into a rhythm. And it's quite nice to have it as well, because we couldn't really keep up what happened at Fuji. So many incidents happening left, right, and center. For Sophia though, look for a second, she might have had a run on her teammate, but now, because of a poor drive up Eau Rouge and Radion, this will allow Jolie, who was the one that spun into the crowd earlier, to come out right at her.
Yeah, that's the thing. You really have to make sure your exit coming out of Radion is perfect. Otherwise, you're gonna lose out a lot of time there on the well, I was gonna say main straight. It's like the most important straight. It's not the main straight, but it's certainly a very, very long one. So Jolie Lau's catching up to Sophia Zara. She's trying to go around the very tricky bad camber on this corner here. It can be very difficult to keep it under control when you're going very fast. But so far, these ladies have it quite well sorted here.
Indeed, and in fact, talking about well sorted, everyone's actually quite spaced out even. So it's not the usual chaos that we have in the women's class that we had in the first 2 rounds. So it's nice to see. Okay, yes, we had chaos at the start. That's not being around the bush. That's not being around the bush. That's almost a given, because we have sometimes drivers trying to go for broke into turn 1. But once they get settled in, you can see some good driving. You can see Jolie then goes around the outside of Sophia and makes the move at turn number 13 and 14 through Pit Path. They have other names as well, by the way. So many corner names in Spa. It's a duality and triality at times. We call it Pit Path there. Gets around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's so many names there. They literally have a corner has no name, and it's called No Name.
I mean, recently it was christened the Jackie X corner.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah, because
but for a very long time, they literally the corner out of all the corners that had names here is the one that had no names, so they had to find a name for it.
And they couldn't have a name or prior to that, because there was a speaker at the part of the track where they could listen to the on-track audio. They call it Speaker's Corner.
So in any case, yeah, things very much settled down already compared to the chaos we saw. There's still a little bit of fighting going on, but this is mostly infighting amongst the velocity guys. Ooh, that's a little bit too close for comfort there for Jolie. And I think she was hoping to be able to get a better exit out of there so that she could fight Najwa into Source, but those are just going to have to do it the hard way here. That might actually put them in a collision course going into Eau Rouge, although I think Jolie is going to be a lot later on the brakes there in order to snatch away the apex and to snatch away the position.
Not bad. That was a good move there from Jolie, recovering after the initial skirmishes to make her way back up to closer to the top 5 now. And in front of her is Nurul Auni Nasharuddin, and that's a name that's quite familiar for those who race in Malaysia, because she is actually part of two sisters who do real world racing.
Yeah, just chasing up hard and still keeping herself very neatly in that top 6. And you can see the gaps very much far and spread apart here. Genevieve is already virtually 4 seconds ahead of Mila at this point, so really has already gone out of way to make her point for this first race here. So hopefully things stay smooth for her from here on out. I mean, there's no risk of weather given that this is on AC, and yeah, you get a nice inset of Nurul Auni Nasharuddin, who's yeah, if I recall correctly, she's now part of the Castrol esports women's team, right?
Yeah, and the fact that she's wearing the Castrol jersey,
yeah.
Measure. Unfortunately, her livery didn't show up properly because this is not the right livery. This is one of the M92 cars. The livery was made for her for this race, but unfortunately didn't really load up. So yeah. Quite nice to see that she is actually in the driver's seat here, and behind her is in fact a driver that was also racing in the Pantera Esports Center is Azrina Arifin. So they're racing for different teams. One is for Handshake, the other one's for Castro Ladies, but nice to see they're both racing together here. And there is that very fine shot. In fact, thanks to our producer there, caught it right in time.
Yeah, that's the shot of the Downshift Esports Arena, the main sponsor here for the Velocity Pantera team, and they've been very gracious at providing facilities for them, not only to practice but also to compete. And you guys can also check out that place as well. It's just right in Sunway itself. It's a very nice place there. You can not only play AC or the F1 games, you can even play Gran Turismo, as they do have PlayStations set up specifically for that as well. So great place to bring your motorsport enthusiast friends as well.
Indeed. Light plug for them, but it's quite nice to see because someone decided to install the camera, and
yeah,
they think that, oh, we're going to use it. Yes, in fact, we have to use
Okay.
it. Anyway, coming up now to the final corner, here comes Auni. She is known to be very aggressive when she races, both in sim and in real life, and showed there that she just saw a slight opening through the final corner, and Jin was made to pay for it.
Jin literally had to dodge out of the way there because Nurul was coming in so hard, but there she goes up into P5 now for Nurul Auni, and that's already putting Velocity, I think this round specifically, feels like the Velocity drivers are in a bit of a struggle, doesn't it? I mean, Jin Yao, I think she's the fastest amongst her teammates right now, but the rest of her teammates are still stuck in like 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, and 9th.
Indeed. And in fact, that remember, we did mention earlier, most of the bulk of the points that allow both Pepega and for the Pantera team to lead the way is by the fact that they got points mostly from here in the women's class. So this might actually put advantage back into the Pepega court.
Well, that's going to spice things up, certainly going into the final round, isn't it? Let's see whether or not it's going to hold, because so far Genevieve is just absolutely flying away. 5.3 seconds now between her and Mila. That's just insane, the level of pace that she's found so far. And wow, yeah, we've just been riding on board here at Jin Yao Pei. I was already noticing how bouncy it was going up to Radeon just now. It's a wonder that they've been able to keep the cars glued to the track so far.
And yeah, you can see there, case in point, the suspensions, they're a bit stiff on these cars, so that's why they really jiggle a lot.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe slightly softer compared to you know, thoroughbred race cars like F1 cars. Yes, those are much harder suspensions, but you can see they're working really hard to keep the cars on the road.
Yeah, they're bouncing around kind of like low riders, really, especially going off the very aggressive curbs here in Spa. But right now, I think another teammate battle is folding up here because Jolie Lau has already pulled up to where Jin Yao Pei is. It seems like her pace is actually not really that great, especially after being passed by Nurul Auni. And now she's under threat from her own teammate here for 6th place.
And Jolie then, if she overtakes Jin, she will actually go out to P6 and crucially, pole position for the 2nd race. So that is going to be a whole lot of significance when it comes to those scoring points, as looks like Jin is not really happy with her handling the car right now, and then that allows Jolie to go side by side, coming out to Blanchimont. This is no way to make a maneuver, but sometimes it can happen, and they hit each other. They've hit each other before they came into the corner. Can they make it in time? No, they just about kept it rolling.
Jeez, I was clinching hard just now, seeing the way that the Nurul was getting too close, but Jolie does take the position now. Sorry, not Nurul, Jin Yao. Really was just going way off there just now on that track, but thankfully both of them are still in it right now, both in 6th and 7th place, but Jolie has moved up a place so far.
Yep, and the camera just now was, apologies for that, because that's where the mod was made. And we was trying to find a good shot at that, but I think for that, from then on, we'll probably just stay on board when it come through the Longshimon, the most notoriously dangerous corner on the track. In fact, in its old iteration, where it went all the way to the towns of Stavelo and Malmedy, that was probably when it was the scariest, but now it's just a flat-out corner with a lot of runoff. So any collisions there, you can still recover it if you can find a runoff rather than the wall.
Yep, so still trucking on so far. I don't think anyone's going to be close for battles right now. I mean, we're seeing like a bit of shuffling going on between places 5, 6, and 7. But now that's all settled down. Now we're going back onto Inda Daniela, who had a horrible start here to race number 1.
Indeed. In fact, we saw her was the one that was facing backwards too, like Jolie, but she's the one that got the most of the collisions, getting hit both by Tanzila Mabub and Rosha Hidashara Harudin. So that's what happened there, and she actually went back to the pits. There's a reason why now she's all the way behind the entire gaggle, and you can see Jen on our mini-map on the top right of the screen coming up to her. And in fact, it would be the perfect time to see Jen on the screen, because this might just be the final lap after this.
Right, because we're already looking at like, I mean, yeah, it's a way longer circuit. This thing, it just reminded me. It basically takes like 2.5 minutes to get around this track here, and it looks like Genevieve is already on her way to that start line, and as soon as she gets across the line, could very likely be already that final lap here. So let's see. I mean, again, I think at this point now, not really going to be expecting much battling, just more seeing who might lose focus, because you can see how wild it really is driving inside of these cars here, just bouncing around, sometimes even off of onto the grass, like we saw with Jolie Lau trying to make the passage to Jin Yao. Literally had to dip her outside wheels into the grass there in order to be able to make that move.
Indeed. And apologies if the action is not as crazy as it was in prior rounds, but it's sometimes nice to have a little bit of relaxation, isn't it? It doesn't have to be all crazy every single time. Apart from the start of the race, it has been rather boilerplate all the way now to the end. This is the last lap because Jen has broken the timing beam just around the time where she set the fastest lap. 2:31, wasn't it?
2:30.
2:30.151. 151. So, wow. She is really on it.
It's flying. She's absolutely flying.
And we have to make a point as well, because she's not only competing in the women's class, she's going to do the bronze class later on as well.
Yeah.
So she's doing double duty. And what's even more impressive, she managed to even pre-qualify for that. So that shows she's got the pace, and probably the motivation from her real-world racing escapades has thought, okay, she can build on that real-world experience after this.
Indeed. I mean, looking very much forward to how she's going to do the bronze class, and bronze is definitely going to be the one she's more worried about, simply because it's going to be a lot more traffic to deal with, especially at the race start. But wow, yeah, again, she's absolutely confident right now. Not just because she's in the lead of the championship here, but she's literally absolutely flying right now in Spa-Francorchamps.
Indeed. And you see, you can just about see the driver model inside the car. In fact, can we jump on it? No, in fact, we can't. But she has a Marc Marquez helmet because she is a fan of the MotoGP, 7-time MotoGP World Champion. And what we mean by MotoGP is the MotoGP class. But he is a 9-time World Champion in the lower category, so I don't know why Liberty Media, when they took over MotoGP, decided to just belittle the other small classes, Moto2/250, Moto3/125cc. It's just an absolute travesty. That, of course, you want to hype up the main class, but you got to remember, those two other championships are also world championships, and riders have long careers, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm still quite bitter about it.
No worries. I mean, again, Genevieve, being a true Marc Marquez fan, also acknowledges him as a 9-time world champion.
Yes.
So let's see whether she'll be able to add a championship to her own cap here by the end of this, because as far as we can see, like out of the women's class right now, unless Megumila gets a brilliant run in this final round here, I don't know what's it's going to take to dethrone her currently in the women's class.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a tall order here, because Jen, of course, coming into this round is only 9 points ahead of May. But if things are going as it is, she's going to have the entire Grand Slam. Didn't really look back, did she, after getting overtaken in turn number 1? Jen comes across the line and puts in an absolutely superb performance up in front. On top of that, 29.6. Enough to actually qualify right in the top 10 in the bronze class. That is circulating pace that she's showing.
Jeez, just really had to hammer home that point, isn't it? So now we have our second place, Megumila taking the checkered flag, as well as Nor Diana following closely behind her. It's parking off on this side of the road here as Chloe Chu comes around the final corner here to claim her 4th spot. And of course, Nuro Aoni, who managed to pass Jin Yao Pei earlier on, enjoys a 5th place finish ahead of Jolie Lau, who will be the lead car amongst the Velocity Pantera women's team. And all 4 cars will be following closely behind her as well, as Jin Yao Pei, Sophia Zara, and Akila Najwa now take to the checkered flag.
Yep, and we are now focusing on Jolie Lau because she will be on the pole for race number 2. So let's see how the dogged determination that she shows in the races. In fact, some of the crazy argy-bargy stuff we saw in the first 2 rounds, she's the one that was involved in the thick of it. So, if she gets a good run out of it, maybe we could see a Pantera win in the women's class for the first time.
Yep, so... Well, okay, that was a lot less chaotic. I mean, it definitely was chaos in that first lap, but after that, it seemed like it was a lot more smooth sailing for everyone here.
Yep.
So a little bit less dramatic. So we're going to be getting into our transition for race number 2, as right now Genevieve, wow, she's still going. She's still going.
I think because it on our screen what we can see, on the top it says final lap, but I'm pretty sure every single driver has crossed the line, apart from Inda Daniela, who's actually still running, and she's going to be about a lap behind, but she'll still probably finish on the lead lap.
I think Genevieve might actually lap her before she gets to the line, because Daniela is just now coming around to Stavlo. So, whoa, my goodness.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's really impressive that she's still going for it. So, like, how?
I guess it's just no off switch. Just like when she's on the track, she's really on track.
And
you know.
Now we finally got it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we finally jump back to the pits. But Ahmad Nurisan actually says it best.
Her lap time. Oh wait. Yep.
Lap time 5 Ouch. I mean, I don't want to really rub salt on the wound for Isan, but if that's the case, we're in for a good one for bronze if she's actually right up there too.
Although it might be referencing the 227, which we can't confirm outside was a glitch, because I mean, still she got the best lap of 229.6, so she does have pace, regardless. So
and, in fact, to answer the question to Rain Alojado, it's a bug. No, this particular time, this is for real. That 29.6 is the real lap time that she actually did. So that's no slouch.
Yeah, wow. I mean, setting up a lot of anticipation actually going into the second race, because with that kind of pace, I wouldn't be surprised if she'll be able to pull into the lead come to the race number 2 here as we wait for that transition. But man, oh man, I mean, again, I think the more true test, I think, for Genevieve is going to be later on in the bronze class. But nevertheless, what an impressive showing that she's done so far in GE19. Like in the last 2 rounds, was head and shoulders above in terms of pace. Definitely had a bit of rough spots to iron out, especially doing the race 1s. But this one is about as smooth as it can get right now for Genevieve.
Indeed, and to make it a point across, that's why we had her on camera, because we can prove that was her driving.
Yep.
That was no one standing in for her. That was simulating pace.
I mean, again, she's been driving over here in the Axel office anyway, so we know it's literally her who's driving behind the wheel, but we're still very impressed by the pace we've seen so far.
Yep. Now we do a bit of livery check before the start of the race. Pretend this is the cameraman on the grid looking at the cars, and it's Jolie who will be on pole. But I don't think the empty grid slot beside her should be empty. So that would have been another driver. In fact, it's Aoni.
Yeah.
So Aoni has actually left the server. She's not even in with us right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's okay. She's no wait. That's Nasruddin who's loaded in.
Yeah,
Aoni's still nowhere to be found yet.
Yeah, that's a weird one. So, wow.
Yeah, I mean, only like 15 seconds to the start, so if he doesn't connect in time, she's gonna lose that second place slot here. And yeah, the lights on the gantries are up, so if she's not in, she's not gonna be racing right now in race number 2, at least not in the second grid slot there. Might just open the door now for Chloe Chu and Nor Diana here, so let's see. As the red lights go on, we are off for race number 2 of the women's class, round number 3. Keep a close eye out for Genevieve. She's going to try to cut across here. Then, nope, she's still trying to find a way through, but the Velocity Pantera is going to give her a lot of argy-bargy going on. Jodie Lau and Chloe Chu coming to blows just now as well. Megumi again, unfortunately, caught out on the outside of the sand trap. Might just open the door here for the Velocity Pantera driver of Jodie Lau to pull into the lead. Now, down into Eau Rouge we go, and up through Radion we go now.
Look at that, that's a nice shot in the cars coming by. But it looks as though Jolie... Oh, they're off the track going on the top of Radion. But mercifully, though, they missed the barriers because since the renovations in 2022, we've seen less trouble over there. But Jolie then has proven her dogged determination has paid dividends. She's up in front.
Yeah, watch out. Chloe Chu is now going to try to make a move onto Nor Diana. At the same time, you got Genevieve has already moved up 2 places. Oh, Chloe's gone way too wide. Has to take to this, take to the runoff area here to rejoin the race. Does rejoin the hit of Nor Diana though, while Genevieve's still not able to get past her own teammate.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, the whole time they're fighting amongst each other, Jolie's now building a bit of a gap. Now only has Genevieve gotten past Chloe Chu, is now already made up 3 places already in the first sector.
And something's happened there to Chloe Chu. In fact, she cut the track, so that's why she has to burn off that penalty time and drops to the tail end of the top 10.
Oh, that's such a shame, because again, she had to take onto the runoff area to avoid collision, and that unfortunately has incurred a cut track penalty. And unfortunately for this game, if you get a cut track penalty, it's automatically you have to slow down to afford the penalty, and that unfortunately has cost Chloe Chu a possible top 5.
And in fact, someone else also has come across. It's Inda Daniela. We saw her come across the screen. Now, don't be confused that she's driving a Papega livery. She's actually driving for Sidewinder, which is another esports studio up north in Malaysia, in Perak, who have actually gotten into this season as well. But unfortunately for her, despite winning the first round, her performance have not been replicated since then. So she's finding it a baptism of fire this time.
Yeah, a bit of a fire as well, but there's certainly a bit of fire going on in the top 3. Jolie now has been caught up by Nor Diana, while Genevieve watches on here. Nor is attempting to have a look on the inside, but Jolie is just blocking that line as much as he can. This is the faster part of Spa, so it's not going to be too easy to try to make the pass happen here. You might be able to do it in the braking zone, but you also got Genevieve looking to try to make it back into the lead here.
Oh.
Now she's going to be cutting onto the inside of Nor Diana. Will be able to take the apex first. Now can she cut it on the next one? No, Nor Diana still keeps a car in there somewhat, but at the end of the day, Genevieve still is able to get the position at the end of the corner and stays up in P2.
Wow, Diana got caught napping there by Jen, and she was absolutely sending it without even taking a second consideration whether or not it could be delivered on time, but she managed to get it through and up to second place.
Yeah, so you have Megumila on your inset right there, just keeping an eye out and already looking very much hoping to try to break her way into the podium here. Now she's just got Nor Diana in her sights as she goes through Eau Rouge. A little bit of a wild ride going up here. You can see how much a car really bounces over the curbs there. You know, just kind of like riding a rodeo, isn't it?
Yes. As meanwhile, as you can see, we're staying on board with Gumila because she is now right up to the rear end of Nor Diana. Now, what would Diana do? Will she defend on the inside or will she hold her line? And the answer is she's holding a line because Gumila wants to have a piece of that inside, but nope, no way through, no dice. She'll have to regroup and wait for another few corners then. As meanwhile, turn 1, that's Rain Alejado again saying turn 1 chaos in Spa. That's almost a given.
As is tradition.
Meanwhile, Joel Kelly Mabau, who's also taking part in the, I think, copper or bronze class later, says dirty Papega.
Had some fighting words there, my friend.
And also the fact that I think he's teammates with my Gumila, so I'm pretty sure that was also trying to back her up. And I don't blame him, because sometimes when you see multiple cars racing together in a team, you might, at the back of your mind, you might feel that, team tactics. And case in point here, will Papega try to go for the lead as Jolie hangs it around the center of the track, nearly forcing Jen off the road. Jen goes around the outside.
Whoa.
Can Jen make it, bro? Yes, she does. Wow, you don't normally see that through that corner. You probably see it on bikes, but she managed to make it around, but Jolie fights back. Yeah,
Jolie can still fight back, certainly. She's going to try to outbreak her into the next corner. Tries to close the door, but that might be a bit too much. Forced her to go onto the sand traps there as Genevieve as well as Nor Diana pull ahead here. Now she's whipping the clutches of May Gumila. Can she actually hold position against May?
Yeah, let's try to bring up May's camera here, because if you can see what's happening between the both of them, that would be great, as unfortunately our driver model is not that accurate. Again,
literally blocking half the screen there.
Yeah.
But nope, looks like Nor Diana is going to try to put the challenge onto Jen now. She's actually very close in this part here. Might actually go into a braking battle into the final chicane. Is she going to try to go for the dive here? No, she's going to hold onto that line here, letting Genevieve take the apex first. Still keeping very close. They might actually continue to fight through into the next lap here, potentially.
Indeed, and you can see the driver's drive model in there was a bit wonky, but hopefully we can actually just about see what happened between Jolie and Mai through Diana's cameras. Meanwhile, fast lap the race goes to Diana thanks to the fact that she had the tow from Jen. Even with all the scuffle they had earlier, they can still manage to pull away from Jolie Lau.
Yeah, pulling away quite hard now. I mean, more than a second past her here. And right now, I think Jolie is going to be more focused on the Mei Gumila just behind her here because she's right now defending the final spot on that podium. But Mei has certainly, especially given the current championship battle between her and Jen, she will certainly want to be able to take that position away from Jolie.
Yep, and preventing Jen from getting a clean sweep.
Yeah.
She had pole, she had the fast lap in that first race and the win. So if she gets a full complement of points here, Jen will be in good nick coming into the final round. The entire season says, oh, Mei locks it up coming out the lake home. Mercifully gets it stopped in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the tires begging for mercy coming through there, but she gets it through.
That's quite the save there, actually, from Mei Camila, all things considered, and it still keeps Jolie Lau within touching distance. We're closing in onto the halfway point now for race number 2, and there's still points to be fought for, especially for Mei Camila. Right now, still seeing the top 3 right in front of her. She knows that she's only a stone's throw away from being able to get some extra points.
Yep, so we have another inset of another battle forming behind them. This is JP. Jin Yao Pei with Sophia Zara as Gumila goes wide. Luckily we stayed on pole here, we caught that, but she kept it going again. It's just not feeling happy with the grip of these tires, I think, Vic.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a struggle, I think, for everyone. Ooh, look at the amount of like smoke being thrown up there from Jolie's lockup. Again, it's very tough. These TCRs, they don't have traction control, they don't have ABS either, so you have to be very careful of your inputs to make sure you don't end up locking up or just losing traction, which is something very easy to do in these TCRs. And on top of that, you can see already from like the onboards how bouncy it is, especially going over the curbs. It's quite the battle with your own car, really, in this race.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have Jolie now probably engaging in a battle with Diana up in 3rd place, just under a second behind Diana, coming up to the bus stop chicane. Well, formerly bus stop, they just call it chicane now because the reason why they call it bus stop back then was an actual bus stop before they closed off the circuit completely to become a permanent circuit in 2000.
I mean, again, as someone who's nostalgic from that old era of Spa, I really miss the bus stop, to be fair.
Do you miss it being a public road? I don't think so.
Not so much.
at least we can enjoy the circuit as a closed-off area rather than having to close it to the public for half the year.
Yep.
Oh, there's a dive!
Uh-oh.
There's a dive
Yep.
there from Sophia Zara. She nearly made it through turn 1 there, Vic.
Yeah, nearly, but Jinya was able to pull out of that there and still will stay in the lead by 1 second, but that was definitely a close call between both of the Velocity cars. I mean, that seems to be most of where the action is going, isn't it? Like, a lot more fighting or infighting amongst the Velocity team drivers.
Yep. Meanwhile, Jolie is there. You can see that Mai Gumila is trying to move on to the inside. We're on board with Mai as they come up now to Lake Combe. She's sinking on move on the outside, just within 100th of a second coming into it. Here comes Gumila on the outside! Gumila makes it through, but she's going off a bit wide. Can she hold it? Yes, she does! Managed to get it going again. Lovely bit of driving there from the Filipino.
Jeez, these ladies are crazy indeed, as Rain Olojado says in the chat. And wow, I mean, what a charge there from Mei Gumila. Just similar to the kind of move that Genevieve did on Nordina just a few laps ago.
Well, Diana was on the inside that time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sorry, Jen was on the inside. Diana that time coming into the bus stop chicane. We'll call it bus stop chicane regardless because it is the static game. But
I think Martin still calls it a bus stop every now and then.
Yeah. But that was a lovely move around the outside. You would think that you could get it stopped in time, but she managed to keep it on the road. 2 tires at least on the road as opposed to having all 4 off, and then some, getting a bit of purchase on that one to make the move done.
Well, that could be the move of the race so far, because now we're approaching the final 5 minutes, and I don't think anyone else is close enough unless Jolie Lau finds a bit of a charge towards the end of this race. But so far, Admiral's putting a lot of cheer right now into Mei Gumila for making her move up onto the podium step here. It's certainly a very well-deserved one at that.
A gutsy move around the outside. And the fact that you thought Jolie might have actually had the advantage of the line, but no. Mei went even deeper, as now we're going to go to Sophia Zara and Jin Yao Pei. So let's see what Jin has on her locker in defense, because we know how she was at the start trying to defend for her life. Now she's actually falling a bit behind here with Sophia making a move coming up to the chicane. Can she do it? She's going to try to do what Jen did. Oh, not enough. Oh, maybe yes. No, she's not enough. Not enough.
Almost went to a standstill.
They came to a stop. They literally came to a stop right there.
Yeah, but decided that no, it's probably better to just let Jin Yao through there, otherwise the both will literally have crashed right on that apex. But man, this is already, again, like it's looking like more of the Velocity drivers bringing us more of the excitement so far, at least as far as the action is concerned.
Yeah, but luckily not much in the way of inter-team collisions because we saw plenty of that in the first couple of rounds. But this time, however, all the girls have settled into a groove and try not to drive too crazily as well. In fact, we might have, well, speaking of that, this is the crazy move. Let's see what Aoni's going to do here behind Inda Daniela.
Yep, well, she's try to get there, but Inda all over the place, and unfortunately gets in the way of Nuro Aoni, just bumping, rather causing Nuro to bump into her. Now they're coming up to La Source. Nuro certainly has a lot more momentum here. She's going to try to go around the outside of La Source while Daniela is going to try to take him to the inside. She still is going to try to fight at the exit there, but unfortunately gets forced out of the way there. But still, Nuro can't get past her yet until this point.
Yep, but now Inda might actually get her own piece of slipstream behind here as they come up now to Rouge and Radion. Let's see. Because it might be an advantage to overtake, but then it could be a disadvantage when you're now in front as, well, Inda Daniela could make the most of that. Cuts across the entire top of Radion, and for good measure, might have gotten himself a cut penalty.
Yeah, but unfortunately that lost her all the momentum on the Camel Straight, so no chance for her to try to fight back for position, at least for this lap. And it only is going to be 3 minutes ago, so I think we are already approaching that final lap anyways.
And,
yeah.
Yep.
I think her front tires are kind of shot because she's really understeering through there, throughout, and we already saw from the source that she was really not really under control, or rather, not really controlling the car too well at this point.
Indeed. Meanwhile, we're gonna give a bit of camera attention to some of the drivers outside of the finishing positions because unfortunately for Aoni and Inda, they were fighting for basically no points because top 10 only gets points in race number 2. Behind them is Azrina Arifin in the handshake car. A school teacher by trade, but she's trying to school the drivers here. Not quite though, unfortunately, but at least she's gotten points for herself in the first race with a P10 finish. Not gonna be in the second one. Though, I had the question though, the livery.
It feels like a interpretation of, oh wait, I just realized it's literally a cat.
Yeah, it's a white cat with blue eyes, but I was about to say it looks a bit BMW M colors.
Yeah, it kind of does.
With interpretation from Jeff Koons.
Yeah, certainly interesting. Oh, unfortunately, he's gonna get that dust all over the livery now, and yeah, Joel Kelly McMabao said it there. Track limits have left the chat.
I mean, for touring car races, it's often the case.
Yeah.
Because who needs track limits when the cars are often going left, right, and center anyway? As meanwhile, last lap of this race, and it hasn't been as chaotic as the previous ones. But we love to have some calm races from time to time. It saves our energy for future events, especially really important in races after that. Meanwhile, yeah, this is Gumila chasing after Diana.
Yep, still we've been touching distance, nowhere near where Jen is though. She's 4 seconds in the lead, just like she did in the first race. So without a doubt, still the fastest lady driver here on Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes, certainly, and we knew about the pace because I saw from other servers that she was actually driving in, she was close to doing 230s anyway, 229s anyway. So for her to win this, it's almost, let's just say the results fit the pace that she was showing.
Yeah, if anything, it's like, if she does end up with a clean sweep coming out of round 3, that's about like it's kind of like a death blow in this championship battle here between her and May.
Yeah.
And so far, like May, like she still is going to be hauling quite a bit of points out of this race here, but the championship battle, I think the advantage is still very much in Jen's hands.
Yep. And for Jen to get a clean sweep of this round, richly deserved because the pace she showed and the racecraft that she exhibited while trying to get the lead in that one, fantastic. Definitely deserved her wins and the fastest laps to boot. But we don't know if she got a complete sweep in this one. The fastest lap in this race, I think, was held by Diana at first, but Jen might have gotten it along the way. In fact, we can check.
Seems like it's still Jen at the moment.
Yeah, might be, because the timing screens are all showing greens instead of purples. But anyway, here comes Jen through Blanchimon for the final time. There's her teammate, no Diana, right behind her. We're coming up now to the final corner. There's Jen. Let's see some celebration after this. Through the first part of the chicane, and the second part, is she gonna do a weave? No, she's gonna keep it very professional. Across the line, and victory twice in a row for Jen for her 4th of the season.
She looks more relieved than anything else here, but a very muted celebration for her. She continues to dominate in the women's class. Nor Diana, her teammate, finishes in second, and May Gumila from the Philippines finishes in third to reaffirm her challenge in the Drivers' Championship. So, let's see who else is going to be joining in the party here. Russell, you're going to have to ask her yourself here. We're not going to be doing that for you.
Nope. But anyway, you should be asking if Gumila is also on.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. So, they're still going for it. They think that the race is not over yet, but now they realize it is. Anyway, Gumila stops on the track. Here's our pole sitter for race number 2. Jolie is in 4th. Jin and Sophia Zara minus 3rd in 5th and 6th. Chloe Chu then in P7. Then the rest of the field come by. Ida comes across the line in 8th. Good points for her. 9th, Tazila Mahbub. And 10th is Akina Najwa with the first of the rest of the finishes outside that top 10 coming through. You can see Auni comes across the line. And then Inda Daniela arrears not much later. As well as Azrina Arifin after that.
There we go. So that's the end of our women's class race, round number 3. And boy, oh boy, again, Genevieve just really putting a statement out there here that she's here to continue to dominate the women's class championship. Well, that's a very nice shot, actually, of her car number.
But
But
with the name as well, because nice feature that they have on these cars where we can mod put the number on the screen and the name on the top. So credit Alpha Hawk for putting that one.
yeah, so that's the end of one of the classes. We still got 3 more races to go in this evening here, so make sure you guys don't tune out yet because we still got more action to go here in the eRacing GP for Global Edition 19. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We'll be taking a short break, but we'll be right back for our Copper class race, round number 3. So see you guys soon.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor since 1885.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with more action here for round number 3 of GE19. This is the eRacing GP, and we just witnessed the end of the women's class race. Now we're going to be moving on to our Copper class racing here. So, women's class race so far, Genevieve just really showing that she's the fastest amongst all the ladies in this current season here. I mean, what a dominant statement that was there.
Yeah, that was a statement. Pair of wins on top with getting the fastest lap. Ridiculously fast. And she showed her pace during qualifying. We thought 27. Okay, that might have been a timing bug. But then when she put in the 29, we realized, okay, that was on. That was so on. But the thing is, sometimes it's nice to see crazy races where it's open season. But other times when you see the outer domination, it's those things that we talk about for years to come. Of course, some people don't like people dominating in front in races, especially if we say, oh, F1 domination periods is boring, right? But years later, we grow to say, okay, they showed why they're the best. And Jen definitely showed that one there.
I mean, it also goes to show, like, you know, her dedication really to wanting to be the best racer, period. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's the women's class or later on we're also going to be seeing her in the bronze class as well, so we're going to be excited to see how she stack up against those guys there. But nevertheless, you know, that's going to be it for the women's class here. Now we're going to be moving on to the copper class. So let's have a look right now what the standings are like. Evan Hosea from Indonesia is currently leading by only a single point. His fellow countryman here, Raditya Maheswara, has 50 points to his name as well. It's also looking very close between 3rd and 4th, as Aji Saka as well as Cliff Mononutu also separated by a single point. Indonesia really dominated the board here in copper.
In fact, it's mostly Indonesians and Malaysians in this class ruling the roost. But case in point, Raditya Maheswara for Balapan Random has a protest ban because the fact that he was actually querying the stewards behind the scenes about previous reports that actually was not correct in its outcome. So if an incident happens here, he cannot report it. But I think it might put a fire in his belly to say, all right, if that's how they want to play it, we will try to dominate the rest of the season. Though with Evan in good form in practice that we're seeing right now, this might be a tall order for the rest of the other field in copper class to chase.
Yeah, and some love as well for Vija from our YouTube chat here, calling him Vija the GOAT.
Yes, driving for the Pantera team. He showed why he was actually a quality specialist that first time that he competed. But glad to see other teams coming and giving a challenge to the likes of Hosea, Maheswara and Saka. But in fact, Aji Saka was also a huge surprise. He, with his team, were just showing, okay, they don't want to play past the rest. They want to become the third element at the front of the grid.
Yep. So that's the end of practice for these guys. We're going to be jumping into our 10-minute qualifying session. So again, just like with the other classes, they're also going to be running all in Format A. So a 10-minute qualifying session determining the grid for race number 1, followed by a 15-minute race 1, and then later a 15-minute race 2 with the top of the grid being reversed. So so far, yep, Evan Hosea, as you mentioned, he's literally been really warmed up so far. 2:28.8 was his time during practices. Now are we going to be seeing the same time later on in the qualifying? I think Evan is really hoping that's going to be the case here.
Indeed, and the fact that you can see the lovely livery that they have on the M92 car, absolutely fantastic. They actually kept the same sort of branding every single season, and we can recognize really that this is a car running M92 colors or the other team, which is Project Nexus. So nice to see that they have it here. Meanwhile, Seth Martin, well, I'm asset tripping.
Their whole, like, again, like, I always feel it looks like someone glitched out while they were exporting the livery and just decided to keep it, but they really embraced it as part of their design, and it does make it a very distinctive car. Not gonna lie, it's so easy to pick it out amongst the crowd of cars that we have out here on track. As now we're gonna be jumping into our 10-minute qualifying session. So first out of the pit box there, looks like it's Cliff, or is it Raditya who's gonna be ahead?
It's Cliff Mononutu, but in fact, in front of both of them all together is Aji Saka. So we will probably talking about him, and he is getting all just G'd up for this.
He's already raring to go right now and wants to be the first one out on track, and he is the first one out on track ahead of Cliff Mononutu. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to make it a good lap time here as we go on through the race. So now, again, Spa being such a long track, the outlaps can sort of be very... Wait, what?
Well, our producer behind the scenes, Imran, just said, we need to go into Yogi Masaji. I thought, okay, well, it might be on screen. Well, he's in drag. But I hope that it doesn't drag him behind on the straights.
I mean, might add a bit of aerodynamics, maybe.
Yeah, because it might actually... The drag would be useful for the corners, though. Okay. And the horn as well. Oh my god.
This is the memeiest racing series on the internet right now. As Yogi Masaji goes back to bumps against Uma Mokhtar there.
Did you hear the horn that he was using?
Yes, I did.
The General Lee horn, not Sergeant Lee, by the way. I was thinking of Sergeant Peppers, but the General Lee horn from the Dukes of Hazzard. So he literally had that. Is he still playing it? No, good.
No, he was only playing it as he was getting past Uma
Mokhtar.
Uma Mokhtar just now.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's quite a nice way of putting it, that he has a bit of drag through the corners. Well, it can't be a drag now, can it?
I mean, again, like just tidy up the hair so that you have less aerodynamic resistance going through the camel straight. So it might work.
I mean, to be on more layman's terms, don't get a hair in the eye.
Oh.
Now to distract him while driving. As meanwhile, more and more drivers are jumping into the server.
Yeah, you can see from the minimap alone just how crowded it is out of the track here. So really having that space, you know, to be able to set your flying lap could be quite a luxury here, even in the copper class.
Indeed, and the fact that now we're gonna go to Ajisaka because he'll be his teammate as well. No, that's the Yogi Masaji, part of the Zatori racing team. Oh, in fact,
Cliff has already gone ahead of him.
Yeah, that's quite that's quite a different turn of events there.
Okay.
So maybe he just wants to give himself some space and let Cliff go into the front. Now we're on board for here for a flying lap, Vic.
Yep, here we go. So now coming through La Source, you typically want to take it a bit wider here so you can get a good exit because you really want to maximize your max speed going downhill towards Eau Rouge. This is where you just literally keep your foot planted to that pedal and just aim to try to get onto the apex first of that Eau Rouge, that slight left-hand turn, and then once you go uphill, it's true Radion, and you have to keep yourself threading the needle throughout because you can't really see the curbs until you arrive right at them. And so far, Ajisaka has kept it nice and clean through there. Now you're going to keep your foot planted still as you get through the Camel Straight. This is where you're going to be hitting your top speed on the circuit here before you have to brake going into the next series of corners here. So you can see Cliff going up ahead here. Ajisaka braking a little bit on the earlier side, but still trying to keep the momentum nice and easy through here because the next corner coming up here a little bit tricky because the camber is a bit bad. It actually causes your car to want to swing out to the outside, so you have to really almost like tiptoe your way through this corner here, trying to stay on that line.
You can see the throttle there, how much he had to modulate coming through. Yeah, but the funny part about these cars is they are not the heaviest things in the world, but they don't have enough power, so you just have to accelerate quite early to get it through and just carry the momentum all the way around the lap. And crucially, this particular section, you just have to do it.
Yeah, Puhan, like one of my favorite corners, just because of how like satisfying it is. You know, just a slight like lift on the throttle, especially if you got a car this light with a lot of aerodynamic advantage, you can really pull a lot of time through Puhan. Then now you come towards the campus corner towards Stavolo.
Slash Biff Path, because different names as well.
Yeah, different names as well for those corners, right? So many names to keep track of here at Spa Francorchamps. Now we're going to be coming into the faster part of the circuit here. A lot of high-speed corners from here on out.
And remember, this is where the old circuit rejoins the new circuit.
Oh, Cliff spun out.
Cliff spun, just as we're on the onboard lap, so Cliff's going to put that lap into the bin. As meanwhile, Ajisaka continues on right in front of him as we're still on board with him. I was about to say, the old circuit of Spa comes around here where the new circuit is standing right now.
Yep.
Up to Blanchimont. This is part of the old circuit that still stands. Apart from this section, the bus stop, it's changed multiple times over the years, but this one has been around since 2007. Get it right and you will get a lot of lap time out of it through the final corner. He's a bit wide off the apex through turn number 19, the last corner, onto the start finish straight. Now, will it be a very fast time? 2:30.9 in fact. So, good time to set on the board here, but Raditya Maheswara, championship contender, has beat him to it.
And Faja has beaten both of them. They're breaking under the 230s with a 229. Now we've seen what Evan Zaya was able to do. It's also putting it into the 228. So I think the times may continue to tumble as this qualifying goes on here. So those are the times we're seeing so far. Faja rightfully is going to be the one currently holding the provisional pole. But we're yet to see what Evan Zaya is going to be doing here.
In fact, he's only put a banker time on the board, but we are not seeing his true pace just yet, as Evan now swings around Stavlo and onto Kurt Polfre, named after a famous Belgian journalist who is a racer himself. As oh no, there goes Evan, just as we were hyping him up, onto the gravel trap, and presumably has to forfeit that lap time.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one because both Cliff and Evan are messing up. I mean, Evan still has purple in Sector 2 though, so hopefully that even that mistake there may not put him down too far, hopefully. But we'll still have yet to see. There's still probably only enough time to do one more lap here, so Evan's really going to have to make sure this next lap here is going to work out. He's going to slow down. I think he's going to cancel this lap.
Yep, in fact, we saw just now a couple of cars further in front of him, so that's a good bit of driving as well, and nobody's behind him. He just wants clear air, and he does get clear air on the way to the start-finish lines. Meanwhile, more and more times have tumbled across the board. We see that, in fact, third place, a driver who's actually neurodivergent makes it up to the top 3. Would you believe it?
A beautiful car at that as well, to put it in style. Designed by, you yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, because his dad, who's quite a famous ENT specialist in Malaysia, celebrated and awarded around the Asia Pacific region, wanted a livery and gave them one just simple to represent their cycling team. In fact, his dad's cycling team, 7 cycles. So now he's out away from the academy team, racing for his dad's team, basically.
And that's a good time as well for Mikhail Iqbal, 229 as well, just literally just under 230 there, so just breaking into that top 3 in style. Tristan Aryan Shah is currently holding that provisional pole position now with a 229.669. Very nice time indeed.
Well, you say 9669. It's a foursome in there. Okay, anyway, out of that out of the way, we will now carry on with qualifying, but I think we haven't seen the best of some of the front runners, as this is Tristan's camera, and, well, that's actually the tightest sim rig I've ever seen.
A very tight positioning on the mic as well, like literally right against his chin. Practically that he has to dodge his head out of the way as he turns into these corners. Kyle Bija just set a 228.8. The GOAT has done it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, and in the acid trip car has actually managed to just come out the other side smelling like a rose.
Yeah, and looks like Cliff has also recovered very well despite that spin in his initial flying lap. It's also put in a 228, but still nowhere to be found is Evan Hosea at the moment. Where is he on the track at this point?
In fact, we're just going to wait for him to set a lap time because I can't even see him on our leaderboard.
In fact, like I think his last time still is only looking like it's only a 233 his banker lap just now, so that's nowhere near enough to get into the top 10 currently. Now we're on board with Tristan, who's actually he's already been dethroned by quite a fair bit, as Raditya Maheswara and Seth Martin as well as has actually improved their time to break into the top 4.
Indeed. And just now we were trying to focus on Aji Saka, but unfortunately Saka couldn't actually capitalize on his second sector that was fastest out of everybody to get a good time out of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's not enough time for him to jump out of the pits and do another lap here. So only 1 minute to go. Evan Hosea is going to be coming across the line. His sector 2 is still in
it's
yellow,
good! It's good!
But it's a good lap anyway still. Wow, 228.5, enough to beat Kyle Vidya for pole position.
And now let's see what Kyle actually has in mind. There he is on our screen. We bring up his sector times here coming through up to the second sector.
Yeah, and he will still have enough time to go for one more lap. Now, there's a bit of traffic ahead of him. Not so much as far as you could see for Vidya's side here. So Vidya might have a slight advantage in his attempt to try to regain that pole position. But Evan Hosea has now put himself back in the position that we have expected to see him here in round 3.
Yeah, it's like, nah, all good. Don't press the panic
sweat.
button. No sweat. Just don't press the panic button just yet. I know what I'm doing. So he definitely proved his mantle there by just getting it when it really counted. And he's only a 10th fault behind his previous times. Oh, there's the spinner.
Oh, no.
Arif Rahman and Zohaib Hussain, who's actually driving with a broken wrist, by the way. The Bangladeshi, who's actually driving with sprained wrist, manages to just get it on the road. But I think Hussain might have ruined any chance for Evan to improve his time?
That might actually give a bit of advantage now to Calvija because he's green so far in his 2 previous sectors. Now it's coming into the final turn, but it got completely off on the final turn itself.
And can he get it done in time? Yes, he does cross the line, but that's it. His qualifying's done.
No, he does not successfully get the time that he needs here to beat Evan Hosea. He still is going to remain on the front row, though, so that's still good news here for the Velocity team. But, well, Cliff Manutu gets dethroned here by Seth Martin. So Cliff is now out of the top 3, still on the second row. Lu Chu and Han actually makes his way up into the top 5 here with time of 2:29.2.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any more improvements coming by. As Maheswara and Aryansha have called time on their qualifying as well. Wow, the times were really tumbling coming through the final few minutes here.
Yeah.
Now we can see whether or not if this is possible to see any other drivers can improve.
Yeah, I think Mikhail is still out on track, still pushing right now, I believe, and still up on his delta, so
yeah,
perhaps could find some improvements towards the end here to hopefully get back into the top 10. But look at that, I mean, just times just shifting left, right, and center here because, you know, with all the times coming in here, even Yogi Masaji has got himself into the top 10 only briefly before Fajar roughly picks him out there. My goodness, it's just really shifting around. Mikhail now in P7 here, so still getting a very good time in here for his own sake.
Yep.
But man,
wow, that's not bad. That's a really good time. In fact, in fact, they've stopped on the track, so looked like they were still on the lap, unfortunately for us. Yeah, pretty good session.
Pretty good session.
It's very,
wow.
very, very competitive, and despite some incidents involved, everyone kept it clean.
Yeah, top 6 guys are within a second of each other, just like we saw, you know, pretty much with the previous rounds. You know, this Copper class batch has actually been quite impressive, at least in terms of their qualifying abilities. So it's great to see that the competitiveness is already starting right off the bat, as Fajar Radley literally has a very esports style seating position, it seems.
That might be his leg, not an armrest.
Don't worry. Yeah, actually.
That is such a lackadaisical way of driving if that is really Fajar roughly.
Like,
Wow.
what? Left foot throttle?
No, he's using keyboard and mouse.
Oh my god, wow. Literally the esports fit going on here for Fajar.
Unless, of course, that is another driver which is not Fajar roughly, but what do we know? we're just only picking out whoever's on screen thanks to our director. But yeah, pole for Evan Hosea. That was almost like certainly it was not going to happen, but it has happened.
Yeah, just really picked the right moment, the dramatic finish towards the end of this qualifying session here. And still remains up on top. His closest competitor, Calvija, was holding that provisional pole for quite a while. And it was looking like he might actually be able to fight for it towards the end there. Unfortunately, didn't quite bring it together though on his own flying lap, despite having less of trouble compared to Evan Jose on his final flying lap. But still a front row start here for Calvija. He certainly could still be happy with that.
Indeed, and his teammate as well. It's a Pantera second and third, and the fact that I think the flags for Seth Martin and Vija might have been on backwards because that's the Burmese flag.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, so
Well, something to fix in post maybe, but
yeah.
But still, I think good showing here for the Velocity team. Nevertheless, I mean, having 2 cars in the top 3, and you got themselves ahead of Balapan. Now they just really have to figure out how to fight the team battle as far as Evan Jose is concerned, because he's certainly showing that true to his previous 2 rounds, still has a lot of pace even here in Francorchamps.
Indeed, and for the Pantera boys, they will be very happy with this because they got their academy driver up in the top 5, Lu Chun Han, in VPRT Academy. So that's why it says Velocity Pantera Racing Team Academy. So that's nice to see. Another championship contender right here, Raditya Maheswara. Let's see if team orders will come into play because it did pay off big time last time out. That was the reason why Maheswara managed to get good haul points, because Mononutu gave him way, and well, there's Raditya on our screens. He's fading in and out of reality.
Fade into the background. His job is done.
or he might be recording an AV. That's why he sends it.
Whoa. No, just keep those levels down a little bit. We're going to have to focus now on the actual race as the drivers now get lined up on the grid.
No.
What's happened?
Oh, Corvisha has actually left the server. What happened there? We saw it just now. What happened with in the women's race that we saw Aoni leaving. Now we have an empty grid slot from Clemonanutu. What's happened
boy.
there?
He's only got like 30 seconds to try to reconnect in, otherwise he's going to lose his slot. But that could be quite the blow right now because Velocity at one point was having 2 cars in the top 3. Now there's only 1 car there. Seth Martin's going to be all by his lonesome if Kalvija, the GOAT, cannot reconnect in.
Oh wow, that will be an incredible turn of events. And the fact that we saw Vija's racecraft was very good. He really knew how to fight it out last time out. Oh no, he's back! He's back just in time. He's back just in time before the start of the race. So I think it might have been behind the scenes in our own headcanon that the crew were just struggling to get the car to grid. But meanwhile, we're gonna get it rolling now. Lights on the gantry come on, and when they go out, race number 1 for round 3 of the bronze class in G19 is go. And it's a good start. You can see some of the other cars had to avoid across the others because someone got a poor launch off the line. But up to turn number 1, Hosea leads. He gets the whole shot. Second place will be Clemonanutu. And third, I think Kalvija just manages to get it.
Yeah, Evan Hosea is keeping it tidy. David could spun around and collected a bunch of cars as a result. Massive crash right now at Lasort. His cars are still colliding and sliding off of the track. The rest of the grid still is able to pile through though. Still 3 wide, 2 wide, going into Eau Rouge. And still collisions happening in the background as all of this is unfolding.
Okay, let's wait until everything just susses itself out for a bit. But up in front, crucially, for the championship, Evan Hosea leads the way. Second place behind him is Kalvija. And then we come up now to Eau Rouge. Come out to Lake Com for the first time. Side by side they go. Side by side. Hosea goes off. And this will be an opportunity for Mononutu to come by.
Yeah, Mononutu is just going to wait and try to hopefully pick up some scraps. But the thing is, Kalvija and Evan Hosea rejoins the race coming out of the runoff area. Evan is still in the lead here. Breaks a little bit too late there. Runs into the back of Kalvija. Both cars still on track though. No problems yet. But Clifford's really trying to take this opportunity right now of a bit of a argy-bargy start to this round 3 race.
And we'll keep on board with Mononutu because you can see a little bit of interesting writing at the back there. Says, stay behind, thank you. But I don't think Mononutu will be paying attention to that one. He's got a championship to fight, and his main rival up in front there is within touching distance.
Yeah, he's already touching side by side right now. He's going to try to go around the outside here. The campus going to be a bit tricky for him, but he might just be able to pull it off here. Gets the apex on the next turn, but Kalvija is still putting up a heck of a fight right now to stay in position. Still 2 wide now, going into Stavolo, and still Kalvija remains in P2 for now. Clemonanutu having to run over the curbs, has to back out here and stay in P3.
And crucially though, behind him, Seth Martin is ready to get on the charge as well. He's ready to pounce. But that was a very poor exit coming out of Paul Frere and onto Blanchimon.
Yeah, Cliff's going to go around the outside of Blanchimon, a very tricky part of the corner to do. You still have to lift off even in these very light cars, and Cliff Mononutu is keeping it absolutely planted right now. Both of the cars go a little bit off of the exit though, but still side by side now, going to the braking and the final chicane.
Yep, and who's going to get the advantage here? Mononutu times it, cuts across, block passes, and here comes Seth Martin for a... No, he just hit it as well. Both Venteras out. Optimus running in top 10.
Oh boy, that's going to be really dramatic now because both of these cars now out of the top 5 as a result of that collision. Cliff Mononutu has dropped down to 7th as well as Ajisaka and Tristan Adyansha move up into the podium spaces.
Oh, I can't really pick out who's where right now. It's all over the place here. But what we can tell you is that it's really good for Evan Hosea. He's up in front all by himself.
All by himself, 6 seconds into the lead of Ajisaka currently, as cars are still coming in side by side through Eau Rouge. Unfortunately, Lu Junhan has a ticketed escape, just barely misses the tire barriers as he rejoins the race behind Seth Martin in P10.
Oh, no. We can probably just breathe a sigh of relief that there wasn't any major accidents as Asher goes right outside. Asher gets a better run there and gets up to the top 10.
Yep, Raditya Madheswara is going to try to get onto the inside of Seth Martin. Couldn't quite find the underbraking though. Tucks in behind to stay in P9, but crucially stays ahead of Ashish Shakur. Still very close fighting going on here inside of the top 10 here. This is exactly the kind of racing you want to see.
Yep, and there's as though Chaos has never left the copper class. We know that they can actually produce some really mesmerizing action, but not in the way that we thought it was possible. That it was crazy action and some good overtakings to boot.
Well, we're only like in the first 5 minutes of this race here. We still got 11 minutes to go as we're on board Asher Shakur. As you can see him in your inset right now, just fighting with his wheels. He tries to fight his way through some of these drivers. Raditya Madheswara still trying to get around the outside of Seth Martin, who takes a more defensive positioning now going towards the campus chicane. See whether or not Raditya will be able to take advantage of it. Not quite. Asher Sako is still also trying to pick up some scraps. Hopefully, Raditya really trying to put his elbows out. Still couldn't quite bust past Seth Martin that time.
And Seth Martin, of course, being involved in that collision earlier because he was trying to go through, then he just got tagged into a spin and it went into the path of his teammate. So luckily for Vija and for Martin, they've actually recovered from that one. But can they actually get back up to the podium positions? Remains to be seen because the gaggle of cars in front of him are still quite close. Oh, here they come now, the Bongchimon. Maheswara on the inside, Martin on the outside.
Yeah, I think Maheswara might have it this time around here. He's going to try to take it on the inside. We'll have the racing line. Seth Martin may have a chance in the next corner here, but then Raditya goes wide. It's going to allow Seth Martin to creep up alongside, under braking now into the chicane here. Raditya will be able to get to the apex first. Seth Martin now tries to get in the transition here, but still gets blocked by the BRM car ahead of him. Still remains in P9.
Wow, good bit of driving, and again, that's some really feisty racecraft that all the drivers are showing, and the best part of racecraft as well, if you measure.
Yeah, just keeping it nice and tidier this time around compared to how it was early on. It cost Seth Martin possible top 3. Now it's just going to try to fight his way back up to hopefully regain some points here. We're only like 6 minutes into this race, and boy, so much has already happened here, and there could still be potential for more action, as I think I'm seeing Lu Chun-han trying to get himself close. Raditya is getting closer to Yogi Masaji now, trying to challenge him for that 7th position. On the camel straight to go. He has a lot more momentum coming out of Radion here. Should be able to get him dispatched here. Moves up into P7.
And good poker measure, Yogi's actually playing the General Lee Horn while they're fighting. There around the outside goes Nazmi Ilman. Here comes Masaji, defending on the inside of Maheswara. Somehow he manages to brake much later and prevent the overtake from happening.
Channeling the spirit of General Lee, it seems, there to try to keep the car ahead of Raditya throughout that. Now we're on board with Benjamin Koo, who is now chasing after his own teammate Nazmi Ilman. Oh, sliding out a little bit there, but thankfully was still able to keep it under control. You can see him wrestling with the wheels just now.
Oh, you can see the muscles on his neck. He is straining himself. And for a second I thought that was Jeremy Yao, because it looks like Jeremy too, for good measure. he actually looks like Jeremy.
Dude, he's so focused right now. I mean, literally like poker face throughout that slide just now.
Puckering his lips, you can see the muscles in his neck. He is so strained right now.
Just keeping it tense here, which is how it feels really to race in this right now. I mean, you got so many cars around you that like you just make a simple mistake, you lose so many places, don't you?
Yeah, and in fact, even with a teammate in front, we saw already that the Pantera senior team got into blows. They don't want to have the academy team do the same thing.
So I mean, at the very least, like all of this chaos here is just delivered to Evan Hosea. He's now 9.5 seconds ahead of everyone else on the grid here. Currently, Ajisaka is now actually being chased by Cliff Mononutu. I think Cliff might be setting up to make an overtake going to chicane. Look at that. Bumper to bumper right now between these two cars as Cliff is now having a look on the inside. Brakes very late indeed here to try to get the apex. Can he keep it under control?
No!
Slides out, spins around. Not the way you want to do it there, Cliff.
Oh wow, can he rejoin safely? No! Into the path of everybody else. No, that's not the way you want to do it. That is not how you want to do it.
Jeez, that's just so painful to watch there. Cliff Mononutu collecting a bunch of cars, innocent cars by the way. He spun out completely by himself, trying to get ahead of Ajisaka. Didn't quite make the cut though, unfortunately. Another big swing there from our inset. My goodness, right now a bit of a teammate battle going on. Nazmi Ilman has been passed now by Benjamin Koo as they come up to the camel straight here.
Look at how much the camera is shaking. He's actually having real G-force right there. But will he be enough to defend here against Nazmi Ilman? Ilman has the slipstream coming out to Lake Home. Wow, they're going to go side by side. But can Benjamin break late here to prevent the overtake from happening? Answer is no.
Nope, he's going to try to get through, but Benjamin might try to fight back in the next preceding corners, but will not be able to do so once that door is closed. Nazmi Ilman moves up to P3, wrestling with that wheel, but watch out behind. I think Tristan Adiancha is looking to try to get into some action as well as another tap there from the side from Benjamin Koo to try to get himself back in a position right around this bad camber corner, and he does get himself back up to P3.
Yes, but that's some gutsy defending that he had to do. We're on board now with Tristan Adiancha, who had that very tight rig earlier. I think it's mounted to a table, and then he just used an office chair to get as close as possible. There it is. There's a case in point. That is Tristan. And a proper mic setup. So he's actually probably doing some streaming here. And the thing, right? that doesn't look very comfortable, but you want to have a tight sim because at least you know that how far your chair can move if you actually hit it hard.
I mean, speaking as someone who streams as a hobby as well, like sometimes you just want that mic as close as possible, you know, just to make sure that your voice comes through loud and clear. So I can understand why he's having it so close. It's just, you know, especially when he has to really rest at that wheel, sometimes it just makes it feel more cramped than usual.
Yep, but it just feels like a proper race car cockpit if that was the case. Which is exactly
Yeah,
what
true,
we
true,
want.
actually.
Yeah.
Especially if
Yeah.
you're sitting inside a NASCAR, for example, with all the cushioning around the side there, it can very much feel claustrophobic in that cockpit.
Or a prototype. A prototype.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, we're on with Ardiansha. Now it looks as though the battle has kind of calmed a bit. Since that particular phase, it looks as though Nazmi has lost ground to his teammate. If anything, Ardiansha might try to think of maneuver. As Evan was here, forget about him. We know that he's gonna do it. He's gonna be winning this race.
Yeah.
15 seconds to the good.
I think Cliff Mononutu has just got to pass Lu Chunhan, so he's trying to climb back up to position. Oh, actually, he loses back the position there. Lu Chunhan pulls back into P8. So he attempted to make that move in the chicane just now, didn't quite stick the landing, it seems, and now he's under threat here from Muhammad Fatur Rahman, who's caught up just behind. And I just gotta appreciate that his LED there for Fatur Rahman is muh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, MUH, right? Because of
Yep.
Muhammad at front.
Yep.
At least it's not meh.
Oh
but,
no.
but he won't be saying that right now because he'll be on pole for race number 2 if he stays where he is. Meanwhile, there's Ardiansha going on the inside of Ilman, coming onto the Camel Straight.
Yep, he's already got the position, I think, as he already pulling slightly ahead now as he breaks towards the corners here. Will he be able to keep it though? Iman's going to try to cut around the outside, tries to take the apex back from him, but Tristan Ardiansha still continues to keep the momentum clear and stays ahead here in P4.
Wow, but then he gets a poor drive out of Lake Combe and into Brussels. Can actually Iman take advantage? No. Ardiansha goes very narrow, holds his line, and gets P4 away from Nazmi Ilman, so Ilman couldn't retaliate immediately.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to carry this battle forward here because it's not an easy place to pass this particular section of the track. Very fast sweeping corner coming up here in the form of Puhan, but things are certainly still very spicy here inside of the top 5.
Indeed. And in fact, the rest of the gaggle in the top 10 are very close to each other, so we'll stay on this battle. We'll actually get into our inset where Cliff Mononutu is. He can see in front of him is Chunhan, and then in front of both of them is Asher Shako, so Asher is not that far away from striking distance either.
Yeah, but again, because of the spin just now, Cliff has literally left a lot of points on the table, so if anything, this is more of a recovery drive for him here on out, as Nazmi Ilman still struggling, trying to keep the car on the track there, getting a bit of a spill onto the sand just on the outside.
Yeah, and then unfortunately for this particular battle, it has rescinded. Meanwhile, other battles in the field that we are probably potentially seeing is against Fatur Rahman and Mononutu. Though Mononutu did get the better Fatur Rahman that time around. Let's see then if he could just come back at him. Because, as I said before, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all the way to 10th, are actually close to each other, as our producer has heard that particular line that Neil Harris will be proud of.
Brain rot unfortunately has infected all of us here in the studio, as right now Fatur Rahman, you can see him, you can see like they're actually closing in. Ashish Shakur is becoming a bit of a cork in a bottle right now, holding back everyone from 8th place onwards here. So is Lu Chunhan going to try to use this opportunity now to make the move? He's taking a bit of a wide entry through Lasource, couldn't quite maximize the entry though, takes a bit of curb and that slows him down. And
Seth Martin is actually side by side with his academy driver Nazmi Ilman. So if team orders are at play, you might want to give the senior team by, but if the junior drivers are actually going through real fast, then I don't think he wants to impose that. He is actually giving him a good battle, but looks as though Martin may not be able to overtake here just yet.
Yeah, so at the moment though, Lu Chunhan couldn't really close the gap to Ashish Shakur, coming a bit badly out of Lasource. But looking behind him, yeah, Cliff is conversely not able to capitalize too much on the Camel Straight as well. So that puts this little battle onto a cooler right now. Still got 1 minute to go. We are on the final lap, as Evan Hosea is already quite long ways up at the track. I mean, my goodness, he's got like a 13-second gap to Ajisaka. He's literally flying away just like Jen in the women's class.
Indeed, Jen was really utterly dominating there in that one, and we'll probably see a similar case if Hosea can go through the maelstrom of insanity with 40, it's a full grid of 40 cars, by the way, everyone's present this time, of to get by, especially in the middle of that gaggle where it gets really crazy.
Yeah. So Seth Martin closing in on his academy driver right now. May actually have a bit more momentum in this sector here. So let's see whether he'll be able to get a move. He just goes straight for the dive and takes a position, slides in effort as well. Oh, and it takes out his own academy teammate who sends him off into his face.
What happened to the car? Oh my word! That's the ambulance on his roof. You think that was Lightning McQueen, but it's no. He actually goes back to the pit lane.
No.
Oh, he's laughing about it though. He's actually having fun. He's not too miffed by that, but I don't know what on earth happened to his car.
Oh my goodness. Seth Martin has just deported him, unfortunately.
Well, he's a nice agent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Ice cold, maybe.
That was a very ice cold treatment from that one. But what a way to exit the race spectacularly. And that allows Senpul Bagas to get out to the top 10 and on pole for race 2. Meanwhile, I think Jose has crossed the line now.
Yeah, I think Jose is crossing a line. I think Benjamin Koo is closing in on Ajisaka towards the end of this race here, but I think Ajisaka will still finish in P2, and yes, he does take the checkered flag first. Benjamin Koo finishes third. Tristan Adiansha should be coming across the line anytime now and will claim... No, not yet. We're still in the race. We're still in the race. No checkered flag quite yet, but I think Benjamin Koo might actually be closing in on Ajisaka at this point, so let's keep a close eye on this. While Evan Osea, we know, is definitely going to be on the run here for the win, but could still be a battle here for P2 if Benjamin can somehow close that distance now to the Indonesian.
Indeed, and we saw just now how intense he was. Well, let's see if that intensity and insanity can be on full pelt in this final lap here, Big.
Yeah, but he needed a lot more momentum coming out of Camel Straight. Couldn't quite close the gap at this point here, so he's going to have to mull over some other choices later on in the lap. Does close down the braking though, so Ajisaka's not quite out of the woods yet. This is going to be an exciting battle for the final lap here, ladies and gentlemen, for P2 no less, while P1 in the meantime continue to run, literally run away with the victory here. Ajisaka is now going to have to fight to keep his P2.
Oh, that's on the edge. No. That was right on the edge. Wow, look at that. Look at Benji's face now. He is really wrapping his knuckles around that wheel. He wants this podium and then some.
My goodness, I just can't wait for the chicken flag to show so that he could actually finally relax, because it just makes me look so tense. It makes me feel so tense just looking at him in the camera here. But he's really concentrating hard right now because he knows that he's just one pass away here from gaining some decent points in race 1.
Not just decent points, very good haul of points. We saw that he tried to qualify last time out. He didn't make it. This time, he's showing his full potential, and probably he is loving every bit of this.
Oh, Ajisaka's a little slow coming through Savalo here. Benjamin might have an opportunity now in the final sector as Evan Osea is now coming towards Blanchimon. He's going to be running to that checkered flag now. Ajisaka slow coming out of Stavalo. This could be the opportunity now for Benjamin Koo. Which way will he go? Inside, outside? I think outside might be the opportunity here, but Ajisaka is keeping his options open here. Still keeping it close, still keeping himself ahead of Benjamin now. Braking hard, Evan Osea is now coming to claim the checkered flag, but Benjamin Koo, can he do it? No, he couldn't quite find it in the inside. Ajisaka still beats him to the final corner here, and now Evan Osea takes victory, but Ajisaka, he successfully keeps his P2, or does he keep his P2? Yes, he will.
Yes, he does, but now let's see that reaction from Benjamin if he's more relieved now. Nope, still on it.
Still has not changed one bit at all. And still, the General Lee horn blows off there as Ajisaka celebrates a P2 finish. Benjamin Koo in P3. Tristan Adiansha, 4th place, followed by Asher Shakur in 5th. Cliff Mononutu recovers to the 6th place position, but what could have been if not for that incident earlier on in this race? Lu Chun Han makes it up to P7. A relatively quiet race, but a good one here for him and Velocity. Muhammad Faturahman in 8th place. Zenpul Bagas makes it into P9, and Yogi Masaji joins his teammate Ajisaka in P10.
And you heard the General Lee horn coming by as the rest of the field streamed by our line, and credit to where it's due. Zohaib Hossein, who's driving with a broken wrist, manages to finish in the top 20. Whew. Oh, you can hear the horns blaring now. But what a race. That was chaos and brilliant action all in one go. There he is. There's Hossein. I hope he can actually show that wrist that he was driving with, because it wasn't a cast that he showed a couple of days back. But impressive driving that he managed to get up there as the rest of the field come by.
Oof, that was a crazy race, actually, all things considered. I mean, again, I think for Evan, it was pretty much uneventful once he already cleared everyone from lap number 1, and incidents behind him has certainly contributed to his massive 13-second lead, at least towards the end of this race here, but he definitely has dominated this first race itself. We'll see how it's going to turn out later with the reverse grid, but let's take a chance right now to show some love to Evan Hosea.
Indeed. And in fact, we probably won't get him on camera because our camera is on right now. He will be mighty relieved that everyone else behind him fell by the wayside, and he just stroked it all the way home to a very, very convincing win. And more importantly, increasing his championship lead to where is his team? Where is his main rival? Because I cannot see where is Maheswara 16th and out of the points.
Yeah, ooh, that's especially for like Maheswara. No, actually 17th. Ezra Calder finished 16th here, so but it's still outside of the points for race 1 itself. That's going to be a big blow for him in the championship.
Indeed. And of course, spare a thought for those guys who were claimed by this guy, Mononutu, because it was his own act. It was his own incident. He spun by himself, but when he tried to recover, he went into the path of, I think, one of the VPRT Academy cars, and some of the other drivers behind him just couldn't avoid.
Yeah, his best hope right now is to hope that Afik's in a good mood today, because boy, oh boy, that's certainly grounds for a protest. Maybe, I mean, we were only seeing on the onboard, who knows what it actually was like between the cars when they got into contact, but it certainly did look like Cliff Monutu caused that huge that incident between the two velocity cars. Yogi Masaji somehow still managed to make it up into the top 10 here. What a race it's been for him.
And luckily the scarf that he wore wasn't much of a drag. It didn't cause him that much drag on the straights. He definitely
I'm telling you, it improves the aerodynamics.
Indeed. That's why he got it through the corners.
Yeah.
He actually did it quite well, and it's up to the top 10. Though, unfortunately for him, because we're in the transit to the next race server, he can't use his horn now. And that's why I say unfortunately for him.
No, you know that he's just blasting it off of his earpods. Just behind the camera right now. Just getting himself into the mood, you know, keeping the focus going.
Yes. He may be using Dukes of Hazzard, but there was nothing hazardous about the way he was driving.
No, the hazard was more the other drivers on the track, to be fair. So yeah, now we're going to be going to race 2. This is where we're going to have a reverse grid for what I believe is going to be the top 10. Oh no, actually it's a top, might be more than that. We'll see when we get them fully onto the grid here. But as of right now, everyone's lining up. It's going to be race number 2. Going to be slightly less points. Still pretty much going to be something hard to fight for, indeed. As Zohaib Hussain is certainly very hard currently.
Well, talking about going hard, this is something that is difficult to fathom. 31st place. Can you imagine he had to overtake 30 other cars in front for Corbita? Yeah. He's academy driver, right up to the sharp end. He gets a shorter run to the front.
Yeah, so it looks like it's a top 10 as Yogi Masaji is on that front row. But, oh yeah, those guys in the back there literally have to be taking this start sideways. Here we go. Lights on the gantries go off. And we're on now for race number 2 of the Copper class. So let's see if Yogi Masaji can keep the lead, though. But I think Zenpool might be able to pull just a slightly ahead here going into La Source. Will not have the apex, though. It's 3 wide going through here. He's got Fatou Rahman on the inside. And Zenpool is forced to take onto the outside onto the dirt in order to be able to stay up ahead. But I think Yogi Masaji may be able to beat him to the punch. He takes back the lead now, going into Eau Rouge. Fatou Rahman still following closely behind, while Lu Juhan still struggling to find his way through. Cannot break in the top 3 quite yet.
And we're going to jump on board with Fatou Rahman because he's got the best scene in the house. He's in 3rd, behind Zenpool Vargas. He's got the slipstream. Oh no! Look, just say it was good. Now it's all kicking off. Let's see if everyone survives this. Otherwise, we're going to have our own Spa 98. Too late. It's our own Spa 98. Look at that. Everyone's going left, right, and center. It's a maelstrom of mayhem.
Maelstrom is just right for this. My goodness, everyone is still spinning, everyone's still crashing. I think only less than a dozen cars really has made it through unscathed at all.
Oh my word, look at that. Everyone involved. That's probably one of the biggest accidents that we've had in the RGP. And we had many of them in the past few years.
Yeah, I mean, behind Fatou Rahman, I think it was Ajisaka and Tim Mononutu were fighting amongst each other. Guess have their fighting caused another major incident here in race number 2. I hope that's not the case, but whatever it is, it's Ajisaka now who moves up into P1. Unfortunately, Yogi Masaji nowhere to be found in the top 10. He's really fallen off completely from the points right now. Evan Osea has actually moved up into P3. So somehow, in spite of all the chaos, he still benefits massively, even in race 2.
Yes, indeed. And guess what? Because of this, he's gonna get a huge haul of points, and his champ shield is gonna even look even more handsome at the front. Oh no! Saka goes off! Saka actually hits the dirt, and that will allow Monunu to go on the inside. They touch each other, but here comes Evan Osea coming onto the inside. He's gonna get through. Yes, he does.
Oh, thank you very much, he says to Aji Saka as he moves up into P2. Now he's only got Clip Mononutu in his sights, but no, I think Aji Saka might be able to try to fight back a little bit. He's trying to get the slipstream off of him, while Zenpool Bagas, teammate of Clip Mononutu, is keeping a close eye behind, while Benjamin Koo, or is it Tristian? I think it's Tristian alongside him as well. So 4 cars currently locked in this battle for the podium here. And look at Zenpool Bagas literally using a controller right now to try to keep himself alongside Tristan.
And it's not just using any controller, it's an Xbox controller, but with Nintendo colors.
Yeah, well, he's doing a bang-up job keeping the car alongside.
Oh no, it's been!
Flip is spun again!
And then he spun at the same corner as well, would you believe that? And into the crowd! We can't even see how far he is. There he is! Oh, luckily this time, because the rest of the field got wiped out at the start of the race, he's in fifth. He's actually got a free pass.
Well, maybe we'll see by the end of this year, but man, oh man, things are just, it's just absolutely topsy-turvy.
We thought we couldn't do it in Fuji, we had to say, oh, do it again. And Masaji is leading the rest of that field who was involved in that one. And unfortunately this time, that scarf had become a drag.
Aww. Well, I mean, again, I don't know exactly whose fault it was. Going into that, we were on board with Fatur Rahman when that contact happened, so couldn't quite see who exactly kicked it out, but he was certainly fighting hard to try to keep in the lead, but unfortunately, everything just went wrong right from the get-go here at Camel Straight itself. Now, Saka under challenge here from Evan Osea, who takes the lead and keeps the lead of the race.
That was a good move. That was actually planned in advance. He actually had the slipstream behind Aji Saka, waited for the right time, got in through Lacombe and into the lead of the race. As we're watching Masaji coming through, he gets out to P11.
Yep. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to make more recoveries from here on out. But Aji Saka, I mean, still impressive that he still managed to somehow stay in the top 3 in spite of everything. Now he's going to have to hold back Zenpool Bagas behind him here to keep that P2, while Tristian Aryan Shah still in 4th. Still very close by.
And what of all that, we actually forgot that we have plenty of people on stream asking, how do you master, for example, Nick CYD said, how can you master Santa Claus with a controller?
Okay, so there's a few ways. I mean, one is that you are already very good with your driving fundamentals, so you know exactly how to keep your car in control. But secondly, I believe there are add-ons that also make it a bit easier to drive on controller. We don't currently regulate that specifically for this competition, so it is legal to use those kind of tools. So there are tools that you can add-ons you can download into your content manager, and that will allow you to drive with a controller just like you would with any other controller-based racing game.
Yep, and that's a good summary of what it's like to drive a controller. But unfortunately for him, we actually saw that Adiansha got to move on the outside there. Through Blanchimon, can he go through? Oh, in fact, Bagas has actually been pushed off nearly into the gravel trap, gets it under control. Adiansha goes around the outside, but can he get it stopped on the grass? On the inside, there's Benjamin Good as well for good measure. 3 wide, and they managed to go through safely, all of them.
And watch out, Benjamin Koo now splitting the two cars here. Lakshman as well as Zenpool. He's going to be able to pull ahead of the 2 of them to take P4.
Oh, and you think that was over? Nope, it's still kicking off here.
Yep, still going through Lasaurus. Benjamin Koo on the inside. Zenpool is trying to follow behind him, but right around the outside is Lakshman Ilanchiran trying to keep it up, but still has to tuck him behind Benjamin going to the downhill part out of Lasaurus. Still having Zenpool right alongside Benjamin, still blocking him, forcing him to lift off there, and Zenpool pulls up into P5.
But that's an advantage for Lashman because both of them had a very poor line through there. He's in the slipstream. Now it's still going to be a 3-way battle coming onto the Camel Straight. Around the outside goes Bagas with the controller, might we add, on Benjamin Koo, who is wrapping his knuckles around his Moza R5.
Yeah, still has to try to fight it under braking though. Benjamin Koo breaks a lot earlier than Zenpool. Zenpool pulls ahead into 4th now. Lakshman is now attempting to pick up some scraps. He actually gets a good exit out of that previous corner, has to back up a little bit here, so Benjamin still remains in P5.
Wow, what a fight. That was a really good one, and it's still going on. Meanwhile, I think Zohaib Hossein is involved in this, and remember what I said earlier, he's racing with a broken wrist. He's actually still in the cast, would you believe that? But yet, somehow, he can still fight it. Probably is on a lot of on a lot of painkillers.
I mean, between like, you know, a controller player and then a player with an injured wrist, it just goes to show that, you know, nothing's really a factor, well, if you're fast enough, you know, to fight amongst the very best.
Oh!
Whoa, boy.
Last spine. Oh, we can't pick him out on camera right now. There he is. He just spun it around just to pick it up. But I hope that it wasn't too severe of a damage onto his tires.
Yeah, that's going to give now Zenpul as well as Benjamin space to just fight it amongst each other here, as Arif Rahman is still 3.5 seconds behind the two of them. So unfortunately for Lakshman, I think that's pulled him out of the points here. In fact, he is in 11th place at this point.
Indeed. Well, we're looking at that. There's Benjamin Koo now. We are speaking on our screens. And Fatur Rahman. In fact, Fatur Rahman is also right up behind Arif Rahman. The two Rahmans, but no relation to each other. Coming up now to Blong Shimon. We're looking at both different screens right now. We don't know where to look. There's so many battles out on track. We can only apologize to our producer because there's too many cameras to pick up.
Yeah, well, we're just gonna keep you guys planted with the action right now. So looks like Fatur Rahman's already closing on the Arif, while in the meantime, Benjamin still cannot find a way past Zenpul, at least not at this final chicane. Oh, almost loses control in the final corner. In fact, that's gonna lose him a bit of time. Now on board, Fatur Rahman almost caught to the inside, but still has to tuck in behind Arif Rahman here.
Wow. And all the while then, John Paul Mansila, and Zoheb Hussein are right beside each other. And I think we just lost one car in that top 10 because Hussein was in P9. I did see, I think in the inside, there was a car in the middle of, on the inside of Blong Shimon. Don't know who that was, but we'll just keep an eye out on this particular battle because it's still hammer and tongs here.
Yep, still very, very tight on track right now. Oh, look at that. Somebody has just gone, bounced completely off of the curb there. I think that was, who was that? That was Arif Rahman, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to go after the run-off. That's delivered an opportunity now for Fatur Rahman to cut him on the Camel Straight. He might actually beat him to the next corner here, but he has to do it under braking, though. I think he might actually have it. Yes, he does have it in the bag so far, as John Paul Masila keeps an eye on and may actually be able to catch up to Arif Rahman, who seems to be all over the place right now.
Yeah, in fact, Fatur Rahman's coming back. Arif Rahman's actually on the inside between two Indonesians. Don't mind the livery, that's the Pepega livery. He's not driving for Pepega as well as Mansila. We got that with the VPR3 livery. He runs wide. There we go for the switchback for Fatur Rahman. They're all chopping and changing here, and yet somehow they kept it together.
And Fatur Rahman a bit of a slide as well through Jackie X, so it looks like both of these cars are just really struggling to keep the grip on the track right now, but John Paul Mansilla still cannot find a way past yet. Sliding a little bit off of the pool. Can John Paul Mansilla pull past? Yes, he does. He pulled past this one. Can he get the other one here? Fatur Rahman looking a little bit weak now on the exit of Puhan. Might be under threat here from John Paul Mansilla.
And meanwhile then, Seth Martin has actually left the race, so he's got way too much damage and time lost from that one. That's Mononutu, the guy who's been the most wild man of this entire race and proves the point as I said it, coming through there. Zohaib Hussein had to give way because otherwise he'll risk being clouted and for good measure might actually hurt that wrist that he's racing.
Oh, John Paul's gone a little bit too wide there. He's going to lose speed coming out of Stavolo. Cliff Mononutu will gain another place as a result. Now it's still a straight fight between Arif Rahman as well as Muhammad Fatur Rahman. So they're still fighting it out for P5, but man, the position's still changing so much.
Oh, there is the car in the middle of the road there. You can see on the inside, well, on our camera just now, they were passing by. I don't know who that one was, but Mononutu then tries to come through. Hosea sets the fastest lap. Fatur Rahman runs wide. Arif Rahman goes onto the curb. 5 things happening in one go.
Yep.
Somehow we can catch that. That's Benjamin Koo. That's the 6th thing that's on camera. Benjamin tries to go on the inside of Bagas, but no way through just yet.
No way through yet, but La Source is coming up. A hard braking point coming up, and both Cliff as well as John Paul trying to peek on the inside, and then John is going to have the biggest peak of all, but still cannot get past. Still a 4-way battle going on for P5.
And while the while that we jump to Zohaib Hussein, it's a 5-way battle.
Yeah, true, actually. He's not too far behind, isn't he?
Yep, as Benjamin Koo then cuts across the top of the chicane, top of the Oruj and Radion complex. Oh, speaking of cutting the grass, that was Arif Rahman really cutting it, trying to get up side by side with Fatur Rahman. I think we'll stay with Hussein's view because he's got the best view of the lot between the 4 guys in front of him.
Well, he is falling back a little bit though, so I think like we may have a close in of that battle because coming up to the breaking point into Lacooms. Let's see whether or not Fatur Rahman will do it this time. No, it looks like Arif Rahman will still remain up in front of him here under braking. So stays up in P5 for now. Fatur Rahman now having to defend against Cliff Mononutu, who's really poking out behind. No, he gets onto the dirt. That's going to allow John Paul Mansilla to pull up. This is a brilliant bit of racing we're seeing right now here for the Copper class as these 4 cars jostling for position and still exchanging positions as they go lap to lap.
Wow, they're at it, hammer and tongs, and it's still not over just yet with 3.5 minutes left to go. Mansilla on the outside, Mononutu on the inside. We're still on Hussein's view because he's got the best view of the lot of 4 cars battling, and for now at least, it's put on ice, but you can bet your bottom dollar they will go at it again the next lap as more and more comes coming in. Kinetic Rhyme gas. Good thing we have no shortages of genetic spares in the world.
That's actually true.
There's such popular
how that's actually so true.
It's such a popular car, that's why you have it. And somebody was asking, epic that we got caught on stream, and I think we know what it was. I think we know what that was.
Yeah, the big kerfuffle that we had early on this race, but man, there's quite a bit of chaos, I think, to expect to go in the next 3 minutes or so, because it's still very close here between inside this top 10, the battle for P5 potentially, as they still are going to be exchanging here between Cliff and John Paul, still trying to fight for position right now. It's Zohai Hussein as well, who will be getting alongside Muhammad Fatur Rahman, trying to cut around the outside of Blanchimon, will be able to cut Fatur Rahman through there and take P8.
And again, despite having a broken wrist, he's driving through the pain and manages to get through. He'll be dead chuffed after this if he could get some good haul of points, especially a valiant fighting top 10 finish here, Vic.
Yeah, it's a valiant fight indeed. Now we're going to be on that final lap. Evan Hosea is currently, I believe, down in the... Yeah, he's all the way up through Radion at this as we speak right now. As John Paul Mansilla still trying to cut the inside. He cuts the wall. He cuts Kilobonutu, spins him around again.
That's the 3rd time he spun in this round, and he spins into Masaji. Well, he won't like that one bit, and he spins some more, and he hits another few drivers along the way.
What the heck is going on?
The wild man of this round was certainly the most wild driver of the entire lot, and he pushes another driver off a good measure.
My goodness. Things have just really gone from bad to worse here, unfortunately, for Cliff Monutu. Spun around for the 3rd time in this very race already, causing yet another major collision right on Lesource this time around. Oh, look at this, though. Double going through the Coom here, but I think Zohaya couldn't really find out the braking. Lashman Ilanchera somehow getting himself back into the fight here in P7, keeping himself ahead of John Paul Mansilla.
Yeah, Lashman, who had that spin earlier, coming out to Puhon, he's back into it because these guys have been fighting so hard, they reeled him back in. So, wow. I'm lost for words. Oh no! Save it! Save it! Oh, Zoheb saved it. And you can tell that he didn't have enough arm power to try and cut it across there. Otherwise, we would have seen a complete spin or worse. But somehow he kept it going in the right direction. That will be a good haul of points, a fighting finish all the way to the end. Now we go back to John Paul Mansilla. Never mind Evan Hosea. We know that he's going to win this one. And it's just like in the women's class, utter domination.
Utter domination as well. 8 seconds ahead of Ajisaka as Lakshman tries to go around the outside of John Paul, but John actually cuts on the inside, still keeps himself in.
That was John Paul that actually overtook. Lashman tried to defend, but he couldn't.
Yeah, he couldn't keep John Paul away here, and John Paul moves up into P7. Now it's just going to be the final runs here into the final sector as Evan Hosea now comes up to the final chicane here to claim victory yet again in race number 2. But how is things going to shape up here as Benjamin Koo is closing in on Zempel Bagas. This could be one for the podium here if Benjamin can pull it off. Under braking now for the chicane as Evan Hosea takes a checker flag to take the win. Benjamin tries to go wide here. Zempel goes wide as well. They will be mostly side by side, but Zempel still somehow keeps himself ahead in the final corner. Here's Ajisaka takes a checker flag with P2. Zempel stays ahead and stays on the podium here ahead of Benjamin Koo.
And look at Benjamin once again. 2 straight races that he had to be behind a Balapan random car, and he didn't go for it. Actually, I commend him for that. He can hold back the urges to try and attack by being very circumspect. And to his benefit, he gets good haul of points. A podium finish in the first race and 4th place in the second race, so not bad. I commend them for someone like that. They can actually hold their lust for overtaking.
Yeah, certainly a real poker face right there for Benjamin Koo, but it's an incredible race for him, no doubt, over the last two. So, Evan Hosea again, victory here for him in race number 2 as well as race 1. This is another Grand Slam, it looks like, here for Evan Hosea so far in GE19. Ajisaka at least pulling a good one here with the second place finish ahead of Zempo Bagas. Zempo at least putting some points on the board for BRM, who certainly may be needing quite a bit of that, especially with Cliff's misadventures so far in this copper class. In the meantime, well, it's great to see that Muhammad Rahman, despite everything, still remains in the top 5 somehow.
Meanwhile, all the chaos and the maelstrom and then some coming by on our screen.
More than a maelstrom, I think it's like a class 1 hurricane, pretty much. Especially the Camel Straight, the Camel Straight kerfuffle.
Yes, that one's probably the shot of the season because so many got involved. And I think by our count, about 23 of them got involved in that
Yeah,
one.
I counted like less of than a dozen cars who actually make it through unscathed there. That's just how insane that pileup was.
Yep, and that's why they said absolute cinema right there. Wait, someone pointed out, I think Primer, fellow.
Oh yeah, hey, Primer.
He said that Seth Martin actually was vaping while driving. We did not see that.
We didn't see that on stream, no.
Because we were still so focused on what happened on the track that we didn't see that, especially the maelstrom. That was actually thicker than the smoke of vapes.
Yeah, it kind of is. Wow. Again, incredible racing here for Copper class. We still got 2 more class races to go. Actually, 3 classes, 2 races to go for this evening here.
4 races, if you count the fact that it's 2 and 2.
Yeah, pretty much. In any case, we're going to be taking a short break here as we get set up for our bronze class race. So don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor since 1885.
Hello and welcome back to the eRacing GP. This is round number 3 of our GE19. We just witnessed 2 amazing races and an incredibly chaotic copper class race just now in Spa-Francorchamps, but the show will still continue. We still got the bronze class race coming up soon. But just before that, I just want to answer one of the questions we got in the chat just now. Nick CYD has been asking a lot of questions about like playing Assetto Corsa controller. So the name of the application that you could try to use is called Advanced Gamepad Assist. I recommend you go ahead and try to download this and use it because it'll make driving controller way easier for you, especially if you want to try to master racing on controller with Assetto Corsa. But regardless, if you feel like you want to join an AC tournament, you don't have to wait until you fully mastered racing on controller, because you can still learn as you drive, you know, especially in tournaments. You know, you get to learn a lot of racecraft. I do highly encourage you just go ahead and give it a try, even if you're on controller or heck, even if you're a mouse and keyboard.
Yep, we saw just now computer move on mouse and keyboard as well,
Yeah.
so it's no surprise here. Any control scheme is welcome in this league, because as long as you're competent enough to drive and make it through, crucially, pre-qualifying, you're already talented enough to be on the grid.
Exactly. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into our bronze class race, where we're going to be racing the TCRs this time again on Spa-Francorchamps. Let's have a look on the standings for now, where Chandra Mauli Adnan is currently the leader in this bronze class, leads ahead of Jeremy Yao, who is currently holding 43 points to Chandra's 59. Aiden Tan from Singapore also tied with Jeremy in terms of points, sitting in 3rd place currently, but looks like it's still going to be competitive as well for the Singaporean, as his fellow countryman Jaden Liao is currently sitting only 4 points behind him with 39. And Bima Surya from Indonesia, not to forget, also in the running as well here, so still could be very competitive even outside of the lead here for the bronze class.
Yeah, in fact, going on to Bima Surya, you can still cannot discount him out. You never know. 21 points is not much in this league. You can still be clawed back when other drivers just have a good round or you have a one bad race. But out on track right now, case in point, we have Chandramauli Anandan, who's in the front of the entire field. Like, that's how he really wants it.
Yeah, pretty much. First one out of the pit box, and first one likely to go set a lap. And already seeing a bit of argy-bargy going on between the 2 cars behind him, the red and the sky blue one.
I think that was Joe Kelly Mabao. Yeah, Mabao. I don't know who's he fighting with, but it's too early for this. It's not even race time yet. In fact, it is Aiden Tan. So he's been generated a different livery this time. He was driving with a red and white car, now it's all blue.
Yep, so currently out on the flying lap, or rather on the out laps pretty much, as we are just only started with qualifying so far. Still a 10-minute qualifying session for everyone involved, just to make sure that they have ample time, because they certainly will need it on a 7-kilometer long track that takes almost 2.5 minutes to get around completely. Chandramauli Adnan going to be keeping a keen eye on his laps later on. So he's making his way very gingerly right now towards True Campus and now to Stavolo.
Yeah, Chandramauli Anandan, our championship leader, definitely one of those guys. And in fact, he's wearing the nose patch once again just to help him breathe. It's kind of like a thing, isn't it? Where it just helps him breathe during a race. It can get very, very stifling, but it looks as though he's not in his usual setup, because he's normally in his room racing. This one is more or less out in the living room, but regardless, you can see that he has a streamer mic. He's actually streaming right now, so you can catch him on stream at Double O Chan.
Yep. So in fact, a lot of other drivers, in fact, doing this championship also stream on their own. So if you're fans of your specific driver, you can also watch them on board as well. And some love in the chat here from Adam Harif onto Hazik Shazwan. Says, "Come on, Hazik Sawan."
I think that's Murdoch, or it could be another Adam Harif, because there were a couple of Adam Harifs that we had before. That's quite confusing, and I think because Hazi Aslan is actually racing here today.
Yep. And speaking of other people also racing here, we did mention that Genevieve, who just dominated the women's class race early on. She's also racing here in this bronze class, so we'll be excited to see where she's going to stack up amongst the rest. Ooh, Chandra straight out of the bat at 228.5.
Actually, those are banker laps. Those are probably not because we just came out of the pits.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
So that's no wonder he actually recorded 2:27 for Jen in that one.
Maybe,
because,
yeah, that could be the thing.
He recorded the banker lap as the out lap as the proper lap.
Yeah, because sometimes, especially with AC, there could be bugs with respect to the control line and also where the pit entries and exit are. Because if you remember, like round 2 in Fuji Speedway, we have that kind of glitch, really rear its ugly head with our timing monitor. And sometimes I think Spa as well, especially in some certain mod tracks, also have this kind of timing glitch as well. So we'll see what Chandra's final qualifying time is going to look like as he's going to be set off on his flying lap right now.
Indeed. And we got it. We got the two Pepega drivers here because this is the Pepega driver leading the women's class, but she's actually also taking part in the bronze class, as well as Chandramalli Anandan, who's leading away in the bronze class, having his times there. So just for good measure, comparison in times, because we know Jen can pull the 29 in the women's class. Let's see if he can do the same thing here in the bronze class.
But again, track space is going to be a luxury here. You can see just the amount of cars that we had earlier in Copper. I think it's also similar right now for this batch of bronze class drivers, isn't it? A total of how many cars do we have here? 40, isn't it? I mean, yeah, 40 registered. I think we only got 38 right now.
Yep.
That's out in track. So it just goes to show that this is going to be a much more competitive field here, or at least much more crowded field here, especially for Genevieve.
Indeed, and for Jen, she already had a bit of damage on her front bumper. You can see the scuffness.
Yeah.
Right about there. You can see how scuffed it is.
Yeah, it's very scuffed indeed. I mean, it looks like somebody splashed a bunch of paint in front of her bumper as she was coming by.
Yeah, that might need to be buffed out even after this.
Buffed out and more, perhaps.
Yeah. Or buffed out when you go into the workshop. But anyway, here comes Chandramalli through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. Will this be a proper representative time on the leaderboard right after this? Across the line he comes. It'll be a 2:29.3.
Yeah,
That is the first proper time. So that's Chandra's time on the board. Now let's see what Jen can do. You know she can do a 29 as well. That'll be a turn up for the books if she actually matches or even beats Chandra's time across the line.
Well, I mean, that's a very low 120. A very low 229 here for Chandra as well.
P8. Wow.
Whoa,
look at
there
that.
we go.
Good one
Genevieve.
there from Jen.
Yeah, she also, well, she was about 3/10 shy of breaking under 230 that time, but wow, I mean, again, the pace that she's showing here on Spa has been nothing short of impressive.
Absolutely, she really loves this track. Feels like a glove. As meanwhile, Jeremy Yao gets it into pole position, a 229 flat. No, never mind, don't mind about Chandra's time, 220.5. That is a timing error.
Yeah, that's
again.
a timing error again. That's
yeah.
The actual qualifying time for him is a 229.3. The 29, he's been bumped down because Mohamed Ozair has just taken the 229.064.
Where did that come
28 milliseconds faster than Jeremy Yao. Holy cow.
200s to the good. In fact, close to 300s for Ozair. Wow, he means business here. I think a lot of drivers seem to love Spa. So it kind of vindicates when we say on social media, drivers and fans love it. Well, some love it more than others.
Yeah, I love it a lot, especially out here in Spa. It's one of my favorite tracks to test out any new mods or new cars that I want to try. It's like literally the first track I go to there. It's like, it's not Sepang, it's actually Spa that I bring it out because it's just so fun to drive out here. The view is beautiful. The track is like that right mix of like speedy yet tricky. It's just a fun place to be in.
Absolutely. And it's a real test of drivers' abilities, isn't it? There's so many varying different corners around this track. For us, it's almost like taking a bicycle. We were used to it. 2 wheels. But for some people, they probably are not used to the track. But once you're used to it, it feels like second nature. The track feels like, yeah, okay, let's do another lap. Let's do one more.
Yeah. Whoa, it's just so impressive to see that so many people are like breaking under the 230s. Even one GT is like 1/10 of a second to breaking that 230 barrier. Jordan McNeil as well. Panjaj Jack, it's actually like 1 millisecond under the 230 there to make it a perfect 229.999.
Yep. As meanwhile, I think Chandra may not be able to improve his lap here. It looks like it's not going to be
Yeah, I
enough.
don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to be a 30 right this time, but he's winding it up for one last try because this is the last 2.5 minutes of qualifying. Last chance saloon for everybody else.
Yep, last chance indeed for everyone. It's a very long way around this 7 kilometer long track. How many of that is miles, I actually wonder?
What, 3.5?
3.5, right?
Close to 4 miles.
Close to 4 miles.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
I mean, I'm now using Yang curve. Measuring
Yeah, we're not
units.
using Yang units, unfortunately.
4.37 miles.
4.3, okay, thank you.
Thank you, our Imperial user. Imperial unit users. Meanwhile, we need to catch where Neil Harris is because Harris has actually done a sublime
Yeah, wow.
second sector. We have to keep an eye on him.
I'm trying to see, like, where is he actually?
What the hell? Oh, what the hell?
What?
What?
Everybody's just bringing their head fit for this competition here. What the heck?
And the thing, he's got a good drive here from Jordan McNeil. I think he just came out of the shower. That's why he's doing that.
Yeah, probably just doesn't want to bother drying out his hair before getting started with this racing here. In fact, just racing Jordan McNeil now.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Pain.
That's gonna hurt his time, and he's not gonna look happy about that at all. McNeil probably should have backed it off if he was in the right driving, but never mind. He's gonna get
3
pole.
seconds ahead
He's
in
never gonna get
Delta.
it. No. Oh, just nearly because that second sector was so fast. But he doesn't look happy about that.
No, he knows that he could do a lot better than that just now. It's just unfortunately traffic just got in the way for him, but still an impressive time for him. I mean, purple sector 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was so fast, but we'll keep an eye on that. And somebody's asking, why Chandra Malianandan in P3, but with 28.5?
Because his time on the timing tower is incorrect. That's not the actual qualifying time for him. His actual qualifying time is actually closer to 2:29.3. So please ignore the 2:28 time. That's not an actual valid time here for his qualifying.
Yeah. Somehow the outlap they counted as the actual lap. Plus, Chandra was literally the first driver in the server again, and he exited the pit lane first. So that's why where he is at his pit box compared to the timing control line, he's further up from where he's supposed to be.
And probably a similar situation happened with Jen as well. As you remember, she did appear to have a 2:27 during qualifying. Likely the same kind of circumstances that has affected Chandra here.
Indeed. But let's see, regardless of that, then he might try to pull a rabbit out of the hat in the final seconds of qualifying. Well, he's gonna cut it close here. If he could actually get the time in, he'll be set for 5 points and pole position. But it looks as though no, he stays in P3, 29.5 right there. So but regardless of that, it's still a good haul of points because his main championship rivals are not anywhere near him at this point.
And it seems like the error in the timing tower as well may also be affecting his sector displays as well, because I think the sector display is based on this 2:28 time as opposed to his actual like 2:29 time.
Indeed, and that would have been the cause as two Chens, Jeff Chen and Chu Chin Jen comes across the line, and it's close enough to 29.5, but Jeff Chen's in front. Choi Jin Chen is in 6th.
Yeah, that's a good improvement there for Jin Chen there. So let's see. Ooh,
Jen 23rd.
Yep. Again, still going to have to buff out that bumper later when they go into the virtual garage, as still more cars are still on the track. Neil Harris, despite his brilliant Sector 2, still inside the top 10 for now, but just got dethroned just a little bit.
Yep, P11, but let's see then. We know that he was fast here. You can see what that line says. Why are you looking here? Funny.
Right, because we can. That's why.
And he goes into the pits.
I thought he was going to be able to set a time, but no. Looks like he feels that that's about the best that he could do right now. Ethan Rubio is going to be the one who qualifies into the top 10 there, dethroning Neil Harris. And Jeremy Yao
practicing starts.
Practicing starts on a very weird part of the circuit.
But I think because no one's coming around anymore, he can do it. You can see where he's doing it. He's got his button, his thumbs on the launch control, tries to get the car off the line, probably holding handbrake and the clutch at the same time. I gotta tell you, the start procedure on these things is so complicated.
Yeah, you just literally have to have like a cheat sheet next to you there. Pretty much remember all procedures, but Jeremy Yao is just really trying to put that practice as much as he can. He's as we've seen from the previous rounds as well. I mean, again, this is a very unique kind of launch control system that comes with this mod for the TCR cars that drivers really have to take advantage of so they can get a good launch off the line. And certainly for someone like Jeremy, who's going to be starting on the front row, he needs that good launch here in order to be able to beat Muhammad Uzair through La Source.
Yep, as you can see, the rear of the car hunkers into the ground. We can actually just point out right there just now, you can see the rear end was hunkering, lowering to the ground to get, it's almost squatting like an attack hound.
It just just reminds me again of like my comment earlier about how these cars are practically like low riders. More sense than one, really.
Well, I don't like low riders in real life anyway. any stance cars or any of those cars that are raced, not cars in my book. They're anti-cars.
Or what, as opposed to these front-wheel drive cars being anti-driving?
You're going to love them eventually because they do make sense, because all of our road cars are all front-wheel drive anyway. It's just that don't expect to push them too hard, thinking they are so what, Porsches or something. Then they're not the type.
It's a reverse Porsche if you think about it.
Anyway, yeah, that's true. That is true.
That is
But
true.
if you actually go backwards, it does feel like driving a rear-wheel drive car, but you're just facing the other way.
Yeah.
Anyhow, yeah. Some of the drivers that we didn't focus on. In fact, Jeremy Yao, I said earlier about Chandra's rivals not being anywhere near, but I take that back. Jeremy
might be one, yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy is one, and he's close. He's in front of him in qualifying, so that's points taken out of Chandra in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it's still points being delivered because of format A here for qualifying. So Momo Ozai goes away with 5 points here, Jeremy Yao with 4, and Chandra only with 3. So that's already 1 point in Jeremy's favor here so far. And we'll see. Like, he's been practicing a lot of those race starts. So if he actually gets that launch better than Chandra, he might even might even beat him in terms of points later on in race 1. But that still remains to be seen. And he certainly misses his car a lot, that BMW.
Indeed, but I don't think he'll be missing it too much if he gets the championship and the fact that these things have launch control, so it can make the whole world of difference, especially at the start. So, any more questions that have come in? But I think most of the people were just talking about that copper race. Points are going to be stacked for Cliff Mononutu, so that's to be a given because he spun himself around way too many times and got himself collected by other people way too many times as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can foresee perhaps at the very least like a unsafe rejoin penalty perhaps for Cliff. I mean, not too sure about the incidents in specifics. That's going to be up to our race control, a race director, Afik Farid, to go and sort it out after this race. But there's going to be time for that, certainly. Now it's going to be time to prepare ourselves for race number 1 of the bronze class.
Indeed, and we'll have to spare a thought for drivers who are not in the front of the field. We saw just now in the copper class how you're in 40th, you're literally at the corner, and case in point here for Iqbal Kriniawan, who's Indonesian by name but races under the Zimbabwe flag. Look at this, he's closer to the final corner as he is to the first turn.
Yeah, pretty much. Literally has to start the whole race with his head turned slightly to be able to see the lights on the gantry here. We got 15 seconds to the start of this race, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Muhammad Ozair going to be on that front row alongside Jeremy Yao. Let's go ahead and see whether or not Jeremy's practice of the start is going to be working well. Let's hope T1 is going to be clean, as Racing Onboards says. Here we go. Race number 1 for the bronze class. So good launch here for Ozair, and a good launch as well for Jeremy Yao. They're pulling ahead of the rest of the grid so far. Going to La Source, it's going to be a bit of a 4-wide situation for a lot of cars coming in here. More contact as Haziq gets into a bump there with Chandramauli Adnan, but who still is able to keep himself ahead. So far, no major dramatics here. Looking very clean, that T1. Maybe Racing Onboards might be onto something here. In the meantime, Muhammad Ozair now trying to hold off Jeremy Yao, going up to Radion now, along with the other cars. Chandramauli Adnan still trying to hold off Haziq Aslan as well as Jeff Chen just behind him.
Yep, we got dual screens here with Haziq's on board and with Jeremy Yao. Jeremy, though, he's actually wanting to get by here on the get-go around the outside. He's got good momentum. Oh no! Big accident with the behind. We need to look behind as well. That's a big one. I think it might be similar to what happened in the bronze class, in the copper class.
Yeah, a bit less cars compared to the copper class, it seems. Oh, still cars coming off there in Lakum. There's a LOR car currently stranded a little bit. He's going to be able to rejoin inside as the other cars are going to be pulling through. Here's Nafa Afif trying to make his way up to P26 right now as these cars somehow manage to survive a bit of scuffle, but not unscathed, as you can see from their scrapped up bumpers in the front.
Yep, we're now going to jump up to the front of the field. Chandra now onto the back of Jeremy. So Jeremy, we saw earlier just now, trying to get around the outside of Ozair. Ozair's a little bit flickery left and right. Probably a bit of connection issues.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of net code going on there, but Ozair is still ahead of Jeremy Yao, as is Jeremy ahead of Chandramauli Adnan. Ozair's ping is actually not bad, so maybe it's a lost packet or something due to netcode. But regardless, they are still going to continue racing on. I think Jeremy's losing a bit of momentum right now as Chandramauli Adnan is now closing that gap now. 0.3 of a second between the two of them as they break for Stavilo.
Randy Go has left for the race. Unfortunately, Randy Go, the main man for Velocity Pantera, has left this race due to just being involved in the collision earlier. He has said before that he's looking to try and just put the season into the bin, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Chandra is having the season of his life right now. battling with his main championship rival, Jeremy Yao, up in the front.
Oh, Ethan Rubio just made up 2 places in a row there, passing both Dave Chen as well as Haziq Aslan, their true Blanchimon. So he's actually making good progress. In the meantime, Chandra's hanging on with dear life of a Blanchimon just now. As they break now to the final corner. He's closing a little bit too close there to Jeremy. Couldn't quite find his way past him yet, but he's certainly very close now that Jeremy might have to start thinking about defense in this next lap.
Yeah, in fact, Jeff Chen has closed up to the back of him here as Ozer gets the fast lap, of course, because he's the first across the line.
Yeah.
But you can see the gaggle of cars further behind, up at the top of our screen, the amount of drivers coming through.
Yeah, there's all mostly single file line. We got a car coming out of the pits. Ooh. Oh yeah, I mean, again, this is the Grand Prix layout, so they do come out of that part of the pits there. Now, Jeff Chen trying to gain momentum. I think he's maybe gaining a bit more momentum. Zenlon is the car that's currently splitting the P2 and P3 right now. Chandra Mali may be able to take this disadvantage, maybe, but Jeff Chen's getting a lot of momentum coming out of Radion now. He's going to try to cut him, but Zenlon's going to be in the way. Chandra's got clear track in front of him, and that's actually costed Jeff Chen the opportunity to pass Chandra Mali.
Now, what is Zenlon doing? That is not really good driving activity. Sure, he's trying to hold his line, but I don't think he had anywhere to go there just to really go by. So Jeff Chen has to get back on it for another lap.
Oh, he's got to be miffed about that for sure. He already had so much momentum slingshotting its way almost past Chandra Mali, only to be blocked by a back marker, no less. It just came out of the pit, so, well, Jeff is going to have to refocus now and just continue to try to bring more pressure onto Chandra Mali in this lap. But unfortunately, that was an opportunity that unfortunately didn't come to pass.
Yep, and it's all because of this driver, Zenlon, who's not in part of that particular midfield. This is not a timing error this time. This is the driver in 36 who was involved in the early scuffles. Now he's actually blocking Joel Mabao. Ethan Rubio.
Yeah, Ethan Rubio, who I did mention, he passed both Dave Chen and Haziq Aslan in their first lap, so he's already up for a very good haul of points here. Now he's going to be going around the inside. Zenlon's still going to have to hang around the outside here, but unfortunately, not really giving much room to the rest of the drivers around him here. Finally, he lets through both Haziq Aslan as well as Dave Chen, and Ethan Rubio will now be able to continue his charge here to try to catch up to Jeff.
Indeed, and coming back to Zenlon, what in the world is he doing there? He shouldn't really be mixing it with the crowd. Sure, I get that he was trying to get back to the race because probably repairs, but he probably should have waited until the rest of the field come by or get out as soon as he could so that he could prevent getting something in the mix. In fact, he was kind of disrupting a few with the maneuvers as we saw it.
Yeah. I mean, it's also a matter of circumstance as well because it just came out of the pits as we saw on camera just now, so perhaps just really bad timing on his part. I mean, bad luck as well if you consider the incident that caused him to go into the pits in the first place. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate, but the thing is, for the rest of the top 10, that's just going to be another thing they will have to deal with as they try to make their passes happen in these opening laps here. So we're now at the 10-minute mark. Here we're on board with Neil Harris, who had almost qualified into the top 10, now having to fight Bima Surya, who himself trying to get his way past Banja Jack, who's not really making it easy for him through La Sources now, as we can see.
Yep. And credit to where it's due, Jia Chek actually did not flinch. He really is fighting for position legitimately. Oh, side by side they go! They've actually hit each other there!
Yep, and Neil Harris is going to try, but unfortunately he has to take to the run up as well. I think I think he's still able to rejoin in nicely there, so I think not much damage done here. Maybe a slight bruised ego, but Neil Harris is able to capitalize on that. He moves up to P11 now. Banja Jack recovers back on track now, having to try to chase the JPRT car. Neil Harris, unfortunately, is in the way for Bima Surya, forcing him to brake a little bit harder than he would like, but Banja Jack's not able to capitalize, and ooh, what's Zenlon? It's just stopped on the side of the track there. My goodness, my man.
Well, I mean, credit to what he's not been hit by anybody.
Yeah,
he's
but
proven to be an obstacle, which is a bit of an unfortunate thing to have.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I mean, I would definitely have chose a better spot if I wanted to like stop to let the other cars through, but hopefully it doesn't end up causing another incident here. In the meantime, I think Jeff Chen is getting closer to Chandra Mali here. Let's see how it's holding up between the two of them. Now, Chandra has not been able to close the gap to Jeremy Yao in spite of that pressure earlier, and we saw Jeff attempting to pressure him through the Camel Straight. He's still keeping the gap very nicely and tight to Chandra now as we come into the fast part of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, back onto the real racing ground as they call it, because that is the only part of the circuit that pretty much has maintained its same sort of layout since the 1960s. But a lot has changed since then, including the fact that we had the Encore barriers to just keep the drivers away from falling into a ravine on the other side of the circuit. It's just one of the scariest corners on the entire track back then, but now it's just an easy flat corner. You can see that Jeff on the throttle, flat all the way. Green bar, no red bar in sight.
Yep. So Jeff Chen now needs to close the distance here to make a hope to make the pass again to the Camel Straight. Chandramauli Adnan still keeping it tidy relatively, a little bit off, but in the final corner there, no, not much harm done to his time. While Jeremy Yao looks like he's not able to close the gap to Mohamed Ozair, who's now pulling about a second ahead as he breaks into La Source.
Yep, through the source again on lap number 5. It looks as though it's pretty much copacetic right now. Nothing really unusual happening apart from just a few battles here and there that have been very close. We might see Dave Chen on our inset closing up to Haziq Aslan. Maybe just that either.
Yeah.
Everyone's just settling the rhythm. But as they say, this part of the race is just the lull period. Let's wait until the final 5 minutes where it really kicks off.
Yeah, so just having a look right now where things stand for a lot of the other drivers. I mean, again, we got close to 40 drivers out on track at the same time, so it's certainly a very crowded bit of racing going on here. I think Choi Jing Chen might be threatening Jordan McNeil's position right about now. It got very close that time, breaking through breaking through Lacoombs. Might be an opportunity to see whether or not he's going to try to fight his position here.
We're going to jump with Ayrton low. Ayrton's got the best look of the among the 3 drivers, and behind him, Jordan McNeil. It's no, in fact, no, that's Neil Harris. Jordan McNeil locks up. Neil Harris tries to dump on the inside. 2 Neils in one go.
2 Neils in one go. My goodness. Coming out with another saying to go into the meme folder there. Ayrton Lau is going to try peek on the inside of Buhan. Not going to be the best place to try to make the pass. And who is that actually?
That's Zen Low.
That's okay.
Yeah, you can tell that he's related to Zen. It's his son.
Yep.
So Ayrton then has actually pulled out all the stops here to try and get by Chui Jin, but Chui Jin holds his line. Can he get around the outside? Side by side he goes. Smoke being kicked up, and he goes through, threads the needle, gets it by. That is supreme bit of racecraft.
It's gonna make Daddy proud for sure there. Wow, what a move. We've seen moves like that, but Ayrton Lau pulling another one there. Move around the outside, just the way God intended here in Spa. Oh, but Neil Harris catching up.
And he 3 wide, 3 wide coming by. He's on the outside of 3 wide. Tandem here, and he has the inside line. Can he take him through? Step through Blanchimont. It's going to be really, really tight. But I think Neil punches through to get out to P9, 2-4 wide.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is crazy racing going on here. Neil Harris right now in P9. Should be able to keep that position here, keeping Ayrton Lau just behind him, as well as Bima Surya behind. Mohamed Ozair has just gotten almost under 229 just now, so he's really pulling, or rather doing everything he can to try to keep the gap wide between himself and Jeremy Yao. Ayrton Lau still under threat at the moment though. Side by side, through La Source goes him and Bima Surya, but Bima has backed out of it though. Couldn't find it under braking.
Yeah, all the while then Dave Chen's behind Haziq Aslan, so we'll put him on the inset. 2 different cameras here. In fact, 3 different vantage points. We have the inset of Ayrton being on the defense against the 11th place driver of Bima Surya. And then we got the battle on screen itself, looking on the outside, and Haziq Aslan being chased by Dave Chen.
Yeah, Bima Surya, I think he's going to be able to get the slipstream here, so Ayrton is just doing everything he can right now to defend his position. He's not going to benefit from any slipstreams ahead. In fact, I think Bima's already getting alongside, going to try to cut around the outside of the first part of the Coombs. He's going to be able to keep the apex bumping into him. He's going to be forced to get onto the runoff area. Cuts in front, Ayrton Lau. Ooh, that might actually make Ayrton want to ask him to give the position back.
And he did. You can see he just cut it back.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
What kind of control scheme is he on? Is he in a controller? He
feels like it.
He is on a controller. Wow. So he won the championship last year with a controller. Unbelievable.
So see, Nick, you can literally compete in this one with controller. No problem. You can even win the championship on a controller.
Certainly. And it takes a different sort of skill. And of course, a bit of help with some add-ons. But hey, any which way is done so long as that we can have everyone get involved regardless of controllers.
Exactly.
Oh, he's being in his seat.
Yeah, it's really getting the immersion. I mean, I'm not sure. I think like Assetto Corsa does give you a bit of rumble effects, because that's going to be the main disadvantage you have compared to someone with steering wheel. You don't get as much feel for the car, but I mean, Bima's just feeling the car as he's like driving controller anyway, so it's just really great to see that.
Yes. it gets really physical, doesn't it, to just get by. As meanwhile, we are now on to this somewhat back straight, because it is actually close to the start-finish line now. We saw how Neil could punch through. In fact, Neil might just be very close to the back of Dave Chen and Jordan McNeil, in fact, as well. Coming out now to Blanchimont, we're on board with Bima Surya. He's not finished with Ayrton Lowe just yet, and for good reason. This is pole for race number 2, and this is trying to save his championship fight.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming up to that final lap soon here. Bima Surya under braking, couldn't quite cut Ayrton for the first apex, might just do it for the second one. Wow, says our producer, but still, here comes Ayrton Lau, cuts back and retakes the position there from Bima Surya.
Really, really good drive, and Ayrton then, we thought he was going to lose the impetus, but gets it back, and then some. Meanwhile, here comes Bima back on the inside.
Oh, it's almost pitting maneuver onto Ayrton Lau there, but somehow the match come through. Lesort's unscathed, still going to be side by side, or practically side by side here, going down towards Eau Rouge. Choi Jin-chen also getting into the mix as well, trying to hop off the slipstream. Coming up Ayrton's car, Bima and Ayrton just rubbing bumpers to each other here, going through Eau Rouge. Ayrton a little bit loose there, coming out of Radion. Bima still having a lot of momentum. He's going to be side by side yet again on the Camel Straight. Choi Jin-chen this time around will be looking to benefit from this battle here. Ayrton a little bit slow. Now Choi Jin-chen going to make it a 3-wide entry to Lacombe. Oh no, Choi Jin-chen backs out of it wisely, but Bima Surya pulls up and goes up into P10.
And all the while then, the driver in 13th, Banja Jack, actually is coming in up to the 3 of them. It's going to be a 4-way fight for 10th and pole position for race number 2. Here comes Anthony on the inside.
Into the inside, no, couldn't quite find it here in this corner. And a bit of brake dust as well, thrown up by Bima Surya as he navigates his way through. In the meantime, I think Neil Harris is keeping the pressure onto Jordan McNeil in front of him as well, just off of the camera there. But Bima Surya still keeps his P10 now, coming through Puan. Yep,
all the while then, Jeremy Yell is only within about 7/10 behind Ozair. So 4 different battles we're looking at basically everywhere on the track.
Dude, we need to get like 4 or 5 different insets right now just to keep track of all the action here. But yeah, battles in the front, battles in the middle, and battles at the back of the top 10 right now. This is absolutely brilliant racing here.
Yep. Meanwhile, we'll probably have to jump to the battle for the lead of the race, because this is going to be Ozair's most gratifying win. This is Jeremy Yell on our screen right now. He's not that far behind, but I think him being the sort of driver he is, he wouldn't want to risk throwing away a potential podium trying to get for first. He will hold on to second. Ozair on the other hand, wow, that's a turn up for the books. Qualifying on pole, led all the way to the end, and look almost flawless at the front. He will take victory here. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera to see his celebrations, but he will take it. Second place is Jeremy. Third will be Chandramauli Anandan. 4th and 5th, Ethan Rubio and Jeff Chen. But meanwhile, behind us, Haziq Aslan being chased by Jeff Chen. Now, what's going to happen between that battle for P9 and 10? Jordan McNeil holds on to it. Where is Neil Harris? Harris has dropped it to P11.
What? Yeah, we didn't quite catch that on the camera here, but this is actually really good luck here for Ayrton Lau, because he will finish in P10. He will get the reverse grid pole position and probably will be sighing a breath of relief, especially after such a hard battle towards the end of the race here for Ayrton.
And the fact that Bima Surya managed to get out to 9th here shows that maybe McNeil had an unfortunate accident. In fact, no, race is still going on, isn't it? It looks like it's going on.
It's still going on, yeah, there's no checkered flag yet.
Oh, okay, so still on.
Still on, whoa boy.
Okay, we got confused for a second because there was so many things happening in one go.
Yeah, now I can see the final lap notification there. So yeah, we are still on a final lap. So that means it's still not over yet actually for Noah Ozair. It's not over yet for Bima Surya and Ayrton Lau. It's definitely not over for Ethan Rubio, who is actually catching up to Jeff Chen as we speak.
Yes, now we can get to pull up multiple cameras once again. I don't know why the race doesn't really formally show the checkered flag, but whatever. That is just heated moment stuff.
Yeah, so we are on overtime at the moment because Mohamed Zaire has somehow beaten the clock, as it seems, here to kick off yet another lap of racing. It looked like Ethan Rubio was close enough to Jeff Chen. Doesn't seem to be gaining too much right now in the current lap. Jeremy Yao is still biding his time and still seeing whether it can gain some advantage, but the track is literally running out right now as they come into the final sector.
Yep, indeed. He only has one overtaking spot, and that is the bus stop chicane. That's where he can really make his move for first, but will he risk it? Will he risk doing that with Chandra not that far arrears by about 3 seconds? He knows that a champion's on the line, but he does want to actually risk a penalty and lose it all in that one go here, Vic.
I mean, it's not close enough, I feel, to really want to take that risk here. If anything, I will play on the more conservative side because you already gain more points onto Chandra anyway, and you still have another race to go after this. But you know, I think for Mohamed Zaire, I think he's done a very bang-up job of staying in the lead so far. Got the pole position, and looks like he will actually, this time around, get the checkered flag first, ahead of Jeremy Yao. So Mohamed Zaire wins race number 1 for the bronze class in round 3. Jeremy Yao in second place. Chandra Mauli Adnan will take a very decent third here to keep his lead in the championship, hopefully. Whereas Jeff Chen stays ahead of Ethan Rubio and Bima Surya trying to get himself alongside Jordan McNeil drag race, but still Jordan McNeil finishes in 8th place, just behind Dave Chen as well as behind Haziq Aslan, and Bima Surya finishes 9th ahead of Neil Harris.
Yep, and behind them, Banjia checked Ayrton Low after that brilliant battle earlier, has lost out in the end, so we thought that Neil was going to lose out, but Neil instead has actually caught his way back up to pole position for race number 2 as more cars come across the line.
Yep, so checkered flag already out for the rest of the grid as they're going to be coming through now, so wow. It's a very uneventful race, I think, for those in the front here. Mohamed Ozair really only has Jeremy Yao to keep him honest, but he certainly has earned this victory here for race number 1. Now, with Chandra Mauli still being on the podium here, it's still going to be a straight fight between him and Jeremy Yao as far as the championship is concerned. But hopefully, we'll still continue to see them come to blows later when we get into race 2.
Quite excited for that. Let's see how that will pan out because, again, points at stake. We're into this last race of 3, where only two of your best races count towards this championship. So they have to actually make it count here. Otherwise, you will be a bit short-handed coming into the final 2 races of the entire season.
Yep. So Jeremy, I think he's going practice starts again, isn't he?
Yes. Now let's pay attention to that rear end right here. Yeah, you can see that.
It just lowers down, hunkers down, giving maximum contact there for, especially for the fronts. Really, it's more about trying to get the weight balance just right for the car to launch out. So getting into that is quite the complicated procedure, but those who do master it will be able to get a good launch off of the line, and they're going to need it, especially for Jeremy, who will be starting, no doubt, further back of the top 10 here, given the reverse grid. So we're going to keep an eye out on whether he'll be able to hopefully fight his way towards the front later on in race number 2.
Yep, Ozai will do the same thing. He'll have to actually cause his way back from P10. That would be quite a tall order for him, isn't it? Because we saw how reverse grid races can be quite an attritional affair. But I think for him, he will actually look to Evan Hosea, how he managed it quite well. Just probably thread his way through the needle. Really have an advantage by the virtue of the fact that because he's starting 10th, first is on the left-hand side of the grid, would you believe it? So if you're actually on the even number positions, like he is in P10, he can probably try to avoid the chaos by just staying as close as possible to the inside and just side his way through.
Yeah, so we'll see as the drivers are given a little bit of a breather right now while we reset the grid here for race number 2. See Chandra Mauli Adnan still very much in the running here inside the top 3, so we'll see how he's going to perform later in the reverse grid. Here is Jeff Chen, who's no doubt going to be a bit miffed, I think, due to traffic getting in the way when he was battling with Chandra Mauli Adnan. That could have been a possible P3 for him, but unfortunately he wasn't able to regain that opportunity later in the race there, as Chandra still was able to keep himself in a very secure P3 by the end of this race. So now let's see how the grid looks like. We're on board here with Ethan Rubio, who had a massive climb actually compared to his qualifying start in race number 1. It's already inside the P5. Reverse grid doesn't really change his position too much, so he will be enjoying a very good position here to hopefully try to fight for a top 3 finish.
Yep. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there's a few other drivers further behind here. In fact, Sharif Dairani, we know how far it is to be starting in P39, right near the end of the entire lap.
Yep.
So that's just a tall order. Well, meanwhile, up in front, we got Dave Chen here, getting ready to go, Vic.
Yeah, here we go for another time here. Bronze class race number 2. Lights in the gantry lit up all 4, 5, 6 lights. There we go. Now let's see who's gonna get the good launch. I think Neil Harry's got a way better launch compared to most people here. Trying to pull. No, Jordan McNeil, sorry, he's pulling ahead actually of Bima Surya here, cutting into Lasource, but Bima's having a lot more speed around the outside. Maybe it will troll. He tried to close the door onto Jordan McNeil, couldn't quite make it work there. I think a couple of cars came into contact. One might have been spun around a little bit, but not very chaotic so far. But no, just you wait. Let's see how it goes on the Camel Straight. Bima Surya leads Jordan McNeil now through Arouge, up through Radion. Neil Harris just behind him as well, trying to pressure Jordan McNeil just like he did in the previous race. Has to back out a little bit, or is that Netcode rearing its ugly head here? Neil Harris tries to get the momentum. He does get a momentum and pulls ahead of Jordan McNeil, it looks like, on our screens.
Indeed, he has done. And just like what he says on the site, target neutralized, for now at least.
For now.
Oh, he nearly got neutralized himself there. Bump at the back as Jordan McNeil tries to get by Neil Harris. So many cars going through left, right, and center, and I think for the behind, we saw a bit of chaos, but for the most part, everybody has gone away mostly safely.
Yeah, Jordan McNeil still trying to hold back Neil Harris, but you got to watch out for Jeff Chen, who's attempting as well to try to find a way around the inside of this next corner. Had to take a little bit of a spill into the grass goes. Jordan McNeil still keeps the car very fast here through Jackie Gates' corner. And the whole time, Bima Surya is now pulling away in the lead. Woo! Dave Chen now trying to fight with Jeff Chen. Two Chens, but who's the faster Chen right now going through Puhan? Think it might just be Jeff.
Yeah. His name's Jeff, and he has done it quite well.
Yeah.
And it's Dave Chen now. Is being boxed in left, right, and center by Ethan Rubio and Hazi Aslan. All the while, then Chandramauli is in that particular maelstrom. He's ready to pounce here from P8.
Yeah, watch out. Ethan Rubio's also getting into the mix there. Tries to cut and does cut ahead of Dave Chen. So he moves up a place right now. Hazi Aslan also looking to try to pick up some scraps here. It's looking at the wounded Dave Chen, who goes off to the sand trap. And unfortunately falls back further behind here. Jeremy Yao as well as Chandramauli now move up a couple places.
Well, we'll see with Dave Chen here how many positions he's going to lose, because everybody's going him swamping left, right, oh no! Oh, that might have been a bit of lag, and then that might be behind Jack. Jack actually goes wide, and into the barriers he goes. Is he going to get collected by the rest of the field? Unfortunately, our camera's not catching it, and he stopped it. Not just in time.
Yeah, lucky for him, but unluckily for him, he's dropped now practically to the back of the grid as he rejoins. No, that's not a safe rejoin there.
Wow, that's a big smack, and luckily that these are not real life cars. Otherwise, he would have had to drive it behind, lose a bare legs.
Oh boy. So, well, at least for the guys in front there, they're not affected at all by that chaos, and very unfortunate there for those guys, because they literally just got caught out in a very bad situation there. It's Jordan McNeil now still on the top tree. Neil Harris actually cut in front of him now and is chasing after Bima Surya for that lead.
Yeah, we'll stay on board with both of these drivers, both Neil Harris and Jordan McNeil. As they come up to Lake Home. That is Jeff Chen. Let's see if he could actually make the most of the slipstream and try to get a podium this time around.
So it's now coming through Jeff Chen. Still keeping it nice and ginger through Lacoombs. Tries to find some ways to get undercut, but Jordan McNeil is also a very fast driver himself. So it's not going to be too easy, I think, for Jeff to close that gap here, at least for this stage of the race here. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 11 minutes or so. We're still in the early phases of this race here. In fact, Neil Harris in the meantime, don't think he's making too much of a gain onto Bima Surya at this point, so Bima seems to be relatively secure so far in the lead of the race.
Well, in fact, we'll jump with Neil while giving Jeff Chen the inset. Let's see how that particular battle is going to go.
Yeah, so yeah, too bad we cannot get like a side-by-side comparison of their like telemetry here, but it seems like Neil is like still trying. It's still making still making gains, but it's very minor gains here. So as far as Bima is concerned, I think like he still will definitely be able to defend pretty handily against Neil once he does catch up, if he does catch up. But that could be more of a long-term thing, I fear, for Neil Harris at this point.
Let's see then if Neil's gonna try to do it this time around. We're only on the second lap of this race. I think by right it should be about 7-ish laps. We'll see how this one goes. In fact, he's getting a good run out of Long Shimon into the final corner. He has a look at the inside. Bima's leaving the door open, but no, things better a bit. Both of them going through, but Bima has a poor entry for the corners. In fact, McNeil
Uh-oh.
has actually been jumped there by Jeff Chen, but gets it back for position.
But just gets it back barely, though, as we could see from the inset just now. And now joining back in on the main camera feed here. It looks like they're just still bumping against each other here as Jeff Chen now tries to cut into the inside of Lasource. Jordan McNeil unfortunately left that door wide open for him to go through, and they will be side by side now going into the downhill portion of Spa Francorchamps. So Jordan McNeil was in the podium position. Now he's going to have to fight against Jeff Chen, and behind him Ethan Ruby and Chandramauli Adnan trying to find some way past as well. So this is quickly turning into a four-way, maybe even a five-way. Whoa, boy, no! There goes Jeff Chen into the tire barriers.
And he's harpooned himself into the barrier. Luckily, though, he manages to not get collected by anybody else. As meanwhile, talking about falling from grace, look who's at the right end back in the entire field.
Yeah, what a shame there for Momo Zaire. I mean, highs of highs, lowest of lows, isn't it? Won the, got the checkered flag in the first race. Now it's going to be facing the back of the grid for the rest of race number 2 now. Chandramauli Adnan still in the mix here. Jordan McNeil's lost his position to, of all people, Ethan Rubio, who actually took advantage of that situation there to move up into a podium, while Chandramauli Adnan is frustratingly still stuck behind Jeremy Yao.
I mean, no, in fact, Jeremy managed to overtake Chandramauli Adnan, and he is now up to P5, but Rubio is the biggest gainer of the lot. He gained 3 to 4 positions in that action alone. So really then Rubio's opportunistic driving paying dividends here. He's on the podium now, but for how long can he hold on? Because there's 2 really fast drivers behind him. He goes very wide through Puhon, and behind Dodo Prasetya also goes wide. And that's the first time we mentioned Dodo this season, I think, because Dodo was 3rd in last year's copper class. He's found the jump to bronze a bit harder.
Oh, I'm now a bit worried for Jordan McNeil. I mean, he's lost that position just now, and Jeremy almost I mean, he clattered into the side. Chandra's going to cut into the inside of Jordan McNeil here, forcing his way through, bumps him off, almost off of the track there as Jeremy Yao now gets caught out by Dodo Prasetya, who unfortunately had to back out of it. Jordan McNeil tucked in behind Chandramauli, who has moved up into P4.
Should we stay with Jordan or should we stay with 1GT? Because 1 is getting a good drive, trying to get by Dodo Prasetya here.
I mean, I think you might want to keep an eye on Jordan McNeil versus Chandra, because I think Jordan's going around the outside of Blanchimon right now, trying to get his position back from Chandra, but to no avail. Still is going to be side by side now into the breaking point, and still another bump there to Chandra, right into the breaking point as well here, as he tries to wrestle his way into both apexes, and actually brings back the position, brings back the GT trees maybe here for Jordan McNeil.
I think he wants to have that car class as opposed to this, but he won't be minding that too much because look, the amount of contact you can have in a touring car, you can get away with it as opposed to being in a GT3 as more and more battles are still going on. In fact, this is the best one of the lot. It has brought in several amount of drivers in a huge gaggle.
Huge gaggle indeed, and there's still 2 wide now going into a Rouge. I think Jordan is going to be able to tuck in front, and yes, he does tuck in front of Chandramauli Adnan. Got to watch out for Jeremy Yao as well, who is literally bumper to bumper here with Chandramauli as well, going up into the Camel Straight now between these 3 drivers fighting for P4. Chandramauli now getting around the outside, rather side by side with Jordan McNeil. He actually has more momentum on his Camel Straight, so Jordan unfortunately will have to concede a position, but certainly Jeremy Yao is looking for an opportunity, but look at the dive there from Jordan McNeil, sweeps up into the position, but couldn't quite keep it there. Chandramauli fights back, keeping himself still in that P4. Another bump there onto Jeremy Yao, actually allowing Dodo Prasetya to move up a place ahead of Jeremy.
Oh my word.
And in fact, in that whole chaos there, 1GT actually silently slipped his way into P6, splitting both Jordan as well as Dodo.
Oh, and it's still going on here.
Yeah.
Dodo's in front of Jeremy Yao, while behind him is Wilson Woon. That's another driver we've not really mentioned much this season, but here's Wilson trying to get by, as Wilson is being more circumspect here. He doesn't want to actually get involved because otherwise he'll lose touch to that other gaggle who are getting away of Chandra, Jordan, and 1GT.
Yep. 1GT is now trying to actually fight with Jordan McNeil here. Ooh, a bit of a bump again from Wilson Woon. That might be a bit of a bump and run there, but Jeremy Yao is still able to keep his car ahead of Wilson Woon so far. But certainly it's not looking too good at momentum coming out of campus. Now into Stavolo here, a bit of a dive for the LOR driver here as he attempts to try to take the inside, and it does take the position away from Jeremy Yao, and Jeremy might lose another one here as Hazik Aslan has gotten into the mix here and actually got his car slightly, and no, in fact, Jeremy just luckily was able to get the position back from Hazik just coming out of Stavolo.
And Dave Chen is the one that's behind the entire train of these cars. from 4th all the way to 11 fighting for it. So, oh, Rubio, in fact, Rubio's under attack here from, no, 1GT. He's under attack from the Presentia.
And Neil Harris is also attacking Bima Surya for the lead of the race just now through the chicane. That seems to have tucked him behind on the main straight. So wow, still a lot of action to keep track of here as Neil Harris snatches the fastest lap here with a time of 2:28.9. But really doing everything he can right now to keep Bima Surya and to reel him in.
And you know who's be lapping all the way to the bank for this race?
Ethan Rubio, I know. I mean, he finished in the top 6 in race number 1, and now it's looking like he might actually finish on the podium here for race 2. So that's a very handsome haul of points for him here in this round 3.
Meanwhile, we're gonna have to leave this battle for now. No, in fact, we'll stay with 1GT.
Yeah.
And there you go. Now he can actually jump back to Neil Harris because he's gonna jump around the outside here. Coming into Lake Home with Bima Surya. 2 drivers who are on a sharp end in both championships last year are going toe-to-toe this time.
Yeah, whoa, Bima Surya just barely kept his car ahead of Neil Harris coming out of Lacooms. But Neil Harris is already showing a statement of 10. There's still at least 2, maybe even 3 laps to go after this here. And Neil Harris is already putting as much pressure as he can onto Bima Surya.
Yeah, Bima on the in front, Neil we're on board with, and in the inset with that towel. I think he just got back from work, had enough time to prepare, but he didn't have enough time to clean his hair, so dry his hair to race. So that's why you have this kind of funny getup. We have 2 drivers now wearing really weird stuff on their heads.
I think it's not too weird as far as I'm concerned. It's only a towel and a hijab.
I mean, if you put it in a sim racing context, it is weird.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, we see on the inset, Wilson Moon has actually been in a ding-dong battle with Jeremy L. Jeremy actually cut the chicane at Lake Home, and he has not given the position back.
Not yet. Bima Surya in the meantime just doing everything he can try to keep Neil Harris behind, but frustratingly for him at least, the gap still remains very close between the two, so Neil will have another opportunity into the braking on the final chicane, maybe even Blanchimont. We can somehow get the momentum out of Stavolo, but it seems like Bima Surya is still pretty smooth on this part of the circuit at least. So Neil is going to have to pull something creative perhaps to find his way past. It's certainly looking like, look at that, so much more momentum coming into Blanchimont now. He's practically bumper to bumper here, trying to have a peek around the outside again. Braking hard, Bima Surya. Ooh, I think he might just left the braking a little bit too late there for comfort. Bima Surya might lose out here at the exit, but Neil Harris somehow still isn't able to cut ahead. Bima still in the lead so far.
Yep, but they come up to turn 1. Bima's going very narrow. In fact, Harris is going narrower. Back onto the racing line. Can Bima get it stopped in time? Yes. Locks it up. Probably he think that was worth it in the end because he got a good momentum out of it. Keeps the lead ahead by 6/10 of a second.
Brilliant defense there actually by Bima Surya. Like, holy cow. Really had to put the balls to the walls proverbially there to just try to keep Neil Harris behind, and that's actually opened up the gap between the two of them. So Bima's tactics actually has worked out brilliantly.
Lovely bit of driving, and once again, Neil has to regroup here. He has about 2 minutes left to go to try and snatch the win away from Bima Surya. All the while then, while this is going on, Ethan Rubio is probably just making inroads to the both of them, just behind 5 seconds, although he will not be able to snatch away victory from here or get anywhere close. He'll still be lapping all the way to the bank, knowing the fact that the guys from behind were battling so hard, it gave him a route to P3 easily.
Yeah. This is really just slipping his way up into the position, isn't it? That's just brilliant to see here. But I think the battle's still not quite over between Bima and Neil Harris. I mean, we've seen that Neil is at least consistently has been faster than Bima Surya. Like last lap was separated by 2/10 between the two of them, but fastest lap for Neil Harris was under 2:29. Yeah.
Ah.
It's crazy.
Raw. That is really, really fast. And the fact that it helps that he's in the slipstream. Meanwhile, then somebody named Ronin Origin 8818 said, "Nice Hyundai car gapping on the straight. Lovely unfair car." Well, it could be said the same thing for iRacing.
Right.
The Audi is fast in that one. So I guess to each their own. Some people might love these cars, others might deride it, whatever it is. The Hyundai being fast here is just a testament to how this thing is balanced, so there's nothing we can do about it unless we put VOP. Oh, there's a battle between Wilson Moon and Dave Chen there around the outside. We see on the inside.
Oh boy, yeah, I think there's a lot of wrestling going on behind the wheel there for Dave Chen as Wilson Moon pulls ahead into P7. Still keeping his car ahead somewhat, but they're going up towards Blanchimon right now, and ooh, it looks like Dave Chen's going to try to cut him on the outside of that position there. Now we're going to be able to see on the main screens here, coming around Blanchimon there, and oh boy, just actually putting his elbows out does Wilson Woon to try to force Dave Chen to tuck in behind, and Dave Chen unfortunately had to take to the runoff.
Yeah, meanwhile, this is the final lap now. In fact, across the line he goes. Beamer just cuts it by 0.2 of a second. He's fist bumping. Neil finishes second, and the rest of the field will come by very soon. Ethan Rubio in third. Chandra gets a good fourth. That increases his championship lead. And then McNeil, Yao, Wilson Woon, Haziq Aslan, and Dave Chen with Dodo Prasetya running up the entire top 10 as more and more afters after that.
Yeah, Wilson Woon going to be celebrating certainly for pulling that off in what was actually the final lap of the race there. So well done to the driver from LOR. But Bima Surya, controller driver, winning race number 2. That is sensational.
Yep, as you can see there, you know he's on the controller because it looks like he's going for a bit of a wee after this.
Yeah. I'd love to see actually what model of controller he's using there. I mean, he's kept it out of the camera shot. They're putting in like right on his lap in the most comfortable controller gamer position ever there. But look at that, all smiles there for Bima Surya. He knew that he's done a heck of a job. I mean, again, you know, I cannot emphasize enough how much of a disadvantage really sometimes you have as a when you're doing these kind of like defensive battles here on controller. You don't get necessarily the kind of fine control or that like feel of the car's like moment during the race. And you can see Neil is just absolutely looking tuckered out after having fought so hard trying to fight Bima Surya for the win here in race number 2, but just falling slightly short here.
Yeah, in fact, we couldn't get the full battle on that one because I think Bima might have actually gotten the handle of it anyway towards the line. So that's why Neil probably be a bit miffed that he just couldn't pressure Bima into a mistake at all. But credit to where it's due. He got into the top 10 in the first race and on the podium in the second one. So it will do his championship chances a whole world of good coming into the final round next week.
Yep. So that is our bronze class race 1 and 2 done and dusted. We've got only one more race to go and 2 more classes to deal with here for round number 3. That's right, the gold and silver class is coming up next. But first, we're going to be taking a short break over here in the studio. My name is Victor. Join me here is Ammo, and we'll see you guys after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. when allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the eRGP. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we're now bringing you guys the final race of the evening. That's right, gold and silver class is coming up. They're going to be driving Formula cars, so hopefully a less chaotic race this time around.
Oh, don't we wish it, right? We always try to say, okay, let's hope for a good calm race. Sometimes we don't get that wish, but you know, fingers crossed that we might just see that here, Vic. But so far, at least, as we saw in Fuji, unpredictable things can happen.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I mean, there's a Spa Francorchamps, which honestly might be the best place for these kind of Formula cars to show their thing. And, well, let's go ahead and give you guys a quick rundown of what the championship is like right now. For the gold class first, Russell Reyes is in the lead. 71 points to his name, leading his countryman, Chester Elog, who has only 59 points to his name. And Iman Ryan only 10 points behind with 49 from Brunei, keeping things very much heated here, at least for the second to third place battle. But Russell Reyes, if he gets another good round this time, he might just run away with this championship.
Well, actually, by all accounts from that previous round, he said that it was not the best at all. He was actually happy to be still in first.
Well, we'll see how it is going to turn out later on here for our race number one. In the meantime, for the silver class, Enzo Ison is leading in the class by a whole country mile, 40 points ahead of Malaysia's Ethan Lau, who right now is locked in a bit of a battle with Zef Yuan for that P2, or rather the second place in the silver class championship here with Zef Yuan. So Ahmad Jusmin from Indonesia also having a bit of a tight battle with Azib Shakmi Mokhtar, and this is going to be for fourth. So everything below Enzo Ison seems to be very close. Just that Enzo is really running away with it.
Yep, in fact, he was just tipped to the line for that potential 4 in a row. But the thing is, in the steward's room afterwards, he actually got penalized for a collision. As well as Zef Yuan, we saw that photo finish right the line.
Yeah,
it was all for nothing. It was for 5th and 6th after all.
Pretty much,
so
yeah.
it really didn't count for anything. But apart from that, he still maintained a big lead. So even with drop points, it's going to be an insurmountable mountain to climb for the rest of the field to get back at him.
Yeah, well, in any case, we still can never say never here as we now jump into qualifying here. Yet again, another 10-minute qualifying session. Drivers just only jumped out of the pits here. So we'll see them go ahead and get their out laps done here. We're right now on board with Ethan Lowe, and my goodness, really showing off those guns, are you, young Ethan?
Well, he is still a developing kid. And the fact that we were joking off air with our producer that what will you look like in about 50 years time? He'll be having a bit of a schmuck, kopitiam somewhere in Ipoh, and looking as though he is enjoying life. Well, he's actually skipped the 50 years and looking like as if he is 60 right now.
Well, sometimes they say that he's a lot more mature than his age and is really trying to dress to show it, I guess.
I mean, put it this way. We know that both Gonzalez brothers love to wear a singlet while driving, so he's probably trying to take a few tips from them. Maybe just to avoid very smelly tits at the end.
Good lord, please.
Anyways,
ignore the time. Maybe 2:08 might be a little bit too fast, even for these Formula cars.
too slow.
Too slow.
Yeah, in fact, the fastest time we have just now was from Jinbin at 2:03. And meanwhile, this is the opposite from what we've seen previously. Russell Reyes is actually wearing a shirt this time.
Yep, still showing his guns though on the inset on the bottom here, as you can see. So Russell Reyes is going to be we're going to be keeping a keen eye on this guy here because he's the gold class leader and in almost a golden car. I mean, actually it's a beige color, but under the sunlight actually looks practically gold, doesn't it?
It does, yes. And we're going to stay on board because this is going to be a flying lap around the circuit here, Vic.
Yeah. Flying through here, just flew out of the Coombs and now into this corner. Very tricky, even in these Formula cars with the downforce and the grip. But Russell Reyes really just keeping it nice and tidy through there. In through No Name / Jackie X corner and now headed towards Puhan. Still looking pretty nice. Green sector 2 so far. Now just slides his way through Puhan. Very slight, just very quick let off on the throttle. Back on it again here for Russell Reyes. He now comes through, now should be coming around to where the Sector 2 marker is. Oh no, sorry, that's closer to Stavolo there. And through campus, looking nice and tidy. I mean, so far as we've seen from Russell, especially during qualifying, he very rarely rarely puts a foot wrong in these sessions.
He never drops the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Fuji last time out, he did get upset by Iman Ryan, so let's see what Iman can do. We mentioned before, Iman is really taking this championship very seriously. He wants to go way up to Russell and probably upset the leaders of the class right now between himself and Chester Elog.
Yeah, braking very late as you do with the Formula 3 cars now going through the final chicane and very nice and tidy through that final turn as well. So, across the line he goes, 204.5. That's going to start things off here in a purple Sector 3 so far. But Sai City Priti Sudhakar moves up. Neyman Ryan as well. He's actually a whole second faster than Russell Reyes' banker lap.
Well, did we say that he was actually taking it seriously? Yes, he does. 203.2. That eclipses Chong Jin Bin's time from practice and gets it up to about 7/10 up in front. Meanwhile, some of the comments have said, I love Vija. Well, sorry, bruvs, a race too late. We were in the bronze class just now, but sorry, copper class, two races too late now.
Yeah, so in any case, I actually wonder where Vija actually finished in the results here. I'm gonna have to download the whole list here in order to be able to tell you that. So for the Vija fans out there, actually, where did he actually finish?
No,
not even a top 10.
Yeah, not in that time, bro. No, he was in copper.
Oh, yeah, right, he was in copper.
Yeah, but anyway, we see that actually being the market has been laid out. Meanwhile, jumping into the silver class, Fahim Hatta takes initial pole position away from Zef Yuen by about 0.3 of a second.
Yep, so even Ryan, though, I mean, it still remains like 7/10 faster than Chong Jin Bin right now. He's in the pits at the moment, so it's probably going to try to get some last-minute configurations done here as we're on board with Fahim Hatta, sporting the very distinctive glitch livery that's been brought to you by Velocity Pantera. So yellow in that first sector right now. Ooh, really tricky trying to get through this corner here, but somehow managed to keep it together just in time to get through Jackie X. And sector 2 fastest side Priti Sudhakar, can't really count him out, I think, for a possible provisional pole here. Chong Jin Bin as well putting actually even faster sector 2 time compared to Sai.
In fact, Roy Ripperip has gone up to second right now. He's only about 6/10 behind, but Iman really pulled it out of the bag in that first run alone. So he's one to watch out for in this second place. And in fact, Russell Reyes has just got up to second place too, 203.8. But nope, he gets eclipsed immediately by Sudhakar, 203.3, and the rest of the field chopping, changing as we go. Raja Shaukat comes up, and then Chong Jin Bin comes up.
Yep, Chong Jin Bin we saw just now snatched away the fastest sector 2 there from Sai Priti Sudhakar. So unfortunately, he was not able to overcome him in the lap. He was actually only lost out by 1/10 of a second. And Raja Mio Shaukat actually puts a time that beats Russell Reyes' improved time there. So, but still, in spite of all of that, Neyman Ryan still on provisional pole.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wants to see coming up to this second phase of the entire season. Here's Fahim Hatta coming around the final corner. Then can he beat his 213.4 with his way out of the final corner? I don't think so. No. That may not be enough. In fact, it is not enough. He stays P10, but first in the silver class. Zef Yuen has actually started yet another lap as well. He has not been able to improve.
Nope. At least not yet. Fahim Hatta, unfortunately, with that little spill at the final corner, it's going to affect his ability to push this next lap here, at least for Sector 1. Neyman Ryan, we're riding on board with right now. Can't quite see what his sector pips are, but he's coming up to the line again, so we'll see whether or not you improve. Actually, I don't think he'll be improving this lap at all. Still in the red delta, and I think he only just came out of the pit, so he's just trying to beat the line. But Joshua Ivan Moliono is not making it easy for him in the final corner. That's going to affect his ability to push this lap.
But in fact, he has gotten away here and starting yet another lap as we come across the line. Whoa, Reyes might be on it. Because
here we go.
There we go. We got his sectors on his screen right now. Fastest sector 2 of all. But then someone else gets a faster sector out of that. it's actually Iman Ryan as well. No, in fact, it keeps changing hands. Sai Sudaka has actually gotten it too.
Yeah, and so right now, Russell Reyes is 3/10 up on his delta, almost up to 7/10 at certain points. So I think he's already on a very, very good lap right now. Let's see whether or not he's actually going to be able to put it all together here. But Sai Priti Sudhakar is going to be his target for certain here because he dethroned him previously. Yes, he does take away from Sai, but where is Sai at the moment? Because I think he's coming around through the final sector. Coming to the line.
Yep, he's across the line.
It's across the line, but does not improve his time here. Bad Sector 3 for him, unfortunately, in spite of the purple Sector 2. Eamon Ryan, in the meantime, again, I did suspect that that exit out of the final corner there being blocked by Joshua is not going to help him too much.
Yeah.
So now his Sector 1 is still in the yellow. Now passing more traffic here, trying to get through Sector 2, and that's not going to help give him any favors.
And certainly will not be helping him at all that he has to get by more drivers on their flying laps. There's Adrian. Good bit of driving there from the young Malaysian coming by as he gives way to the other young driver from Brunei. Through he goes, but he has also one more driver to get by, Victor Lorenzo Ancheta, to go through. The Filipino coming up through Stavilo. This is not looking good for Iman's time, but the only saving grace right now, he's got enough time to do one more lap and he's got clear traffic in front.
Yeah, still, definitely will have enough time to beat the clock right now. So he still remains a tenth of a second faster than Russell Reyes, the gold class leader here. But Sai Priti Sudhakar is going to call it quits. He's currently sitting in the pits right now. Still going to be starting on that second row, so it's still a good qualifying for him. Nevertheless, now Eamon Ryan's coming around. No, he cooked it though into the final chicane. So not going to be able to see an improvement for him. That might still leave the door open for Russell, but I don't think he's even on a flying lap either.
Yeah, he's on his out lap, so maybe there's no way through just yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's on a lap, so he can't improve there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back to the silver class, Fahim Hatta is still on pole. Behind him is Zef Yuen, so both teammates for the class are leading the way. But for how long can Fahim Hatta hold on to it? Because here's Zef on the lap.
Yeah. I think Raja Miyosaka is like half a second up on his delta, so he may see him try to beat Chong Jin Bin maybe for a position here, as Chong is not really looking like he's going to be improving on this lap. We're on board with Zef Yuan right now. Not a good Sector 1 for him, unfortunately. Really swinging that car through Puhon right now as we see in the inset Raja Miyosaka coming to the final chicane. Now he's currently in P5 with a time of 2:03.6, so just barely kept it together though. Going through that final corner here, Zephyr also fighting but could not win the battle that time. Spins out into the sand.
And that's all she wrote in qualifying. Meanwhile, Chong Jin Bin still on, and he has improved on his third sector, but not enough to get by Sai or Russell or Iman. Stays in fourth position. But look at the times there. 2:03.2 for Iman, 2:03.3 for Russell, and 2:03.3 as well for Sai. Nothing in it between all three of them, and then some. So we're setting ourselves up here for a really good race. Meanwhile, in the silver class as well, 13.8 to 13.4 in fact for Fahim Hatta, just about a tenth above Luke Morales. Morales came by in the final few moments in qualifying to actually set himself up to second place in the silver class.
Yeah, so unfortunately I can't really get that split between the drivers, but you can see the drivers that have SS in their name there. Those are the silver class drivers, whereas the
Those are tires.
Those are tires, yeah.
In fact, we only have our counter, but we will configure it when we do get back onto the track. As more and more cars are actually completing their runs now. I think that looks like one of the Papega cars coming by. Might be just a Royal Dev or might be Aziz Shami Mokhtar. But either way, that's the end of qualifying. And the driver who's really on it to try and win this championship, Iman Ryan, up in front.
Yep. So Iman Ryan successfully takes the pole position here from Russell Reyes. Russell is going to try his best to try to get himself back in position here. So as we have a look on, let's see what it is for the silver class. I suspect Enzo Isom might be the leader in the silver class. We'll confirm that later when we get to the transition into the grid. But at the moment, still looking like it's going to be a fight between Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes. And with Sai Priti Sudhakar, I think like he actually seems like he has good pace. It's just somehow during this qualifying wasn't quite able to put things together for this round here, but he certainly was consistently getting like fastest sector 2s all throughout. So I wonder, like, is the problem for him maybe like the sector 3 perhaps, where he's consistently like finding himself losing time there, despite getting the gains in the midpoint. But yeah, I mean, I think it's enough to really consider that he might even be a threat here for the gold class.
I mean, we saw it the other time where he actually was fighting all the way to the front, trying to get by Iman Ryan and Reyes before they actually got together. He could have won that time, but then Iman managed to claw his way back up to the front. So it remains to be seen whether or not Sai can put up a consistent challenge here. But we know for a fact he loves single-seaters. He's won in them before in the gold class a couple of years back. He will try to do it again. But boy, oh boy, does he need to do it against very tough opponents.
Yeah, and let's have an opportunity now to have a look at some of the liveries, because there's some really cool liveries here. Like who's the one in the floral livery right now on the grid here?
Okay, we can just run through all the way to the back. Let's see then. It's Lorenzo Ancheta we saw just now, I think.
Yeah, number 21.
We'll just run through.
Yeah, so here's Enzo Isan with the LOR. And Shouts, what's up? Ooh, there's very retro-looking livery going on here.
This is actually based on the mods as well. This is from the former Region Oceania series. And now we're going to have to jump back to the grid here and see the cars on the grid.
Yep, Roy Numer Ripper Rip representing the, well, looks like colors of India practically here, all the way to gray.
A bit Force India. I think it's based on one of the cars that was already in the game, but he repurposed it with his own sponsors. Nice touch there. And of course,
Distancia Amigo.
Jinx. So that's the Filipino speaking in his Spanish native tongue right there. A couple of other cars we can actually look forward as well to seeing here is, okay, Ethan Lowe, for example.
Ethan Lowe, yep, Pega with the 420. Nice.
No, Blaze It.
Oh, no Blaze It this time. Yeah.
Yeah, 420 Blaze It. Okay, let's see from the other cars right at the back. And Cheta, for example, no, he said left the grid. But anyway,
left the grid.
We're going to go here for the race, Vic.
The entry is getting warmed up now. Lights will indicate the start now for a gold and silver class races. Russell Reyes and Iman Ryan on that front row. Iman Ryan in the lead here. Let's see if he gets a good launch this time around as race one is go. And right now he's trying to cut across, but no, I think Russell has actually beaten him to the punch. In fact, he's going to be the first one into La Source.
Yep, and that's the start that he did not want. He let his championship rival go by and take the lead as the rest of the field come through. I think pretty much everybody's safe. Yes, no such incidents to report. Maybe a couple drivers running wide there. But meanwhile, through Rouge and Radion, here comes Iman Ryan on the inside. Iman cuts through, and he outfoxes Russell all the way to the top of Radion.
Okay, I thought Russell hit the wall there, but it might be just a bit of net code there. But Russell and Iman were very brave to try to keep it side by side through Eau Rouge. Chong Jin-bin now looking for an opportunity here, tries to actually gain some momentum. Iman Ryan a little bit slow right now as they approach Lacombe, but still it's going to be able to kick on the inside here, tries to hold off Russell Reyes. Somebody's gone a little bit off into the run off there. That could be Chesa Elok. It's rejoin. No, it's doing rejoin unsafely and unfortunately clatters into a bunch of cars.
And in fact, further behind, there's more chaos in the silver class because there's a car spinning all the way into the barriers. Further behind, wow, it's all kicking off here, and we're only through the first sector.
Yeah, it looks like Enzo Isan was able to get through unscathed there. Iman Ryan still leads ahead of Russell Reyes. Sai Priti Sudhakar is still in P3 right now, so still, in spite of the fact that Chong Jin-bin looks like he was getting on the charger just now to Russell Reyes, looks like Sai was able to get the position back and stay on the podium.
Indeed. Well then, we can just split between the two classes, of course, because we have gold and silver here, and our interface, we can actually show it. But for now, we'll see the overall leaderboard. Here's Sai on our screens. He is on the defense. We know that he actually can really attack it among the front runners, but can he also defend? Let's wait and see how, with Chong Jin-bin recovering from that slide off, where he hit the ball, where he hit the corrugations and went into the air for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Russell Reyes is now putting the full charge here to try to catch up back to Iman Ryan. He almost got the taste of the race lead earlier, but Iman Ryan was able to catch it back in the transition to Eau Rouge and Radion. Now it looks like Chong Jin-bin is going to try to make a move around the outside, offside. Priti Sudhakar looks like it's way ahead right now on the braking, but no, he slides out. Almost clatters into Sai, who moves up into P3, but Raja Amir, Adam Harip, as well as Ayman Hakim will be able to pull ahead of Chong Jin-bin, who drops down to P7.
Well, he didn't almost clatter. He did clatter to the side of the car, and hopefully damage on Sai's car will not be too significant because, of course, single-seaters, when you have a bit of wing damage, front, you have understeer, rear, you have oversteer. So that slight contact at the side may not be too much, but really, he would have loved to not been hit at all.
Yeah. Oh, wait, well, I think we also got Yogi Masaji, I think. Oh, is it? No, so Yoda is Yoga.
That's Jonathan Siu.
Yeah, Jonathan Siu in the just coming back into the chat here from Copper Class. In the meantime, Ayman Hakim side by side with Adam Harif, aka Matt Murdoch. He's gonna try to undercut him going into Lakoon, but Chong Jin-bin is also looking to try to pick up some scraps here. Tries to slip him under Adam Harriet, but no, clatters into the side of Adam instead and spins around one more time.
Ay, once again, he has not been having the rubber to green with this corner. Two straight laps in a row. He has actually dropped it here, but mostly for him, he manages to get it going. And in fact, what happened to... No, that's not Ramdani. That was actually Adam Harrick. So Murdoch has actually dropped all the way to P11.
Huh, what happened to him there?
Is it all the Balagulin though? It is Balagulin.
Oh, Balagulin, yeah,
so
sorry.
Yeah, we thought for a second it was Murdoch because they're running the same liveries as well. But either way, Balagulin drops it all the way back to P11. Meanwhile, we're going to jump to the silver class, and our leader is Enzo Ison.
Enzo Ison. Yes,
surprise.
Indeed it is. LOR driver still continuing to dominate right now as we see him in the inset here, wearing a beanie with... Actually, is that like a Monsters Inc. beanie?
It's Mike Wazowski.
But Mike is green.
I know, but it's one eye. Who's the only one that has... Who's the only Cyclops in that series anyway?
Right. But yeah, he is still in the lead, and I think in the lead by quite a margin, maybe, to the rest. In fact, I'm looking at what the gaps between him and Zeph again.
3 seconds.
3 seconds gap, so he's very secure in that position.
Yep, you can see that the spread of the field is a bit further than we would have thought it'd be because Enzo just got away from the mixed skirmishes and he managed to get away from it.
Yeah, I think Roy Mineri, Ripper Rip, is in the battle right now with Kanzani Ramdani. In fact, they were both coming to blows just now, as I saw on the timing screen. It looks like they're very close now in the final corner. Ooh, someone spun out. I think Chong Jin-bin again spun out.
Same corner. Oh, wow. And he showed the pace in qualifying, remember, as well as in the practice session. He was fastest in practice, and he dropped it again at that same corner.
Well, it's giving Pingu a lot of love on the cameras, that's for sure, but not in the way that he definitely would have liked to. That is unfortunate here for Chong Jin-bin, having to now try to recover his nerves, I expect, after multiple spins here, and twice in the same spot. In the meantime here, looks like Iman Ryan has actually put a decent gap now to Russell Reyes, 1.6 seconds here, so he's very secure in this lead in this early phase.
Well, didn't we say that he was committed to it? He is certainly committed to try and get it. Or you can see on the inset right now. That's Iman, and this is the battle between Roy Rip and Kanzani Ramdani.
Oh, they gone off onto the gravel there. Kanzani Ramdani still pulls away there, but it's not too far away. Roy Rip now trying to fight, and he's got Aldo Balagulan just behind him as well. Teammates in this battle, it looks like. They now are going to be pushing with each other here to try to overcome Kanzani Ramdani.
And the only Balapan random guy, he had a horrible round last time out in Fuji. He was right at the back and he crashed out. As you can see, Aldo Balagulan.
No, sorry.
Yeah, sporting a very Mexican-looking mustache. Or Dave Grohl in the Learning to Fly music video for Foo Fighters.
You know, funny thing is, like, I have a Malaysian who moved to the U.S., but everyone in the States, like, basically was living in Colorado. Everyone keeps thinking he's Mexican.
Because of the stash.
Not just stash. The fact that he's, like, very tan-skinned, as a very Malay, but also because he always walks around wearing a cowboy hat. So
he's just one step removed from wearing the
yeah. Oh, Roy Rip pulling onto the inside of Kanzani before they get into Blanchimon even. He moves up into P8. But Kanzani Ramdani is still close enough to try to fight back, and he will try to fight back around the outside of the chicane here, but can't really get to the apex first. Can't really find it. The next one here, Rip still keeping the door firmly closed in Kanzani's nose.
I was almost afraid for Kanzani's part that he might do a Jinbin and spin off there as well, because Jinbin's not that far away either from capitalizing on these positions. As they come up now to turn number 1. Oh, they run wide. Ramdani runs wide, and Balagulan takes the position on the inside, punches his mouth onto the gravel trap, and he has a half spin too.
Oh my goodness, I think he had his wheel like dipped slightly into the grass right as he was braking, and that unfortunately unsettled his car, and I think it was just a minor miracle really that he didn't spin out there.
Yeah, he held it because the car was about to spin but then braked. Now he's going to be all but vulnerable to Chong Jin-bin, and this is for the final position on the top 10 and crucially pole for race number 2, so they might want to fight this out here.
Yeah, and they will try to fight it out. Kanzani is going to try to take it back under braking here. Oh, but unfortunately, Chong Jin-bin's cooked it and gone completely wide. So that hands Kanzani back the P10 position, and he's probably going to be a bit relieved that it couldn't have gotten worse from there.
Yes. Meanwhile, we're going to go to the battle in the silver class. This is the battle for P3, and I was thinking, yeah, P3 with Fahim Hatta in front of Ngo Yunjan.
Two of them not too far behind each other, actually. In fact, like, haven't really pulled away here is Zev Yuan, who's only like 1 second ahead of Fahim Hatta. Ooh, big lock up there from Fahim. Doesn't seem to affect his momentum too much in this corner. It's a bit of a slow part, to be fair. But Goyongjan certainly in the right position here to try to capitalize should Fahim make a mistake.
Certainly, and for Yongjan's teammate, Ethan Lowe, he's not even in the top 10. He's only in 14th in class.
Yep.
So, only 2 points to his name here. Not good when you want to chase after Enzo Ison, who's running with killing it up in front.
Yeah, I think Ethan's having a lot of trouble. His last lap was 6 seconds down from average here, so might have a bit of a spill in the previous lap. Imran Ryan, meantime, whew, pulling a fastest lap already, pulling that battle. Chesa Elok, ooh, getting a nice little pass underneath Adam Harith there, Trula source, and will be in P6 by the time they get that sorted.
Yes, and we'll stay on this one because it is going to be very close. Oh, in fact, they run into a back marker. The back marker goes off onto the grass. Who's that? That might have been the Singaporean that was here before, but we're not going to mind that too much. Adam Harith is still going for it.
Yeah, Adam Harith still going. But they both come together and into the wall on the camel straight they go. Adam Harith flying away there. The back marker getting caught up with them as well. Big smoke going on here. Oh my goodness, Cars now is going to have to dodge around here, but very unfortunate. I think Adam might be the one beached on the track there, is it?
Yeah, they're both terminal. In fact, I don't know if Murdoch can still get that going. The car is stuck.
Yeah, it seems to be stuck on the barrier. He tried to reverse out, but seems like his front wings actually clipped through the Armco barrier, so he couldn't quite get it free. He has to teleport back. Man, that's just devastating there for the HSM driver.
Oh wow, we didn't get to catch what actually caused the car to smash off big time, but unfortunately for him, that's all she wrote.
Yep, very, very unfortunate, and that puts them all out of the top 10 effectively here. Chong Jinbei in the meantime, ooh, that's a little bit of a wild ride as he was attempting to try to keep it close with Kanzani Ramdani, but couldn't keep it close that time. Ooh, both of them going off in the run up here, Wuhan, so they're really just absolutely pushing as hard as they can right now.
And we got a few comments in the chat here. Yeah, Gumila makes an appearance. Gumila. She says, "Let's go Philippines." And indeed, you have one of your boys up there with the likes of Russell Reyes. Russell is still about 2.5 seconds, but man, Iman's really pushing it. We did say that if he had a bit of luck, well, as I said it, one thing. If he had a bit of luck in Sepang, he would have probably been right up Russell's chop here. But as it stands, he will try to use that as a drop round and maximize all the points he could get here in Spa.
And it seems to be very much on it. I mean, so far, very consistently has been getting those fastest lap, although, to be fair, it's right now towards the last third of the race here, so Iman is really trying to bank on those extra bonus 2 points that you get for fastest lap during the race session, as Chong Jin Bin now navigates past Joshua Ivan Moliano.
Yeah, that's the floor car you're looking for.
Yeah, that's the floor car I was definitely looking for there, and a very interesting livery for sure. Oh no, not
Jin
like
Bin
that.
again! 4th time they spun in this race!
Well, it's certainly pouring right now for Chong Jin Bin. That's how the umpteenth time they spun around here, and this time he took Kanzani and Ramdani along with him here. Fortunately, they don't lose positions here as they only got passed by a back marker, and Enzo Ison is still 24 seconds away from the two of them, so not really much harm done here.
And in fact, it was a back marker that was exiting the pit. It was Murdoch, so Murdoch's coming back after that horrendous accident at this point in the track last time out, so he got his car repaired, controls were locked, so no one he can go. But the real big benefit of all that is Enzo Ison in P10, only about 10 seconds behind Jin Bin. But if any gold driver were to pass him, he would not be on pole. So can you imagine a Formula Regional car in front of the rest of the FIA F3 cars? He will be laughing all the way to the bank because the rest of his rivals are even further behind at the start of the next race.
I think that wouldn't be, I mean, especially on here like Spa Francorchamps, wouldn't that be a bit like dangerous? Because he's going to be likely having all these gold class drivers trying to pass him through Eau Rouge and Radion.
That's a good question, yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of advantage early doors, it is a nice thing to have.
For sure, yeah.
But will he be able to use that advantage and not get clouted? I cannot say for sure.
I can't say for sure. And then certainly like the Formula Regional cars here are just slightly detuned compared to the Formula 3s that the Gold are running.
Well, they're not detuned at all. They're completely different chassis. So the Tatus cars in Formula Regional, different horsepower, half of the horsepower that the FIA F3 cars have. So, no, not half, but it's just 200 less than what the F5 AF3 cars have. So it's going to be a huge disparity, and it no doubt will be putting Enzo in a bit of a danger, in a bit of a danger zone, so to speak.
If I was if Enzo does get into pole, like, and if I was in his shoes, I'd just be praying I'm making the Camel Straight unscathed.
I mean, get out of the source and probably just hope and pray that there's enough speed differentials
Yeah.
to just avoid that. Okay, now then, let's see, any other battles out on track? In fact, the silver class has gone a bit quiet here, apart from this particular gaggle, who have not been able to overtake each other. This is between the two Pantera cars. They're behind, and Zef Yuen holding up this particular line. Yong Jen is also in the mix too.
Still doing his very best right now to try to keep the rest of the silver class guys as close as possible. Still lots of guys are just struggling with those brakes there, even on the final corner. I mean, it's a very tricky part, as Chong Jin Bin himself could attest to, having spun out there twice on his own. So, yeah, that's still going to be a tricky one, but we are on the final lap, I believe, or approaching that final lap. Iman Ryan right now is currently still in the midst of Sector 2 right now. Oh, it's in fact just got out of Sector 2 and is now coming into Sector 3.
Let's see then if he could actually maintain this all the way to the end. He knows for a fact that maximum points on the card. And look at the look of concentration on his face. He's tapping his wheel though.
Yeah, he's really hoping like he beats the clock maybe, so that he doesn't have to continue running another lap here. But in fairness, like, he's really leading Russell Reyes throughout this race, you know, so don't think it's quite likely that Russell will catch him unless Iman makes a mistake. But he hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Comes across the line, does beat the clock, so this will be the final lap.
Yep, and he is still having that pensive look on his face, but maybe pensive on the outside, but cool and calm on the inside. He is really showing it out there, a masterclass of how to get a good handle on these cars. Okay, granted, he didn't get the best of starts, but he didn't fret too much. He just came back when it really mattered, and now he's well on his way to earning yet another decisive victory. And in the grand scheme of things, it's something to really give his championship a full boost in this closing stage of the season.
Exactly what he needs. I think Kanzani Ramdani got passed by Chong Jin Bin just off camera. So now Chong Jin Bin moves up into P8, but Kanzani is still close enough to perhaps try to battle it out for this final lap as they are coming across the control line now. Eamon Ryan is going to go ahead and lap a few cars as he's on his victory lap practically here for race number 1.
Yep, indeed. We're going to be focusing on some of the battles in the inset because, again, we cannot take our eyes off Iman. You never know that if Russell can mount a serious challenge in this final lap. Yeah, granted, 3.5 seconds is a lot. But in these F3 cars where it gets really skatey and when the tires are hot, it's just not easy to get it back to cooler operating temperatures. So just for his sake, remember what happened in Sepang. He got it beached on the grass, never saw the finish line, but he did still get points because he was in the finishing position. So let's see, for Iman's sake and for the championship's sake, we can get a good final battle towards the end.
Yep, it's going to heat up until round number 4, and you guys better stay posted on social media because we're going to be announcing the track that's going to be coming up there after we've all wrapped up round number 3. So, in the meantime, on the inset, you can see Fahim Hatta in the silver class attempting to keep very close to, I think that's his teammate, isn't it, that he's actually catching?
It's Justin.
Oh, no, it's Justin.
Oh, it's right outside.
Oh, yeah, right around the outside. They had to take onto the curb, but Justin is still a little bit ahead here, but maybe not for long as they get through the Camel Straight. In fact, Justin is really being pushed up against the grass right now by Fahim Hatta. In the meantime, Iman Ryan comes across the line to claim victory here. A checkered flag for him first, as Russell Reyes comes in only 4 seconds behind. Sai Priti Sudhakar comes in to claim the final spot on the podium, as Rajamil Shaukat, best of the rest yet again, finishes ahead of Ayman Hakim, who finishes in 5th. Then we have right now still Justin Raul Dev attempting, or rather has lost actually, the battle between himself and Fahim Hatta, who moves up ahead in the silver class into 4th place in that class. In fact, Ayman Hakim takes checkered flag, Roy Numer Ripper Rip also takes 6th place, and Aldo Balagula and his teammate finishes in 7th. Chong Jin Bin will be able to finish ahead of Kanzani Ramdani, but still has yet to see the checkered flag. While in the meantime, Fahim Hatta is certainly hoping to see the checkered flag soon because he's successfully overtaken Justin here for the 4th position.
And in fact, he is trying to defend even from Justin, because earlier Justin might have actually gotten a look in on the inside, but Fahim holds on to it. This is Justin's view. He is actually racing from Axel in Johor. There's a branch there if anyone wants to visit by, if you're in the south of Malaysia. Right then, we're going to put this battle on the back burner because here's Enzo Isan coming through the final corner.
Yep, Enzo now from the final corner has pretty much dominated this round here and certainly will be enjoying a handsome championship lead after this here for certain as he takes the win here in the silver class, finishes way ahead of Zef Yuan by what looks like 20 seconds ahead. My goodness, what a gap between the two of them here. Enzo takes the checkered flag, Zef Yuan takes the flag as well. Justin Rauldev trying to chase out the Fine Hata, but no, will not be able to overtake him. Or does he take him? Not quite, no. Fine Hata still finishes ahead of Justin Rauldev, and that means that Fine does take the final spot on the podium. Ngoyong Jin finishes just behind Justin, as well as Muhammad Kamal Ali, then Muhammad Shahzwan Shafiq, and finally Ahmad Jusmin and Ethan Lowe.
Yep, we're waiting for them to cross the line to finish. In fact, the timer has gone up, and we're looking at our race winner in the silver class, which is Enzo Isan, whereas the gold class has been taken by Iman Ryan. A superb win up in front. Never put a foot wrong, aside from just bogging the start a bit.
Yeah, just a slight bog, but still fought back and took the lead back and through Eau Rouge there, and a very brave side-by-side with Russell Reyes, so you got to give him credit for that, for sure. But yeah, a very good showing here for Eamon Ryan. Let's see how it turns out later for the reverse grid. And I think thankfully for Enzo, he's not going to be amongst the top 10, it looks like, for the reverse grid. So I guess that question of whether or not a Formula Regional amongst these Formula 3s is going to pose a bit of a problem going up Radeon. But seems like we're not going to be too worried about that now going forwards.
Yeah, because Chester Elot has managed to finish up back in the top 10 after that massive accident with Murdoch, where they were both sent into the air, and Chester just gets back out on track just in time to finish in the top 10. So, and actually, in fact, no, it might be.
I think someone disconnected just now, so there was someone else in the Kanzani Ramdani actually is up in the top 10.
Okay, now Ramdani's back in. So yes, no Formula Regional at the front. At least we can avoid a really awkward moment for the Formula Regional guy, especially for the likes of Enzo Isan up in front, trying to fend off the Formula 3 cars.
Yeah, but, well, I mean, that still gives an opportunity for Zef to hopefully try to fight back here in race number 2 for the Silver Class Championship, but still, Enzo still has that huge lead, though, in the standings anyway, so it's going to be taking moving mountains, really, to try to assail that gap between the two of them in terms of points. So Chesa Elot is going to be joined by Chong Jin Bin for the front row here. Kanzani Ramdani and Ayman Hakim in the second row, as well as Aldo Balagula and Roy Numer Ripperip, teammates in that third row. Sai Preeti Sudhakar and Rajamil Shaukat in the fourth, and Russell Reyes, Iman Ryan still side by side, and we'll see how the race start is going to be here between the two of them for race number 2.
And a sparrow thought for whoever's right at the back, Lorenzo and Cheta. Oh boy, that one is definitely certainly the most painful scene to look at. There he is, right at the back.
Yeah, just very unfortunate, but then again, that's just how many drivers we have currently in this mixed gold and silver class. Lights in the gantries getting warmed up here. Red lights are on for our final race of the night. And here we go, race number 2. And let's see if Chester Elot can keep that lead. Right now, I think Chong Jin Bin and Kanzani Ramdani are getting a bit of a scrap now, going to the swords, and Kanzani has already beaten him now for P2. Just need to be able to close the door. Still cars are bumping each other here in the swords. But so far, no spin out, so still very clean through turn 1.
Spoke too soon. Someone spun out there.
Oh no, spoke too soon.
It's Mercado. Corey Mercado gets involved in that one, and so is Joshua Ivan Mayono. But meanwhile, race up in front then.
He joins, but thankfully doesn't barely safely. I mean, just literally slipped in, and thankfully did not clatter into anyone that time around. But now it's just a face off between Iman Ryan and Russell Reyes, who are fighting their way through Lacombe as we speak. Rajamil Shaka is unfortunately caught up in the middle of all that, but a bit of a Iman hits Russell Reyes and gets spun around instead, and now he's out of the top 10.
And he's going to get swamped up by the rest of the Formula Regional guys as well in silver. Oh, another car spins in the background. We can't catch that one. But this is massive for the championship fight. Now Iman has to do all the work again.
Oh, this is just tough now. A tough pill to swallow here for Iman Ryan. He was fighting actually alongside Russell Reyes. I think he actually cut in front of Russell, hit him right on the front left tire, and that unfortunately caused him to spin around and end up now swallowed up by the Formula Regionals. Now he has a much faster car, so that's going to allow him to quickly work his way back up. But certainly the gold class drivers will be having a huge lead now ahead of him.
Yeah, we'll wait and see how this one shakes out, because if he can recover as soon as he could, he at least has a half a chance to try and salvage some points here.
Yeah, Chester Elok still is in the lead of the race here. It was Chong Jinbin and Aldo Balagulan still chasing in behind. Jinbin is actually quite close to where Chester is, so he's going to be keeping him company here for the battle for the lead as we end that first lap. Chong Jinbin got to be keeping an eye out for him on this corner here, but I think he's gotten it pretty much under control this time around. Definitely will have a bit of practice over the last 15 minutes or so. Chester Elok, can see him in the inset. Whoa, I think he's actually having a fan blowing his hair there, so almost making it look like he's actually inside an open cockpit, isn't it?
Yeah, without a helmet.
Yeah.
If he had no helmet, that would definitely been...
I mean, he's got his helmet behind him, or rather his VR visor behind him.
Yeah, VR headset, so he's not using VR for this one. He wants to go full traditional, so to speak. But he is in the lead, and he will try to do the impossible here by fending off cars with DRS behind. And remember, he did lead at one point in Sepang before he having to pit because he forgot to fuel up.
Yeah, in what almost looked like to Alex a jump start, but it's in fact just an underfueled car for the start of the Sepang race. But hopefully, I mean, he has definitely learned his lesson since then, and hopefully this time around we'll actually be able to get an actual win. As Russell Reyes now fighting Raja Emil Shaukat here for P4.
Yeah, Roger hangs around the outside, coming out to Brussels. In fact, Russell is trying to go through here in Brussels. Can he get by? No, he's still going side by side. We have to probably jump this battle because this is the most intriguing one on the track.
Yep.
The more that Russell stays behind, the rest of the field will actually come by behind him.
Yeah, I think Raja is a bit of a cork in the bottle here because you can see Kanzani, Ayman, Roy, as well as Cypress City Pitaka are just behind all of them here. But Russell still hasn't been able to find a way past Raja quite yet. Let's go Chupu on side by side there. It's Ayman Hakim and Kanzani Ramdani. Kanzani on the inside going into this the campus chicane, but no, it looks like he gets overtaken there. It's Ayman Hakim moves up into P6.
Yep. We'll get to the silver battle pretty soon, but in terms of the championship fight, you cannot get any more dramatic than the fact that Iman Ryan, again, somehow, in between of all that, just loses it in the worst possible moments.
Yeah, I think good news for Iman though is that he's already cleared most of the Formula Regional cars.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them now. So it's only now just catching up to where Adam Harif is in 10th position. So good recovery so far, but still a very long way to go before he can hopefully recoup some points.
Indeed. Now we can jump back to the silver battle. It looks as though up in front, the Pantera boys will be smiling ear to ear because they're leading 1-2 ahead of Juicemin in the Balapan random car.
Yeah, and where in the world did Enzo end up? Enzo is all the way back behind Aziz Shami Mokhtar. So he's out, 11th for the silver class here. So really had not made any improvement. In fact, just got fallen back massively from the start here from race number 2. So that's going to be a bit concerning here, but then again, still has a big lead in the championship anyway, so this is a huge boon right now to Velocity here with Zef as well as Fahim being in front, Luisia and Adrian. I mean, Louis hit the wall on the inside there, but fortunately did not end up hitting Adrian Ahmed on the outside.
Indeed, and now they're going to go all the way to Oruj and Radion. This is going to be quite crazy if they can make it 3 wide on the Camel Straight.
Yeah, I can see Kamal Ali just smiling as he's chatting in the voice chat there to his teammates, perhaps, as Luisia and Adrian Ahmed are now side by side in the Camel Straight, and Kamal Ali is actually gaining on the 2 of them here with the slipstream being offered by both cars. In fact, he's going to be able to cut through them, maybe through the braking to Lacooms. He's going to try to actually cut the 2 of them, and does cut in front of Adrian, and also cuts in front of Luisia. What a brilliant one there from Kamal Ali.
Oh, he's smiling ear to ear. He's happy with that one. And because of that, he's managed to move it up to P6 in this particular battle.
Yep, and in the meantime, Louis still attempting again to try to get past the youngster Adrian Ahmed, but still no dice for him quite yet. And the LOR car of Enzo Isan is now catching up to the 2 of them. No, he spuns out there, Luisia does.
Oh no, not the best possible position to lose it. He has to recover, but wait, he's actually waiting before coming back. That's good bit of driving. Though to his detriment, he has lost plenty of positions and out of the points.
Yeah, oh, this is unfortunate there for Louis. I don't think there was contact between him and Adrian at all. It looked like he was spun out on his own.
Yep, indeed. Well, speaking of spinning out, this is a driver that we saw spin out plenty of times in the first race. Chong Jinbin, he's not doing any of that in the second one.
No, he's certainly got it together much better this time around, making sure that he's got his brake bias set properly now into Lasors. In the meantime, Sai, what happened to him?
He spun. He half spun it into the final corner and he went onto the escape road.
Oh, that's not good for him. Right now, it's, he's already been passed by Adam Harif, so he's now sitting in the 10th spot for the gold class, but he's now remaining clutch as Iman Ryan, who's looking to at least gain 1 point, but he's got the Indian driver now to deal with.
Yep, and the Indian veteran would know well about how to defend here because he's definitely shown his prowess while being under attack. Though he has a different proposition in the form of Iman Ryan. Iman knows for certain that championship points on the line has to be gained here by virtue of the fact that unforced error just sends him to the back in the worst possible time.
Yeah, I think just off camera, there's a bit of battle going on between Roy as well as Kanzani Ramdani. But Iman Ryan is now trying to catch up here to Saipri Sudhakar. Didn't quite get it under the camel straight at the moment there. So still going to have to put this, still going to have, I mean, again, right from the get-go, it's already going to be a lot of work for Iman, who unfortunately spun out while getting into contact with Russell Reyes early on here. So it's really just trying to recover back here to hopefully get some points here. But any points he can get from this point on out, it's just a bonus, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Russell's way up in front in the championship. But he can have a bit of salvation that wins on the card have helped boost his chances, even bit by bit. Because you know full well that by season's end, how much these wins can mean to a driver's title hopes.
Yep. In the meantime, Roy, I'm looking at him right now in the inset, and looks like he's already gotten a good exit out Stavolo, getting a lot of momentum now headed towards Blanchimont. So now we're going to jump on board with Roy Numer Rip, as he's now going to cut around the outside of Blanchimont here to hopefully get P6 away from Kanzani, but Kanzani is still hanging on to the racing line for dear life and still remains ahead of Roy going into the final chicane. Now it's going to be a braking battle, but it's a three-wide situation as well, as we see Ayman Akimos again in the mix, and we're clattering into the back there. I think it's Adam Harith, maybe?
Oh no!
Oh, the two of them spun around. Sorry, it's also spun as well here as Roy Numer Rip now rejoins outside of the top 10.
And Iman manages to get all of them through, and he has gained a couple of positions and the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, but still coming together though.
Oh!
Kanzani inside, getting contact side, gets spun around in La Source. He is now out of the top 10. Oh, he gets clattered by Roy Numer for right at the end there. But the Kanzani as well as Iman still continue to pull on, as does Ayman Akim. Side by side is Iman as well as Kanzani. Kanzani unfortunately has to yield a little bit there as Iman Ryan moves up into P7 for now, but they still locked in a tight battle here together with Kanzani Ramdani.
Yeah, we're on board with Iman. He's got Kanzani on his left. They're going to go into Lake Combe here. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes? It is Iman deep on the brake and gets it through.
And Kanzani loses control in the entry into Lacoum, but just barely saved it there just to keep himself ahead of Adam Harith. Man, that was a chaotic last sector just now between, what, 4 or 5 cars? Yeah. Practically as they were trying to battle through, and Iman Ryan in the middle of all of that there still somehow comes out of P7.
And we had a car just now in the middle of the infield. We heard it. We can't hear it in our ears. Joshua Abamanyono, well, he is actually living up to his floral theme by being in the grass. So a bit of landscaping being done there, but unfortunately he's not planting any flowers. He's planted himself in the grass.
Yeah, he's literally planting himself very hard into the grass right now. Not going to be able to move. He's unfortunately going to have to teleport into the pits in order to rejoin the race, and it's so unfortunate to do so with 5 minutes remaining in this race. Chong Jin-min, in the meantime, has caught up to Chester Elog and looks like he's in a position now to fight for the lead of the race here overall. But no, you can still see the plant on the side there. Chong Jin-min comes in. Chester almost loses control. Chong Jin-min still keeps control in the final corner, surprisingly, and still remains on his tail now, going to a La Source.
But that's not put him on the back foot. Here comes Jin-min on the inside. Chester on the outside. Chester goes very wide. He wants to actually try to go for the slingshot, which he does, but not enough momentum to get by it just yet.
Yep, still side by side. They're going to go through Eau Rouge together, it looks like. Although Chester Elo is slightly behind, he's still going to be able to keep himself wheel to wheel right now with Chong Jin-bin. Chong Jin-bin is going to have to give a little bit of space on the inside there, practically riding over the curbs there, but still remains in the lead here.
For now, because he's got the benefit of DRS, but Jin-bin opens his DRS a bit late, and here comes Chester back into the lead.
Oh boy, let's not keep our eyes off the screen right now. Battle for the lead of race number 2 here between Chong Jin-bin and Chester Elong. Jin-bin has done well to catch up to him and almost cut him in that first sector, but Chester came back hard and still remain ahead coming out of Lacoum.
Yep, as we're looking at the inside here, Balagulan gives Russell away. Wow, that's almost too easy, isn't it? That's quite a shocker. Maybe some team orders at play, even though they're not part of the same squad. They are Filipinos after all, so maybe just a bit of help for his fellow countrymen.
Or at the very least, a respect for a fellow racer right now, but that's definitely
Oh,
one thing.
Iman's gonna lose it! He's gonna get in the wall! Oh, he just saved it! Just about saved it!
That is crazy there. You only see in the inset just now, but he was literally over the sand trap, had to fight his steering.
No, he's not dead! He's not dead for real to the barriers this time! And again, the overheating tires catches him out. Can he actually dig himself back out of it?
I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah,
Okay, he can.
Okay, at least he's not beached this time.
Oh my goodness. What a shame here for Iman Ryan. As I've mentioned earlier on during the bronze class race, highs are highs, lows are lows. He won race 1. Not going to be able to see the points, unfortunately, here for race number 2. Chongjin Bin, though, he might be able to see more points here if we can get past Chessa Elog. Has the inside going into the chicanes, but Chessa has an apex on the next one here, but Chongjin Bin is doing his very best to keep up alongside on the outside. He will have the opportunity to keep the battle going into La Source as Chessa Elog keeps his foot planted, goes wide now as Chongjin Bin still stays narrow, just like before, but Slingshot not working out for Chester. It gets blocked by Chongjin Bin on the exit.
But that's a benefit for him because he still has the slipstream coming up to Oruj and Radion. Oh, it is going to be a brave man to do so.
Yeah.
Can he do it? Can he actually keep his foot planted right outside?
Oh.
He wants to do Mount Weber, but he couldn't pull it off that time. Great bit of driving from both of them. They give each other so much space.
Just the slightest of lift-offs there for Chessa Elog in order to keep up with Chongjin Bin. He's still side by side in the Camel Straight, still keeping himself in the fight now for the lead. Nose to nose, wheel to wheel now into the
No!
in front.
It's funny around.
Contact between the two.
And Russell goes through. Russell gets into the way. Balagulan spins out of the gravel trap. Jinbin and David's gonna recover. Are they gonna recover in time? Yes, they do. But Jinbin has ruined it for the both of them.
Oh no, through goes Russell Reyes, and he looks like he might pick up a win here. As a result, Roger Emil Shawkat now having to fight with Chessa Elog, but they're 3 seconds behind where the Filipino leader is.
And
oh no, Chessa spins it again.
Overheated tires because of that earlier spin, and into the barriers he goes. Can he get it around? The car's stuck in the grass for a bit. Now he can actually find reverse and go out of there. Oh wow. All the while then, this has actually opened the race up to a different kind of worms here.
Yep, a different kettle of fish for sure. As Roger Emil Shawkat surprisingly moves up into P2 as a result. This literally did nothing and moves up into the podium anyway.
Yes, the George Russell meme, isn't it? Does nothing, wins the race.
Well, not quite a win because he still is almost 3 seconds behind Russell Reyes, who is now on the charge here to try to beat the clock. We may see another lap here, given the position of where Russell Reyes is relative to that control line. So, but wow, I mean, what a way to have the lead handed to you, right?
Yeah.
You can even see Russell struggling with the overheating tires at this point.
And look, he's actually trying to slow it to a stop because, remember, he actually cut that in the late turn, trying to avoid the accident, but the in-game penalty system still gave him anyway, and he got rid of that just in time because you can see Roger looking like a shark, ready to overtake if Russell comes a cropper.
Yeah, that little bit of a spill he had in the chicanes actually lost him almost a second of time. So Raja is actually gaining on him. But this is now the final lap as confirmed by the game itself. As
Imarayan's left.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him so hard because like, I mean, he was really on the charge, right? I mean, throughout the whole race just now, and to have it all taken away just like that, that's just got to be so hard for him to swallow.
Yeah, indeed. I wouldn't blame him either because, again, he had to recover after the spin here. Maybe some protests along the way as well. Oh, that's a really good one, isn't it? This is between Ramdani and Ripperip. We probably had to skip away from Russell for a second. We can see him on the inside, but there they go, side by side. No, not side by side. Yeah, nose to tail between Ripperip and Ramdani, but Ramdani has to hold back for a bit.
Yeah, I think that's the 7th place. That's Roy in front of him there, and I think further ahead is Sai. Is it Sai or is it a back marker? I think it might be a back marker.
No, it's Sai.
It is Sai.
Yeah, it's Sai Suduka. So Suduka is running the Arjun Maini livery.
Oh yeah,
the LP livery there. Imagine we did run the race 1 in a million livery that 14 used to have. That would be quite a nice
that would be
touch.
cool actually.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, still inside of the top 10 and still fighting it out here is Kanzani Ramdani, Roy Nimir, Ripper Rip. But it seems like Roy already pulls ahead here, so it's going to be a little bit more secure. As right now, our race leader is in the final sector. Russell Reyes very much keeping it nice and tidy here. Yeah, sorry, a little bit of gas was coming up here as we are coming towards the end of this race. As wow, I mean again, Raja, luckiest guy. Joshua's still stuck inside the grass.
Oh, Russell's running! Roger's got Brian takes the win! Oh wow! Wow! You can see Roger's happy with that. And Jin Min also pissed around the line. Would you believe it? The twist in the tail of this race knows no bounds. Even all the way to the end. Russell then, what should have been a certain win, dropped it right at the death.
Dude, I want whatever the script writers were like huffing while they're in the writer's room for this race, because my goodness, you can't. How do you write stories like this here? Raja Amir Shaukat, luckiest guy in the gold class here, just gets handed a win on a golden platter.
Yeah, and guess what? He is the new George Russell. He did nothing at all. And, oh, look at Zeph. Zeph is actually wiping his specs off his eyes.
Yep, he's
sweating.
He's sweating hard. I mean, he sweated hard to be able to get to this point here, but man, this is going to be a huge boost for him in the championship battle together with Enzo Isan, because he's going to be able to win race 2 very handily here, and a big win as well for Velocity Pantera Racing X Downshift Esports. What an incredible race we've had here, ladies and gentlemen.
And we thought that the chaos ended. Well, it never ended, did it? Here's Zeph coming across the line, and a 1-2 for the Velocity Pantera squad. They'll be happy with that one. They'll be laughing all the way to the bank with this. Yes, Koyum for HSM finishes in 3rd, Justin 4th, and the rest of the people come by as well. We're almost out of gas ourselves.
Kamal Ali comes through with a brilliant 5th place finish. Aziz Shami Mokhtar makes it into 7th place for the silver class. Mama Hakim Suhaimi makes it into 7th. Ethan Lowe makes it 8th. Victor Lorenzo and Cheta in 9th. And Cohen Mercado in 10th.
And it's a close one too. Look at that.
Yeah, whoa.
Yeah,
that's after the control line, so it's all good.
Yeah. Jusmin, Youngjan, Adri comes across the line, and the one who's not going to finish this race, well, we're looking at him right now. He's still stuck there.
I think he literally put a brick on his throttle and just left it like that just for the memes.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's it for this one. We are definitely... It's speechless. We are speechless. We couldn't believe that Russell, the driver that we know is the cool and calm operator, maybe tires overheated, just dropped it, and Roger just was probably laughing all the way to the bank. He didn't have to do anything the whole race. He just drove a simple race and managed to just snatch the win.
I think like Raja, even you can see from the inside, probably couldn't believe what just happened there. Literally, like does nothing, takes P1.
Yes.
Who'd have thunk? It's crazy. Crazy outcome for this one here, my goodness.
Well,
Just when you thought that chaos was going to be a lot more calmer in gold, nope, not at all. Race number 2, just as chaotic here, and boy, oh boy, what a way for Raja all of a sudden just to take race 2 win.
I think we have nothing more to say.
No, I think we're pretty much done here. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been round number 3 of the Global Edition 19. This is the ERGP Global Edition. And boy, oh boy, crazy end to our evening here. But we still have one more race. That's right, one more race next weekend here. So make sure you guys tune in same time and the same place. It's going to be a new track. Make sure you guys stay tuned on our social medias for the official results to come out, as well as the announcement of what the final race of the season is going to be. So until then, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we have been your commentators for round number 3. So hopefully we'll see you guys next week for round 4 of ERGP. So see you guys soon, and hopefully good night and good luck.